Okay, if we could all get settled, we can start the meeting. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the December meeting of the Joint Metro-North Long Island Committee. Public speakers.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
We have 4 public speakers signed up today. One of the speakers is requested to speak both as to Long Island matters and Metro-North matters.
Let them go right ahead.
We will call them in turn. The first 2 speakers are Bill Henderson, followed by Orrin Getz. I will remind all of the speakers of the 2-minute limit on comments and sticking to matters that are on their agenda, and to please refrain from any disparaging remarks about individuals. So the first speaker is Mr. Bill Henderson.
I'll try not to insult anybody this morning. Ordinarily, I'd speak for the Long Island Railroad Commuter Council, but I want to speak about the LIR expansion project. I really hope this ushers in a new era of looking at the entire region's transportation as a region. We're very pleased to see the design-build contract for the LIR expansion project on the agenda today. We've been supporters of this project for the long term. I've been around here long enough to remember when the chair of our commuter council went to speak on behalf of an earlier version of this project, and he was escorted out to his car by the police officers just to make sure he got out to his car okay. So it hasn't always been easy. Getting to yes on this is a really big deal, and even though the future of this project was sometimes in doubt, the need for it never was. Obviously, you know why we're doing it. It's in the staff summary. The 3 points: reducing congestion, improving reliability, and enabling two-way service are big deals. Unlocking the value of East Side Access, though, is a really big long-term deal. Without this project, East Side Access would never be what it can be with the project. We want to commend everybody who worked on this, both people who are here now and the people who worked on it in the past. There's years of dedication in this. There's countless hours of work, and you should be proud that you're getting it done. We're glad you didn't lose sight of the goal. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Orrin Getz.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board. My name is Orrin Getz. I'm Vice Chairman of the Metro-North Railroad Commuter Council. Real quick, I handed out a package to Commissioners Metzger and Pally, and also to Presidents Rinaldi and Olakowski. The first item in there is a new severe winter schedule from New Jersey Transit for the main Bergen, Pascack Valley, Port Jervis, and Pascack Valley lines. These are serving Orange and Rockland counties. As I explained previously, these severe weather schedules are based on a weekend schedule, an enhanced weekend schedule, rather than a weekday schedule. And this means that Metro-North is paying for express trains that runs at times that the people really can't use. And Metro-North has to look into the schedule and see what adjustments can be made. The next item is a front-page article about New Jersey Transit that explains that New Jersey Transit is experiencing an exodus of management personnel required to properly run the railroad. Please note that this shortage is in addition to the shortage of engineers. It is a very serious problem, and we don't know how New Jersey Transit is going to address it. I will be at the New Jersey Transit Board meeting on Wednesday and try to find out some information. The next item is New Jersey Transit Executive Director Santoro's report to the New Jersey Transit meeting at the board meetings of October 11th and November 6th. Please note the limited amount of information that's given out to the board of directors. I've shown them the book that you hand out at this meeting and show them that this information should be given to their board members. And the last item is an article from Trains Magazine. This article gives you a good understanding of New Jersey Transit and what problems they face. It is a very serious problem. One final note. Commissioner Glucksman, right on your board, is probably the best expert about New Jersey Transit. Consult with him before you go over and speak to New Jersey Transit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next two speakers are Omar Vera, followed by Murray Bowden.
Good morning. Is the mic on? All right, not. All right, testing, sorry. Good morning, MTA Joint LIR Metro North Committee. Welcome back to the final set of committee meetings of 2017. We have had such a great year. Well, like I said, the summer of hell that happened earlier this year on Penn Station could have been a lot worse over the service changes, but, okay. So first of all, I would like to say I support all the procurements and everything that's stated in for both commuter rail systems. But I also recommend that they should install Wi-Fi on all future rail cars for both Metro North and LIR, and to, of course, for all their stations to have Wi-Fi as well. We live in a digital age. It's time to be futuristic. Gotta leave the past behind. I meant preserve the past for museum themes, but we must move towards the future. Because after all, New York's growing, and it will keep growing and growing and growing to infinite. All right. With that said, I reiterate everything that's on the minutes there. And anyway, have a happy New Year, and hope to see you all in January. All right. Have a good one.
Thank you very much.
Before I start my presentation, I'll have to address the instructions that were given to speakers verbally. Those instructions were the personal comments of the speaker and not the official policy of the MTA. And what I'm going to talk about in all these meetings today is the fact that there are people who are using their personal opinion and making it seem as if it's MTA policy. The policy of the MTA is written on a screen behind me. I read it before I came in. What he said were restrictions that were his personal opinion and not what's written behind me. So until you begin to understand that there, in every area I will speak on today, that there are people who are making up their own personal rules and using them as if it's MTA policy. Which brings me to the Metro North first. The red box at the Roaring Brook station is absolutely illegal. It's been recommended by New York State DOT, and they're wrong too. I'm prepared to sit in this room on camera with their engineers and get this resolved. New York City has thousands of white boxes. Don't block the box. Somebody has decided, well, we like red boxes better, but it's not in the manual. I've checked it as recently as this week with the people in Washington. So until you realize that these people made that red box are going outside the rules, making up their own rules, the same as the rules were made up about this one here, I will sit in this room with your people on camera and debunk it. I will do the same with bridges and tunnels and their yellow line. We can do it all at one time. And Mitch, for the Long Island Railroad, I'd like you to bring your people in and tell me why you're using both red flashing lights and traffic lights in East Hampton and other things. Do it here. Traffic lights work right here on a Willis Avenue Bridge, on a Hutchinson River Parkway with gates. So why should we have two? Because they did it 75 years ago? Pat, why are you ordering married pairs, which were useful 40 years ago? New York City has got right downstairs or somewhere around an open railroad car with a engineer in the beginning. That's it. Why are you buying married pairs which are no longer useful? You're buying equipment that will never be, has to be maintained, takes seats out of every car. For every 8-car train, you're buying 6 extra cabs, and nobody can stop you. The same as he does what he wants, and a red box, and you're buying wrong railroad cars. How do we stop buying married pairs and buy the proper kind of trains that New York City has downstairs or someplace the prototype of? This is people going off on, oh, we know what we're doing. We've always done it that way. Yeah, but the times changed, and it's time you changed. The red box is illegal. How do you stop it? I can't stop it. I can prove it, but it's your responsibility to stop it.
Thank you very much. That ends the public comment period. Approval of the Long Island Railroad minutes of November 13th. Are there any changes to the minutes? If not, motion to approve. Second, all in favor? The Metro North minutes of November 13th. Are there any changes to the Metro North minutes? Randy, go right ahead.
I just have one question. I saw that those winter specials that you operate on the Hudson Line get over 3,800 people. I guess very good. What has thought ever been given to, I think you could probably get a lot more people if you would go over the Beacon Line. Do you think that we could look at that for some future year? I mean, it's rare traffic mileage, and a lot of people have requested that I ask that question. Thank you.
Any other changes to the questions on the minutes? If not, motion to approve. Second, all in favor? Minutes are approved. Any changes to the 2017 work plan?
No changes to the work plan.
Kathy? Nope. Okay. We'll then go into the agency president's reports. Pat?
Thank you, Mitch, and good morning, everybody. Would like to talk a little bit about the upcoming Amtrak work. As you probably aware, we put a press release out Friday with the adjustments that are going to be needed to the Long Island Railroad's peak hour train schedules Monday through Friday because of additional work that Amtrak is planning at Penn Station. If you'll remember back to this past summer when Amtrak previously had done work that affected our peak hour schedule, they were working on what's called A interlocking, which is the west interlocking from Penn Station, as well as one of the station tracks. Because of that work, in all the impact on the station was that we lost 3 of the station tracks for all intents and purposes. 1 was being reconstructed, but 2 were blocked because of the A interlocking work. So for all intents and purposes, we were operating with 3 less station tracks out of 21 in Penn Station. This time, beginning in January, Amtrak intends to work on 1 station track, followed by another station track, followed by a 3rd station track. So they intend to work 1 at a time on 3 different station tracks in Penn Station. Those station tracks are tracks 15, 18, and 19. 15 is one of those shared tracks that we've shown in the past when we showed the Penn Station usage allocation, and 18 and 19 are tracks solely used by the Long Island Railroad. So the impact of this work will directly impact our trains, but it's obviously tracks that we operate on, and making sure those tracks are in the best possible condition is certainly a safety concern that we want to see happen. The impact on service, again, which we put out an announcement on Friday, will be such, it will not be as impactful as the summer was, because we're only losing 1, we're not losing 3 station tracks. So the impact will be approximately 5% of our service will be impacted by the work. What that translates to in the AM morning peak, we will have 5 out of 98 trains diverted from that normally travel into Penn Station, diverted to other locations. 3 of those will go to Atlantic Terminal in Brooklyn. 2 of those will go to Hunters Point Avenue in Long Island City. Even in the evening rush hour, we will affect 3 of 86 peak hour trains. Now, it's not being diverted from Penn Station at this point. They will originate from a different point. 2 of the 3 will originate out of Atlantic Terminal in Brooklyn, and the 3rd will originate out of Jamaica. Much like we did in the summertime when we tried to combat the impact on riders, we will make a number of other adjustments to enhance our service. So we will be adding some shoulder peak trains to increase service into Penn Station. We will also be lengthening a number of trains to increase capacity. One of the things we did prior to the summer shutdown to ensure we had capacity for everyone was make sure that at Jamaica, particularly in the morning where we have transfers going on, we wanted to make sure we had capacity on every train for every person under the worst case assumption that anybody traveling into Penn Station that was on a train that had been diverted to Atlantic Terminal or Hunters Point, we made sure we had capacity on them for every person to be able to get on another train. Now, it wasn't seated capacity, it was standing capacity, but we did make sure we had capacity for everyone. We've likewise done that analysis this time around. One of the benefits we have of having done this previously was, you know, we have a better feel, and we did see people going to Brooklyn and have continued to go to Brooklyn as we've moved forward. So we're hopeful that people will continue to commute in that way. We regret this for our riders, that the inconvenience we're going to have, but it is a necessary safety adjustment that we need to make going forward. I don't know if there's any questions on that before I go into a couple other items, but if not, I'll move on.
Are there any questions on that item before we go? Chuck, go ahead.
Pat, I'm sure you've explored this already, but is it possible at all for Amtrak to give us a replacement track or platform during this period?
What happened both during the summer and during these operations, we will divert, in order to only have the impact that we're having, we need to divert trains to tracks that normally are not used by us. So there will be some adjustments. We'll have ambassadors out at Penn Station to sort of direct people because they're not used to going to, say, track 10 to be able to ride a train. So we'll have to do those types of things. But yes, there is a sharing of tracks in Penn Station that is beyond what the normal is as we go forward.
Veronica?
What is the anticipated cost to the diversions for this round of Amtrak repairs to MTA or LIR?
In terms of cost, we're not running any additional, well, we are running some additional shoulder peak trains. I don't know what the cost of this off the top of my head. Is Francis here?
Yeah, Pat, we've been working with the departments trying to put a figure to it, but it should be minimal compared to what we saw in the summer.
Yeah, a couple things. We're not doing any busing. We're not doing any ferries. They were 2 of the bigger cost items for the summer, so we will not have that. We are not doing a fare reduction for Atlantic Terminal or Long Island City, and we will not be doing cross-honoring as we did in the summer. So all those costs or expenses, however you want to look at them, go away.
Andrew?
We're planning on the work beginning with our schedule change on January 8th and running through our schedule change, which is just before Memorial Day weekend. I'm not sure of the date in May, but it's just before Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, each track's going to take about 7 to 8 weeks. I'm not sure which one is lined up first. 15? 15. 7 to 8 weeks.
Anyone else on these items? Well, we hope that our customers are as great to us as they were in the summer. I guess that's a good way to put it. They were very patient with us, very conducive to the changes. I know a number of people indicated to me they found out where Atlantic Terminal was. They didn't know where it was, but they now use it as a much easier way to get down to their downtown employment, and we hope others will continue to do that. So you'll keep us apprised each month as to whatever the context is of ridership and everything, and I'm sure the Commuter Council will keep us informed as to other issues as they come up, but it's we can only hope that it will go as well, if not better, than it did this summer because of the less of an impact on our number of trains.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My second item, excuse me. My second item is, as Bill Henderson mentioned earlier, the announcement that we are moving forward with the contract for the construction of the third mainline track on the Long Island Railroad between Floral Park and Hicksville. As you know, this was an effort that was initiated about 2 years ago. It is an effort that the Long Island Railroad has tried to move forward for many, many years. It is critical to the Long Island Railroad. You know, in my short time here, I've learned a whole lot about the railroad, and one of the things I've learned is how critical this section of the main line is, because we run so many trains through that corridor that any time we have a hiccup in service, it is a severe hiccup that affects many, many trains, not just one or two trains. So we will be giving you, both Jono and Elisa will be giving you a presentation on this project, so I do not want to steal their thunder moving forward, but it is a milestone project for the Long Island Railroad, and we certainly are excited to bring this before you today. So I'll leave it at that. I mentioned last time the Long Island Railroad was going to run, instead of 1, 2 holiday trains. They are this coming weekend. Saturday, the train will run from Ronkonkoma. It is an express train, so it begins in Ronkonkoma. Everything is pre-sold, assigned seats, so families can sit together. We completely sold out both trains. One is Saturday, one is Sunday, 100% sell out on the trains. There will be lots of Long Island Railroad staff and a lot of celebrities on staff, like Santa Claus and Snowman and those types of things.
The best type of celebrities.
And we did this in conjunction with the show at Madison Square Garden, which is Elf the Musical, and they get a discount ticket to the show there. So it worked great last year. It's exciting to be able to do it again this year, and actually we've doubled the number of trains, so it's a good thing.
And after third track, we'll be able to quadruple them.
And my final item is an item that certainly makes me proud. You know, all of us every day are very much grateful for the wonderful services that many of our people do as volunteer firefighters. You know, what we always tend to forget is that's their volunteer job. Their real job is somewhere else. Well, 2 of our employees, they're somewhere else, obviously, as employees of the Long Island Railroad. And on the evening of October 13th, firefighter Danielle Chernoff of the Sayville Fire Department, who doubles as a Long Island Railroad warehouse worker, and Gary Savino, who is a machinist in our maintenance equipment department, who is the assistant chief of the West Sayville Fire Department, were on board one of our trains when a medical emergency arose near Islip. The conductor made an appeal for anybody who could administer medical assistance. They responded, looked at the individual, saw the individual bleeding from the nose, and from their training were able to deduce that the person was a victim of a drug overdose. had the conductor make a plea over the loudspeaker for anyone who may have Narcan on board. And luckily, one of the riders on board did have Narcan. It was administered by Danielle to the individual and saved that individual's life. So I'd like to bring up Gary and Danielle and honor them for their service.
On behalf of the entire committee, we thank you both for your expertise and your experience and your ability to make an emergency situation feel a little less severe. And so on behalf of this committee and the entire MTA board, we thank both of you and all of our employees throughout the entire system.
Mitch, and I can't think of a better way to conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Okay. Safety.
Good morning. We're reporting on our performance through the end of October, and that can be found on page 166 of your book. Just a highlight of some activities. On December 6th, we conducted our final quarterly safety focus day for our employees for the year. The topics, in addition to focusing on winter safety and personal protective equipment, also focused on our corporate safety rules as well as our corporate safety observation program. And we also did our last poster for our focus campaign. Focus for us stands for fatigue, outside influences, communication, uncertainty, and situational awareness. So the last poster of the campaign was also distributed and discussed with employees, focusing on situational awareness. And really the purpose there is to help employees get some insight into what things may impact their ability to remain vigilant and perhaps put them at risk for an injury or an incident. So our statistics are on page 166, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions on that? I know that we will be discussing the issue of the grade crossing incidents because we've seen a significant increase in them. I know they will be discussed at the safety committee meeting on Wednesday, but they continue to be a thorn, and that's an easy word, in everyone's side. And one of the benefits, of course, of Third Track is to eliminate 7 grade crossings in probably one of the more congested areas of the island. So that's an added benefit to that project. I wish we could do, how many do we have, 400? 300. I wish we could do all 300 at some point, but it shows the importance of reducing grade crossings wherever possible, because I've come to the conclusion no matter what else we do, it's never going to be enough in that regard because of driver inattention or whatever else happens in that regard. But we'll see how that plays its way out. Any other comments on that? If not, Metro North, Kathy?
Good morning, everybody. As December 31st, 2018 approaches, we're going to be reporting periodically on important milestones on the road to full PTC implementation. And we reached one of those milestones this month. We have full civil speed enforcement on the wayside on the New Haven line between Grand Central and New Haven. This is an important milestone as we continue to move forward with this project. A couple of west of, actually north of Northern Territory milestones. I know Neil is interested in Prospect Hill Road Bridge. The existing steel superstructure has been removed. Our contractor is in the process of removing the foundation and the substructure. We're on target to have the new bridge in place by the end of 2018. The other Northern County update relates to a RFEI that's been issued jointly with the City of Poughkeepsie. We've been working collaboratively, with the City of Poughkeepsie for years now, actually, in terms of development in and around the station. An RFEI has been issued. Responses are due in April, and we've enjoyed our partnership with the city up to this point and are interested to see what the responses are. Enhanced stations. We have distributed and we posted over the weekend the staff summary recommending the award of a contract for the 5 enhanced stations. There's a walk-in staff summary in your materials, and we'll be talking about that a little bit later. At this juncture, though, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank my team for extraordinary efforts in terms of getting this to you this month. This is John Kennard, Mary Maselli and his team, Al Muir and his team, Rich Gantz. It's been a real extraordinary effort to try to get this to you this month, and I appreciate all of their efforts. CDOT, the final 1% fare increase to pay for the M8s goes into effect January 2nd of 2018. This is the last of 7 consecutive annual increases. It will affect ticket prices for travel between Connecticut and New York stations and between Connecticut's within the state of Connecticut. The fare increase does not affect travel to or from stations within the state of New York. Just one note on Thanksgiving ridership, which was actually up from last year. We carried 369,200 customers during the 5-day period between Wednesday the 22nd and Sunday the 26th, which is a 5% increase over 2016. As in the past, extra trains operated during the busier times, the historically busier times, and train consists were lengthened when possible. Ridership during the Wednesday getaway period was 98,900, which was a 3% increase from last year. And on Thanksgiving Day, 68,000 customers traveled, which was also another 3% increase from last year. November ops, I want to talk a little bit about operations in the month of November. We were below goal at 91.8%, with year-to-date above goal at 93.7%. We experienced an increase in delays of 6 to 10 minutes because of fall slip slide, and we had 4 days with worse than average rail conditions. Because of the press of time, I'm not going to talk about some of the slippery rail issues that we experienced last week. Last week was a tough week for us. But John Kessich is available to answer any questions that you might have about our operations last week. We had a tough time with slip slide last week. In addition, in the month of November, off-peak performance was affected by required track maintenance work. 97.2% of our trains arrived within 10 minutes of schedule, and performance was 1.5% better than last year. West of Hudson, we operated at 91.4% for the month of November, with Pascack Valley at 93.6% and Port Jervis at 88.5%. Port Jervis service was adversely affected by off-peak infrastructure work that ended on Friday the 17th of November. The engineer availability issue on New Jersey Transit remains an issue. It resulted in 10 canceled trains, 0.6% of our trains. Fleet availability was marginal with a consist compliance of 98.4%. Service disruptions caused Harlem and New Haven consist compliance to be below goal during the peak periods. Our MDBF during the month of October was below goal at 189,582 miles, but above goal year to date. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Questions for Kathy on any of her items? If not, Metro North Safety.
Good morning. The safety report can be found on page 37. The customer accident rate is 35% lower than the previous 12 months. The employee lost time injury rate is 3% lower than the previous 12 months and 7% lower than last month's report. Grade crossing incidents, derailments, and collisions remain unchanged for this month's report. And finally, our community outreach program tracks reached over 11,000 individuals in October, bringing the total for the year to nearly 67,000. That concludes the report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Neil?
With your indulgence, Mr. Chair, more of a statement than a question, 3 points. One, 10 days ago was the 4-year anniversary of the Spine-Duyvil disaster, of which my neighbor and friend Jim Lovell passed away in. I am, obviously, we as a community are deeply saddened by his passing, but a tiny bit of upside is that the safety stats that we are looking at for this month and this last 12-month period are continuing to improve, and I think that's a very positive indication. I think it also, just to hear that Kathy talking about the civil speed enforcement will be in effect by January, being an important but not the only component of PTC, I think is another positive implication for our renewed focus on safety in these years during Joe Giletti's tenure and yours, Kathy, so thank you for that. I do want to finally, though, reinforce that the remainder of the PTC package is critical as well, and I know we have as riders, we have as advocates, we have as fiduciaries for this organization the confidence in our leadership that they are committed to delivering PTC by its deadline, which is not that far from now. A little over a year from now, we have to deliver that package. And I know I'm committed to that. I know this board is committed to that deadline. I know you're going to move heaven and earth, Kathy, to make that happen.
Chuck, go ahead.
I note that CSX was involved in the New Jersey Transit freight derailment, and it was, of course, CSX that had the derailment at the Riverdale station about a year ago. I have 2 questions, and if you cannot answer them today, that's fine. Let me have the answer. Let the board have the answer. 1, to what extent, if any, is CSX now transporting, or is anyone transporting, flammable materials or explosive materials along any portion of the Metro-North used trackage? 2, to what extent, if any, are there opportunities for Metro-North to regulate CSX's use of the rails that are used by Metro-North?
Commissioner Merdler, on your first question with regards to explosives or flammable materials, the only hazmat that CSX carries on Metro-North territory is propane, liquefied petroleum gas, that's carried on our Hudson line. There are no other hazmat materials that they actually carry. With regards to our ability to limit commodities that they carry, we're very limited in that. They're governed by the Federal Railroad Administration, and the FRA actually does regular audits to ensure their compliance. Post the CSX derailment at Marble Hill in 2013, CSX did install a weigh-in-motion system located in Oak Point, as well as a wheel impact load detector in Shodak, New York, to be able to monitor their trains for any overweight or defective conditions. We do meet with them quarterly and hold service meetings with them. We also have a coordinated emergency management response that we've established since the 2013 incident.
May I follow up, please? On propane is a flammable, a very, very flammable substance. My question is, what safety precautions are there in effect when CSX does transport flammable propane in the Hudson Valley area, as you indicated? And 2, do we enforce it? Do we impose it? Who does and who regulates and enforces it?
Put your mic.
I'm sorry. The Federal Railroad Administration enforces and regulates the conveyance of hazardous materials via rail throughout North America, and propane is prevalent throughout our communities as well, with household deliveries of propane for heating and such.
Norman?
Yeah, let me offer a defense for my railroad brothers and sisters throughout the country with regards to the transportation of hazardous material. If you don't like propane, don't fire up your barbecue. the safest way to move propane in America by far is the railroad. Same with all the other hazardous materials. And that's equally true of, you know, the household trash and the like that the neighbors dislike. The railroad coming by hauling it. However, the railroad encapsulates that stuff, manages that stuff in a regulated manner through the FRA much better than the trucking industry. And even the trucking industry does a fairly good job, but the trucking industry is subject to the whims of the four-wheel operators of the cars. Is a very dangerous thing on the highways. So it's the total regulations offered by the FRA, always subject to criticism by the people who have a financial interest in it, who presently have an ear in Washington as to deregulating these industries. So I suggest the proper place to address these issues is with your congressman, with your senator, holding those FRA regulations up as if they were Caesar's wife.
Susan?
Mr. Kesich, I was pleased to hear about the program you have in place with CSX, and it makes me curious if you have a similar program in place for Norfolk Southern or other freight carriers whose lines we travel.
Right now, unfortunately, with CSX, we don't have the same level of operating meetings with them. That relationship is primarily through New Jersey Transit. However, we'll investigate to see if we can do something more in that area as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Okay, and I want to thank Kathy and her staff for the memo relating to my questions from last month on New Jersey Transit, on our agreement with them and our agreement with Connecticut DOT. To put it mildly, they were very informative. We'll leave it at that for the moment, but they do add an interesting context to the discussions we've had west of the Hudson service and other aspects of the service. So we'll, I'm sure, formulate actions on those items as we go forward. Capital construction?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. In a moment, we're going to present the procurement for third track. But before that, I wanted to give you an update on a project that is obviously integrally related to the third track's ability to deliver significant capacity and operating improvements, which is East Side Access. Pat alluded to Long Island, Amtrak's work and the impact on service that the railroad has organized around. Equally important, we are dealing with the outage and work implications and capital work implications of Amtrak's continued and increased work on its own facilities. And I just wanted, because the question had been raised at prior committee meetings, to let you know that after a ton of work on this regional outage master schedule, at this point, and again, I'm giving you a snapshot in time, at this point, with Amtrak and everybody's cooperation, we have managed to figure out how to get everybody's work done in the first quarter of 18, which was a no small achievement, especially in light of this increase in Amtrak major work. So at this point, unlike in the past, East Side Access's schedule is not being negatively impacted by the wrestling over outages that takes place periodically. That said, we're vigilant about making sure that that continues through the rest of 18 and beyond, because in the past, that has been a significant impact to schedule of this major project. So that's a heads up, and I will continue to report on that on a regular basis. Bill Goodrich, can you give us a very quick update on East Side Access?
Good morning. Today I'll be providing you with a brief progress update on some of the key elements of the East Side Access project. In Manhattan, construction and fit-out of the concourse is steadily progressing. Of the 4 high-rise escalator wellways, installation of the 5 escalator wellways in wellway number 1, shown here, is complete. Here are 4 more escalators in wellway number 2. This will bring the total to 9 out of the 17 total wellway escalators installed. In wellways 3 and 4, the contractor is nearly finished with the installation of the custom-designed architectural ceiling panels and finishes. When those are done, the contractor will move to wellways number 1 and 2 to install the architectural panels and finishes located there, while the 8 escalators in wellways 3 and 4 are completed. Temporary protective construction barriers have been installed in the Biltmore room in the upper level of Grand Central Terminal. These now separate the area where the contractor will be creating floor openings for 2 future passenger escalators, which will provide a direct connection to the Long Island Railroad concourse directly below. The 2 200-ton crawler cranes, which lifted the multi-ton precast deck beams and deck panels into place in both caverns, have now been demobilized and removed from the caverns as the installation of the largest pieces of precast in both caverns has been completed. We are continuing to see the future train terminal take shape. The lower level platform of the West Cavern, where passengers will board and deboard their trains, is pictured here, first with the utilities, ductwork and conduit below the decking, and as you can see here, the decking is now in place. In September, we reported to you that installation of the track had started in 63rd Street Tunnel. As of last week, track installation is also underway in all 3 of the revenue service tunnels below the Herald Interlocking. I'm very pleased to report that all 6 of the CIL pre-cutover testing weekends for 2017 have been completed successfully. The final 6 testing weekends will resume in February, leading up to that crucial milestone in May of 2018 when the CILs will be placed into service. I want to acknowledge the ESA team as well as our partners at Long Island Railroad and Amtrak for ensuring this critical milestone has been met. As reported to CPOC in October, ESA is in the process of shifting from heavy civil construction to that of systems and finishes. At this time, the systems contractor is working in over 20 project locations across the entire alignment, from Herald Interlocking all the way to 37th Street and Park Avenue. A key element of the systems program is power and electrification. Here's a photograph of one of the new pieces of facility power switchgear equipment at the B10 bulk power substation in Queens. The energization of the B10 substation is a crucial milestone for the project in that it will enable the future energization of 7 substations and facilities from Roosevelt Island into Herald Interlocking. In the first quarter of 2018, the contractor is expected to finish up their work and testing so that Con Ed can make the connection and energize this facility. Another key element of systems program is ventilation. Pictured here is one of 4 fans, ducts and damper systems that are located in the Plaza Interlocking in Queens. Each fan weighs approximately 13,000 pounds, is 7 feet in diameter, and is powered by a 300 horsepower motor. When in operation, each of these fans is capable of moving up to 150,000 cubic feet of air per minute. This concludes my progress report on East Side Access. I'll gladly answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Bill? Neil?
Bill, we were lucky enough, maybe it was 2 years ago with Jano's predecessor, to do a tour Some of us, I know Mitch, myself, John, you were there. And I just, in a very selfish way, would like to maybe see if we could do that again. A, because we have newer board members, and B, because it would be fascinating to see what's changed. These images just tantalize me that much more to come see what you guys have done down there. So if it's with the chair's permission, maybe we could schedule a date at some point, maybe the beginning of the first quarter. I suspect December is going to be kind of tight. So I'd be excited.
We'll get that
to do
out. We'll get that out to everybody who wants to go. Not a problem. Thank you. Susan first, and then Andrew.
I just want to say that your photographs are stunning compared to the muck and grime that we've seen. And
yes.
So naturally, we're all curious and we want to go.
Not only seen, but walked in many times in that context. Andrew?
Have you issued a completion date for the project? At number one question. And number two, as far as the current budget and what has to be done, are we going to get an update? I mean, I assume this happens at CPOC, but it would be great for us here at this committee to get an update of time of completion and cost analysis of where we stand and what has to be done.
We are maintaining the completion date of December 2022. As we reported at CPOC, we are reviewing the budget. There's a comprehensive review going on, and we do expect to come back to the board in early next year to brief the board on the budget.
Mr. Saul, I at the CPOC report in October, what I laid out what I thought diagnosing the challenge that this project faces, some of its weak points, and I think I told the committee, the CPOC committee, which many of you serve on, what I propose to do to try to address some of those challenges. How we are executing on some of those plans will answer the question that you've raised. So I need a little more time, as I've being very open with everybody about this, to evaluate the effectiveness of some of the actions that we propose to take to maintain the schedule and address the budget challenges that this project faces.
I think you'll be prepared, because I do think that for those of us that are not on the CPOC committee,
Sure.
It'd be great to get an update on all these things that you're just talking about.
Honestly, what I'd like to do is to have a discussion with the chair and get back to you with a date, because it is a work in progress. I'm trying to be upfront about that, but the committee's obviously entitled to a full report at a time that's convenient.
We'll make sure that when the report is done, it's presented not only at CPOC but here also, to ensure that everybody has a firm understanding of what is happening. We hope to, I think in our conversations in the first quarter of 2018, hope to have that analysis ready for submission to everyone. Is that a fair statement, Gerald?
Yes.
Okay. 2018, yes. First quarter of 2018. Any other questions on East Side Access? Congratulations on the progress. As Susan said, the pictures are a lot different now than they were a number of years ago when a number of us trampled through the mud down there. You can actually see things now and know where everything is going to be. And so we're congratulations on that to everyone. Police report. Is the chief here? No? All right, the report is in the book on page 42. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have no doubt because of what's going on. Okay. Are there any questions on the police report? If not, we will, if there are any, we'll make sure that they are discussed at the next meeting with the December ones. Okay. Agency action items. Long Island Railroad.
Yeah,
Proposed budget for 2018.
Yes, obviously the board will be asked to vote on Wednesday for the 2018 budget. This committee also needs to take a vote for both of our budgets, and I'm going to have Francis Landers give you a brief overview of our budget.
Okay.
All right. Hello, everybody. Included on page 49 is a staff summary requesting committee approval of Long Island Railroad's final 2017 forecast, 2018 proposed budget, and four-year financial plan. The proposed budget, which is consistent with information Bob Ferran presented to the board in November, contains funding to maintain Long Island Railroad's commitment to provide safe, reliable, and efficient commuter rail service. Basically, our financial plan contains funding to maintain infrastructure in a reliable condition with a focus on our reliability center maintenance program for our rolling stock and to ensure maximum fleet availability. And on maintenance of the right-of-way to maintain a state of good repair. Funding and resources are also included to maintain a new positive train control system, both onboard trains and along the right-of-way. Details are provided within the staff summary. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from anyone? Veronica.
In the financial plan, I'm looking at electric power, and it seems to jump significantly from 20 to 21. Why is that?
At that time, not going into details and look at, there may be 20 to 21, might be East Side Access at that time.
Well, it won't be done yet.
Or in regards to 2020 to 2021, the preliminary plans is we'll start doing some testing on the right-of-way. So I'd have to look in more detail, but that's my first inclination. But I'll go into details. I'll get back to you specifically what it is.
That would.
Both railroads have the Metro North has a 12% jump in it from 17 to 18 in electric power.
All right.
And I guess I know that over many years the agency has embarked on a series of energy efficiency measures across many areas, from personnel to power to fuel, etc. So I'm just curious why, if we'll ever as an agency see some of these costs decrease as a result of these energy efficiency measures, or if we're always going to anticipate or expect to see an increase in some of these areas like electric power or fuel usage. So it's a larger question, certainly beyond you. It's an agency-wide question, but getting the details for the railroads would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other questions? I will notice on page 50 in the staff summary is a couple of sentences relating to the activities that are included in the budget, including many of the safety requirements that this committee has insisted on, drug and alcohol testing, sleep apnea testing, close call reporting, expanded system safety programs, and the start of ramp-up costs for East Side Access. So we're pleased that those items are included. They are essential to running a safe railroad for both railroads in that regard, and I'm sure they're included in the Metro North piece also. We need to vote to move this to finance. At finance, there will be a lengthier discussion and then a lengthier discussion about this at the board meeting on Wednesday. So I would move this to finance. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, we move it to finance. Metro North, same item. You're going to give her. Go ahead.
The four-year financial plan for 2018 to 2021 reflects the financial impact of several ongoing and new programs. The staff summary is located at page 62 of the committee book. The financial plan provides ongoing support to continue infrastructure maintenance activities required to restore and maintain a state of good repair that allows us to continue to provide safe and reliable transportation service. The November 2018 to 2021 financial plan also reflects programs continuing our investment in our infrastructure, augments our rail traffic controller staffing in anticipation of PTC, and improves the restrooms in Grand Central Terminal's dining concourse, which experience high usage on a daily basis. Any other questions about the initiatives contained in the financial plan?
Any questions for Kathy on the financial plan for Metro North? If not, I would move it to finance. Is there a second? All in favor? Okay. Anything that includes fixing the bathrooms deserves our support. In both terminals, because I know we're doing it at Penn Station also. We're always important. Information items. Pat?
Okay, for
Long
Long
Island
Island Railroad, there are 3 information items this month. The first is the proposed committee work plan, and obviously that applies to both committees. The process, if you'll remember, is such that this month we present to you a proposed work plan, and then in January it would be voted on by the committee. It'll be an action item at that point in time. I do know we've had discussion about what is the frequency of PTC reports going forward, so that's certainly something we ask your consideration and input on as we go forward with the 2018 work plan.
In both work plans, I would ask the committee members to take a look at the proposal. If you have suggestions on to change anything or increase reporting or any aspect of it, please let me know, and I will relay that to the 2 presidents, and we can then, because we'll vote on that in January.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we had talked about was potentially incorporating a PTC report at each of the joint committee meetings. I don't
Right.
think that's reflected in what's in the
No,
book.
it is not yet. but-
So that was one of the things under consideration,
Yeah.
was having, every time there's a joint committee meeting, having some sort of a PTC report at that time.
Susan?
I definitely think we should go ahead with the joint committee meetings, having PTC, because it really is a joint effort in many ways, but I'd be happy to do it more frequently if the committee members wish it.
I'll just say the following. I mean, we have 1 year, so we have 12 months, obviously, to do that. That's a very short window. I don't have a problem when we're doing capital programs that are many years out, talking quarterly about them. We have 1 year. I don't see how we don't look at statistics on a monthly basis when we convene to review where we are. I mean, if it's quarterly, that gives us basically 2 shots at it.
No, well, what we're talking about is doing it every second month.
Yeah, I mean, then that's sort of the same thing as monthly. I mean, it's pretty
Yeah.
close. I guess my point is only that you have a very limited window, and in particular, Kathy, I know you've said to me many times in public sessions and privately, the nature of this is touch and go. We've got a lot of issues we've got to get through in a short amount of time, and so therefore the more transparency that we have as a board, that helps everyone, the public, management, ourselves.
Yep.
Could I make a suggestion that you include the statistics every month of what you've gotten accomplished, and that then we have sufficient time for a more in-depth conversation when we get the extra half hour?
Absolutely.
So, but you would have to answer any questions that we have on a monthly basis, not a bi-monthly basis.
Fine.
Okay? For both railroads? Okay.
Is that okay, Neil?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
The final 2 items, one is the diversity report. There will be a diversity committee meeting on Wednesday in which the 3rd quarter will be presented. And then for Long Island Railroad, we also have our winter track work program identified in there. So,
Any
it's in the
questions
book.
on
Any
either of those
questions?
2 items? Neil?
Sorry to be so vocal today, and I'm unfortunately traveling on Wednesday, so Mr. Diversity Chair, I share this with you now. I was just struck by the absolute number of EEOC complaints between LIRR and Metro-North. Metro-North has actually almost exactly twice as many complaints. I mean, these are 28 versus 57 for a workforce that is fairly similar in size and certainly fairly similar in nature of the work. And I was just surprised by that and wondered if our 2 presidents had a reaction as well at that divergence of magnitude.
Off the top of my head, I would not. I would propose that we get our 2 diversity individuals together and put their heads together, and we'll get back to you.
Chuck?
If you will look at page 115, you will see that the most frequently cited basis for EEO complaints internally was gender. And if you will look at page 86 of 250, page 86, you will see that females comprise only 15% of the workforce. That makes the case dramatically.
Understand. Susan?
I too will miss diversity and the board meeting, so I think that many of our comments are directed to John, and we ask that you take these comments in. Recognizing that I've long been involved with diversity, for some reason it suddenly struck me that although the way we present our information is the required way that we have to submit our reports, the committee should perhaps be looking at things a little differently. We compare our workforce to what is available in the minority community, including females. And it's a little bit like comparing grape juice to a fine Merlot, because the availability is what we have right now, or within the last few months when it was measured, but our workforce has been with us for 20 or 30 years. So the availability in my years on this committee has changed and has increased. You know, there are more women and more minorities interested in doing the kind of work that we have jobs for, which is exactly what we would hope society would do. So we're always trying to catch up. But it would be nice for us to compare our new hires to the availability, because if we're not consistently hiring a little bit above what the availability is, then we're never going to catch up. So I recognize that's another statistic that we would be looking at, but it's easily available in the numbers, having done it last night. Thanks, John.
One other thing that I would point out, Susan, is that we also have a retention challenge in terms of female employees. We're aware of it and we're dealing with it, but it's not just attraction and hiring. There has been a retention issue with respect to our female employees as well, and that affects our statistics.
That's something I think we need to look into, partially with respect to Chuck's comments. That might be germane, and there are other issues, of course, that women face in the workplace.
Any other questions, Neil?
I think I'd be remiss in maybe just not using this moment to just raise the very public issue we're all dealing with now, which has finally come to the fore. And I think you have to thank the New York Times for bringing the Weinstein situation to a head. And not a 3-hour period of time goes by, and I work in the media business, that another man in power has expressed and used his power in a way that has finally caught up with them, or him. And so we did this via email, and I'd like to say this more publicly. I would like to make sure that John, as a diversity committee, but frankly all our agency heads, are thinking and assessing, and maybe we need a more standardized way of doing this, what is happening with sexual harassment, if anything, beyond the numbers. Our numbers are, it's hard for me to gauge whether those are bad or good, but as a leader in any organization, I'm sure all our chests tighten, and we sort of lose a beat when we realize what could be happening in our organization. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't have a specific suggestion, John or Pat or Kathy, but I do want to just raise the question and see if there's an opportunity for us to address this a little ahead of the curve.
Susan?
I agree with you. I think this is an agency-wide, not a railroad issue. And I know in our conversations and emails amongst us, there have been a couple of suggestions made. I think those should come out, but in the agency-wide context. I also think that the agency needs to look at its own policies. One thing that's pretty clear to me is that this board deals with the policies of the agency as much as anything else, and it is our proper responsibility to do so. But how many of us are familiar with the policies that the agency uses in handling such complaints? I think we need to look at that, and that suggestion was first made, I think if you recall, by Larry Schwartz. I'd like to reiterate it and do it on an agency-wide basis.
Ira?
I too was struck by the numbers, especially in Metro North, but in looking through the agendas, there's also a report in the transit agenda, and if you'll notice, the bus has much less complaints and also complaints resolved in favor of the plaintiff. I think we're talking about a culture, really a cultural problem, maybe from agency to agency, and there may be a difference in that going on from one agency to another. I was very struck by these numbers, especially given how many years we've been trying to write things. But as I said, especially bus, they seem to have a very low number of complaints, and especially sustained complaints. So maybe we should talk with them about it. I think it might be what Commissioner Merdler pointed out, is that when you have a lot of incumbents on your property that are diverse, when your property is actually already diverse, you gain acceptance and from the whole population, and it changes the culture. And I think that's something that we're going to have to work maybe doubly hard to do, because these numbers seem high relative to that. But the other thing, the question is, what are these numbers high as far as complaints go? Is there some way to gauge that? Are there other properties we should be comparing ourselves to, asking what they do, other railroads or other similar operations? I don't know, but that was some question that came up, because you don't know how to really judge yourself unless we're judging ourselves against other agencies.
When I joined this board some 7 years ago, there was the statement made that in the railroad industry it has frequently been a father and son type of operation, where the son would take over the father's job as he prepared to retire. As some have pointed out, times have changed. But if you look at the new hires, they parallel virtually the statistic concerning gender bias, as alleged, where you have 15% of the workforce as women, and only 16% of the new hires are women. This is, as Commissioner Metzger has accurately pointed out, as always, a policy issue. And is an issue that really requires more than off-the-cuff kind of comments like mine. But it requires deep thought, in my view, and deep planning to make sure that equal opportunity is afforded at every level to every person, regardless of race, creed, gender, or religion. And it's something that has to be done. And the sooner we get to it, the faster it'll be resolved, because this just cannot continue.
Norman?
Yeah, as Chuck pointed out, things have changed a lot on the railroad. I suggest the period you're talking about is so far in the past. The father-son thing is so far in the past, it's not really relevant to this discussion. However, the stuff Susan brought up regarding the labor market is, and what I'd like to see in the statistics, and you certainly don't have to answer to me, is a distinction made between the labor market issues in how you look at the statistics from the internal labor market issues. The railroad can't control the external labor market. There are only so many females in a particular category in the external labor market. However, on the inside, there are many jobs listed as skilled craft. You mix the skilled craft here. In the skilled craft is the lowest saturation of women in the statistic. And this statistic mixes the skilled crafts where the railroad has in effect created these skilled crafts and has control over which person is going to be trained and into performing the skilled craft, versus the external labor market where you're very dependent on external factors to create the supply of labor. Now, historically, if you want to go back to the history of father-son, you go back to that period, there were apprenticeships in the railroads where the railroads committed for a 5-year period to train an individual. And yes, it did tend in those days, as it does today in the building trades, who still have apprenticeships, to be a father-son, or really uncle-nephew type thing. I mean, I would like more to be father-daughter, mother-daughter. I mean, I don't really think that should be external to our thinking either. But there are external labor market issues here, and there are internal labor market issues. And I suggest where you have control, in this crafts you have control, where you are creating a skill from I wouldn't say from an unskilled person. When you're creating a skill, that is where you should address it. And I'd suggest that if in the statistics, if you distinguish between trained people, railroad-trained people, and external labor market people, you'll have a better view of what's actually happening with the statistic.
Kathy, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out to the board, I don't know to what extent you're aware of the Metro North Associate Engineers Program, which has been an enormously successful program that cuts across several of the operating departments. And it's been a wonderful opportunity for us to bring in people into a variety of different crafts, but also improve our minority representation and our female representation. It's a program that we're really proud of. And we're looking for other opportunities to develop comparable programs that would provide opportunity for increasing the diversity of our workforce.
Any other comments on these issues? The chairman of the Diversity Committee, I'm sure, has heard all the comments. I heard all the comments, and we'll follow up with the committee both on Wednesday and going forward. Thank you, John. Anything else on information items? I think we covered both aspects, and Kathy, I think we covered yours too?
Yeah, we have the same too.
Okay.
We have the work plan and the diversity plan.
Procurements. Long Island Railroad.
Dennis, you want to start?
Good morning. There are two items in this month's procurement package in the total amount of $1.921 billion. These items are in the competitive section. There are no items in the non-competitive section, and there are no ratifications this month. The first item in the competitive section is a request for MTA board approval to award a firm fixed price contract to Railroad Construction Company in the amount of $107,950,000 to provide design build services for the new Mid-Suffolk Electric Yard. With the planned opening of the East Side Access Terminal and acquisition of the new M9 fleet, Long Island Railroad anticipates operating additional trains across its network during the 4-hour AM peak period. For the Ronkonkoma branch, the proposed Mid-Suffolk storage yard located adjacent to the south side of the existing Ronkonkoma yard at the eastern terminus of the electrified main line will allow the railroad to increase service during the AM rush by almost 50%, adding 8 westbound trains to the current schedule of 17 westbound trains that arrive at western terminals between 6 and 10 a.m. Work under the contract includes design and construction of the yard lead track, 11 additional yard tracks, new employee welfare, and storage facilities, AC/DC substations, signal system, and other associated infrastructure and systems. This item is submitted for your consideration and vote.
Any questions for Dennis or Pat on the Mid-Suffolk Yard issue? Okay, if not, I will make a motion to approve. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay. Next. Third track.
Can I get the visual? Alrighty. Today, we, the Long Island Railroad and Capital Construction together, are recommending the selection of third track constructors, 3TC, to complete design and construction of the Long Island Railroad mainline expansion project. 3TC is a consortium of firms including Dragados USA, Picone, CCA Civil, and Halmar International. Stantec is the lead designer, and Rubenstein Associates will be leading the community outreach team, a very important piece of this project. The presentation is going to provide an overview of the project itself, the elements and benefits, the procurement process, and the project's cost and schedule. After 70 years of stagnation, there are a series of transformative capital projects underway for the Long Island Railroad. This project is going to unlock the full potential of East Side Access, double track, the Jamaica Station reconstruction, and other major investments. Today, approximately 40% of riders travel along this segment of the main line. This segment currently carries more than 250 trains on a typical weekday. With just 2 tracks, there's a huge problem of congestion in this corridor during the morning and evening peak. And in addition to congestion problems, the corridor has a density of very vulnerable infrastructure, such as bridges that are prone to truck strikes. This is a problem that is occurring on a regular basis. And in fact, there's one bridge that I think was hit 20 times in the last couple of years. Grade crossing gates can be closed for up to 30 minutes in the peak hour, which obviously impacts on those communities' families and mobility and adds congestion and air pollution. Grade crossings can also create significant safety concerns since these trains operate up to 80 miles an hour in this densely populated corridor. Disabled trains and emergency repairs are causing cascading delays throughout the entire Long Island Railroad system. For example, in just one day, November 7th, 2017, 3 separate car train conflicts occurred, leaving tens of thousands of people stranded along the corridor and at Penn Station. And that was just 3 car train conflicts on the main line due to grade crossings. Specifically, with respect to safety, there have been 24 deaths at the 7 mainline grade crossings since 1980. In 2015 alone, grade crossing gates were struck by vehicles 138 separate times, which obviously is a huge safety problem and caused reductions in train speed, delays, and inconvenience to riders. And as I said, in 2016, bridge strikes delayed more than 175 trains and impacted tens of thousands of Long Island Railroad customers. So, to the substance of the project, there are a lot of different project components, and I'm not going to go through them all, but I just want you to see on this slide the diversity and complexity of the different elements of the project over that 10-mile corridor. It includes installation of a third track within the right-of-way, that is, without widening the right-of-way, to improve service and reliability. Elimination of the 7 street-level grade crossings to improve safety, cut delays, and reduce noise from bells and horns, which is, as I said, constant in the peak hour. Upgrades to 6 separate stations, including ADA improvements, new plazas, and longer platforms, eliminating the need to have walk-through exiting. Improvements to 7 separate rail bridges, raising clearances. And in doing the rail bridge replacements, we'll be using the method that was recently employed successfully in a single weekend at the Post Avenue Bridge in Westbury, where, as I said, the bridge was constructed adjacent, in a parking lot adjacent to the station, and in a single weekend period, they demolished the existing bridge and rolled the new bridge in. We're going to do that at least 5 separate times on this project. The entire rail infrastructure of the corridor is going to be upgrading, including new signal equipment and switches. That kind of speaks to the state of good repair value of this project. There are modernization of 7 separate power substations. And there's substantial benefits for residents. The project was configured very carefully to avoid residential real estate takings. And in fact, we're actually improving the situation of people who live along the corridor through the placement of strategically designed retaining walls and a whole lot of sound walls to improve the environment for people who live, work, and play in the adjacent areas. And there's going to be significant utility and drainage improvements, landscaping, and so on as well. Turning to project benefits. As I said, there's a system-wide Long Island Railroad modernization underway that's going to increase capacity. Together with East Side Access, we now have the ability to grow the throughput capacity of the railroad in the peak by approximately 50%. The project's going to reduce delays to commuters, as I said, improve performance on all of the railroad's branches. It's going to provide redundancy and help speed recovery in the circumstance where there are incidents that cause delays. And for the first time, you're going to have peak hour reverse commuting. Now, we all know that Metro North has done a heck of a lot of business with reverse commuting. The Fordham station in the Bronx is the 4th largest station in the Metro North system other than Grand Central, and something like 80% of those people are traveling outbound against the dominant travel flow. This is the opportunity to give people in Queens and Brooklyn and Western Nassau the same access to jobs that are outside the city that Bronx residents enjoy through Metro North. Riders on all of these highlighted branches, highlighted in red, pass through the 9.8-mile segment, and as I said, will have improved reliability. And I was talking a little bit about the reverse commuting benefits, as you already heard from me. Right now, we have no reverse commute service in the peak on the main line, and that's going to change. Together, given the interconnectedness of the entire network, we think that this project is going to benefit all of the 300 daily Long Island Railroad customers, and of course, people who now be able to reverse commute. A heck of a lot more flexibility in scheduled and unscheduled maintenance, which will reduce costs, something that everybody in this group is concerned about. And there are also very significant economic development benefits and sustainable growth benefits. In 2014, the Long Island Index, which is a project of the Roush Foundation, studied the economic benefits of the three major projects I'm talking about: double track, third track, and East Side Access. The study projected 14,000 new jobs, $5.5 billion in gross regional product, and $3 billion in personal income. As far as sustainable development and transit-oriented development, it's one of the good things that's happening throughout Long Island, and especially in this corridor. Villages are pursuing rezonings and redevelopments, including transit-oriented development right nearby the railroad. I was out in Ronkonkoma with your chairman not too long ago. They're doing a 2 million square foot transit-oriented development designed to take advantage of proximity to our mass transit system. And there are efforts underway in Hicksville, Westbury, Mineola, and New Hyde Park as well. None of these would have been possible just a few years ago. Already talked about safety and traffic improvements, obviously quieter, faster, and safer at the grade crossings, needless to say. And finally, what I want to emphasize that this is a special project in the sense that it was developed in tandem, in dialogue with a lot of the local communities. It's no secret that there was public resistance to this project going back to the late 40s, and as a result of that dialogue, something that we're all interested in modeling for other projects, there has been an extensive set of environmental and community impact commitments that were made in how we're going to build this project and what it's going to include, and that has put together the tremendous support that this project has received in recent months. So I want at this point to turn over to my colleague and partner in this project, Elisa Pica, to talk specifically about the procurement.
Thank you, Jano. Talking about the design-build procurement, we've been very busy this year with every aspect of the design-build procurement as we were completing the environmental work. In November, the board voted to approve a two-step RFQ, RFP procurement process for the Long Island Railroad expansion project. In January, design-build teams responded to the RFQ and submitted their qualifications, and as a result, 4 shortlisted teams were announced. One of those chose not to go forward. In the spring, we worked with the 3 shortlisted teams continuously. We had 9 one-on-one meetings with each of the teams. It was a very productive process that helped us to bring into line the scope of our project, because we were getting the benefit of input throughout the industry, and also helped the bidders to understand the complexities of the project and the timescale of the project going forward. In June, a final RFP was released, and we looked forward at that time to final bids and final approaches and final pricing. In July, the 3 teams submitted design-build proposals, and in July and August, technical and price proposals were reviewed. The technical evaluation was very broad and very intense. We had over 120 individuals who were involved in technical review, either from a signals perspective or a service provision perspective or community benefits perspective. And all of that was rolled up into report outs to our selection committee. Because the outreach was such a significant part of this project, we had an opportunity for our village representatives along the alignment to come in and view selected segments of the proposals, and also to provide their input, which was then cataloged and reported out to the selection committee. We had a very astute selection committee for this important project. We had, we had membership from the MTA, from MTACC. We had membership from the construction community, and we also had the benefit of a former state senator, Senator Chuck Fuschillo, who was on the selection committee, was a former transportation chair for Long Island and for New York State. And so all that benefit was, was highly valued and very well considered, all of the input that went into that project. We looked and rated technical evaluations without the benefit of price, so that we had a firm technical view, and then we looked at the price evaluations secondarily. The price evaluations, of course, were very important to us, and we looked not only at the costs that were proposed by the teams, but that the costs that would be incurred by their approach by the Long Island Railroad. So we looked to the combination of that total cost, and we looked both at technical expertise and that cost in order to make a final best value selection. Right page.
So why don't you let her finish first, and then we'll have, go ahead.
Okay. So our recommended action today is that we recommend the award of a contract to Third Track Constructors for the design and the construction of the Long Island Railroad expansion project. The total contract amount is $1.813 billion. There will be $1.457 billion in the base scope, with $356 million for completion scope and garage scope. In just a moment, I'll tell you how that lays out over our capital programs. As you've heard, our design build team is a very astute team. They were innovative in their approach and very comprehensive as well. You see the membership of the team here, including that important outreach component of the whole team. As we're talking about diversity, there's very aggressive goals on this job, with 15% MBE, 15% WBE, and 6% SDVOB. Our 3TC team has a good track record in meeting those goals, and they have committed to meet the goals in this particular case. Okay, next on to project cost and project schedule. Well, we're asking the board, the committee and the board, to vote on this procurement. It's also important to see how this procurement lays out in the context of our overall budget. The 3TC's total contract value is $1.8 billion, but there's another $0.8 billion worth of what we call owner's costs, and that's for activities ranging from flagging that's going to be needed throughout the 4-year construction duration, to Long Island Railroad forces who need to do signal and track work and connections, to our power work, to property acquisition costs, project management, construction management, and a variety of other activities. All told, the total value of the project, the total cost of the project, will be $2.6 billion. So now I'd like to talk about the funding strategy. We propose funding this, We propose funding this over 2 capital programs, with the bulk of the funding and the bulk of the work funded in the 15 to 19 capital program. We have $2.05 billion for this project in the 15 to 19 program. There's $1.5 billion in the MTACC budget as a reserve for this project, and there's a $0.45 billion as a reserve for the grade crossing eliminations part of this project. That's $1.95 billion. To that, the Long Island Railroad will make a $100 million contribution from our 15 to 19 capital program for things that were to be covered that are very analogous to what's going on in the third track, like the development of a parking facility, like substation replacement, and things of that nature. So the $2.05 billion would be funded in this program, and we would need $538 million in the follow-on capital program to complete the work. That work wouldn't be done till that point in time anyway, and therefore we get the most efficient scheduling of the work and the most efficient use of the funds to do the work. This pie chart shows just a rough breakdown of the 3TC project cost by element. And you can see all the elements there, stations and grade crossings and bridges and substations and track and power utilities and signals and systems, all the things that Jano talked about, and they are pretty well distributed over the course of all of those elements of the project. In terms of project schedule, we are looking to complete this project by 2022, and that assumes that we're able to award our option for the completion work by July of 2022. In terms of upcoming milestones, we have been very aggressive about all the work in this project, both the environmental review and the procurement, and we are not going to stop at contract award. So getting board approval, we will award the contract in December of this year. We'll get right to work on early work items such as design, utility relocation, clearing and grubbing, creating a project home, a project site where both our design build contractor, MTACC staff, and Long Island Railroad staff will all work collaboratively under one roof to really facilitate getting our work done. Another very important piece that will take place immediately is the outreach portion. We've done very good and established terrific relationships along the alignment. We have to be right there, front and center, with this new team, introducing and creating that communication stream that is so critical to the success of the project. And with that, I thank you very much, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Call? Call, why don't you put your mic on? Just put your mic on. Thank you, Call. Thank you.
When you award that job, oh, I'm a little bashful. When these jobs are awarded, it's composed of a lot of different units, for lack of a better word. What can we do, or can we do this, is if somebody comes in, say there were 50 different parts of the job. Okay. If there are like 50 different parts of the job, and somebody is drastically low on one part of it, but is the low bidder on the job, but this one item is like really, really whatever, it just doesn't work. How do we protect ourselves from somebody coming back in and say we had a change in the price of one of the items, the labor force prices and everything? How do you get to the point where you get what you wanted to do? And is this something that's discussed with other bidders or just this one low bidder? In other words, of the 50 units, if 2 of them are like way out of whack and they want to finish the job and they walk away, theoretically, how do you prevent something like that?
Well, I would, first of all, I'd point out that this was not a low bid. That we did an RFP process, and we got best value. So we looked both at technical approach and total cost. So this team, and it's a very, broad-based integrated team. This team has the whole thing. They have the completion of the design, the execution of the grade crossing work, the earth work to create room for the new track, the systems work. So it's all resident in this one team. And the work that we did over the spring and the summer and into the fall, meeting with each of the 3 teams, really gives us confidence that this team fully understands the complexity of the job and all its resident elements. And they've expressed to us a tremendous amount of innovation, improving upon our original concept even in going forward. That said, we are going to be working in an integrated team with them. We're going to be reviewing designs. That we're not going to wait for submissions to say, hey, there's a problem. There's going to be a lot of over-the-shoulder collegiality and camaraderie. So, as issues bubble up, we're going to be aware of them, and we will be working to troubleshoot absolutely anything that presents itself.
Yeah, but if you have a bidder who is coming in real low, can you discuss it with him before you award the contract, or can you put a note out to each one of the other contractors and say one guy's got a ton of asphalt for $200 and another guy's got it for $25? I mean,
I think that the technical evaluation that took place, I think was designed to get at that among many other things.
Mhm.
So not just the bidders, the individual bidders were evaluated for their talent and their suitability for the work, but the assumptions that went into their pricing of the individual components of the project was part of the evaluation. So we have, obviously there's no absolute guarantees, but there's been an analysis done of how they were approaching each element of work to make sure
Right.
that they understood it, and to your point, so that their pricing was understood to be realistic.
Okay. So this is, you interview the three, if there's three people, you interview them and give them a chance to go back and relook at their bid without talking to the others?
Yes, we
Well, they have
worked
to
with all
some-
9 throughout the development. Then they gave us their proposals. We did that evaluation. We presented the evaluation to our selection committee, so we consolidated all the components. They were, from, a broad range
Right,
of
right.
elements.
I just
We did then ask for, we did then enter into negotiation, asking for best and final, asking all teams, listen, can you what would be required to bring your price down? And looking at that from all teams, ultimately entering into negotiations with the finalist team and looking to bring that price down even more, and we were able to do that.
Okay.
Carl, does that answer your question, Carl?
Yes.
Okay. Veronica?
Thank you. I've been very supportive for 10 years of the Third Track project, and I'm really glad to see this project move forward. I've supported it because the track infrastructure, really the infrastructure on Long Island, has not really changed much in 150 years. And I love the idea of moving more Long Islanders out of their cars onto transit. And that has not just been rail transit, that has been bus transit. And it's been great to see how important Long Island Railroad has been to the economic engine of Long Island. In fact, we all recall, I wasn't on the board at that time, but when there was an impending LIRR strike, the estimates of lost economic productivity on a day-to-day basis from that strike were, I think, $100 million a day as per the state comptroller. So there's no denying that this is an important investment moving forward. And I'm pleased to see this. The second point I want to make is around costs. So when this project was first jump-started, again, about 2 years ago, there was a project line cost of $1.5 billion. And now this is a $2.6 billion project with an increase of $1.1 billion. And when staff was asked about the increase, a very practical answer was given. This project cost reflects real costs of the project. We saw what some of the owner costs are, but those are not new costs. Those are costs that are part of every capital construction project. So the point that I want to make is that this agency has got to be better about the initial baseline estimates that they put out, because then we're looking at situations where we are looking at $1.1 billion in increased costs, which are really real costs. And again, that makes sense. But this is a key issue that 2 working groups that have been created and are in process amongst the board are looking at. That is the procurement reform and construction costs. And I think the reason why this is important is because as an agency, we can't just keep throwing numbers out there anymore that are not initially reflective of real costs. We can't just say, well, that was the estimate 2 years ago, and now 2 years later, it's $1.1 billion more. Even if that figure is a more accurate number, we need to be as accurate from the beginning, or be very, very clear when we're talking about these numbers and budgets, that this is an initial estimate that is very likely to change. And I never heard that language before. I never heard this is 1.5 billion 2 years ago. That is the lowest. It is very likely to change. And then third, with regards to value capture and a discussion particularly raised by some of my colleagues on the board about a missed opportunity here for value capture. Now, having done a lot of work on Long Island, I recognize home rule on Long Island is incredibly strong. I also recognize that there wasn't a good amount of support amongst these communities for third track. So a good deal of negotiating had to happen in order to solicit and encourage that support from the municipalities. But MTA also cannot force these municipalities to engage in this. MTA cannot create a tax for value capture, but what MTA can do is be an advisor and also a convener in some ways of information and trainings and workshops with these municipalities to help them understand the value of value capture. Why is this important? Because we have a new county executive in Nassau County. Secondly, for the first time, the Fiscal Control Board imposed $17 million in cuts to Nassau County's budget and said the elected officials have to figure this out. This is an opportunity for NTA within the 4 years of the construction of the project to work with municipalities and say, this is how this could work. Again, as an advisor, talking very specifically about how it was done in Hudson Yards and how that model came about. This is still very new. It's very new for Long Island, of course, but MTA should really be an advisor here. We know MTA does that because in this very summary, it talks about how MTA will be working with municipalities for PPPs for the construction of 4 municipal garages. So we know that MTA has an interest and is working with municipalities to talk about how the private sector can better leverage funding opportunities for infrastructure such as garages. And then the question I have related to garages is it really $84 million to construct 4 garages along this corridor?
I don't know where to start, but I would I would first
We
start.
finally got to the question.
I would first start by thanking you sincerely for the support that you've shown throughout the years. You were there 10 years ago when there were, nary a positive view, and you were there supporting it, and you were there supporting it this time around at our scoping meetings. In a difficult, not all rooms that we held these scoping meetings were supportive, and you were there for the, from some of the difficult meetings, and I appreciate your positive words and your always being there to support the project. Agree with your comments on the cost of the project. We set the budget at a very embryonic stage. We feel that this is the appropriate cost based on all the work that we've done, and we've really delved into it. I would just point out one clarification that the amended capital program has the $1.95 billion altogether because it includes the $0.45 million that is from New York State DOT, which is largely covers State DOT related types of costs. So the increment is still there. It's just a little bit smaller than you said. And regarding the cost of the garages are quite expensive. We have one garage which is in the base scope, and 4 garages which are separately in completion scope, each identified separately, so that we have opportunities to work with public-private partnership. We may not, if we have the right combination of development and willingness on the village's part, and it works out well, we won't have to spend all that funds. We can get some funding from the private sector to help complete those garages. So we are looking for every opportunity that's out there, and we'll be aggressive in pursuing them.
Andrew?
What were the pricing from the other 2, the unsuccessful bidders in this thing?
One was more or less the same, although in the end they were judged from a technical standpoint to be less desirable than third-track constructors, and one was significantly higher. Significantly meaning hundreds of millions of dollars higher.
Jamie?
So, Mr. Chair, I don't even know who to direct my commentary to, and I'm not sure if there's a thought, actually, a question in it more than a thought. But
There's
a
always
thought.
a
There is a
thought.
thought, for sure. I don't know if there's a question. You know, you sit on this board, and you would think, being a board member, you're inside baseball and what happens at the MTA. And you're very much not, is how I feel sitting here today, unless my memory is failing me. I think that on the capital amendment, as you just mentioned, it was about a $2 billion cost. I think that the first time that I heard it was going to be $2.6 billion was in a board briefing a few days ago. And now I sit here today voting on an expenditure that's about 30% higher, $600 million higher than I last knew and last voted on. And then I'll have a finance committee meeting later today where I'm to vote on the same expenditure, preceding a vote in 2 days from now on the entire capital budget. And this is not isolated to this project or Long Island Railroad. It is the way that things work here at the MTA. And I don't know how one could put all that together and really understand it. And there's no opportunity to say on any particular expenditure, this one included, wow, I just found out a few days ago it was going to be $600 million more than the last thing I understood. So I'd like to understand that more. And how many new riders is that going to actually get us, and ask real questions about it and have a real iterative discussion? Because you need to vote later today as a board member on the actual capital budget that includes this and lots of other things that you might ask the same questions on. So I presume there's an inside baseball somewhere here at the MTA that's deciding that these things are going to get done, but it feels to me like, I don't know if it's a subset of my board members. I think it's not. I don't know where it lies. I'm not opposed in concept to this particular project or most of the other ones that we do. They all have value, but we're sitting here facing an ominous fiscal situation, and each of these feels like it warrants real consideration against whether you can have value capture, how many incremental riders is it going to drive, and all those things. And again, I'm picking this one only because it's the one in front of us. But we don't have those conversations. They come to us at a speed and in a sequence that it feels like is designed to not have iterative discussion. So I don't know what to do about it, because you guys have done very hard work on this, and you've been at it for a long time. And it needs to all be voted on today, it sounds like, but it leaves some of us with discomfort at the very least.
Chuck?
I just want to check something. Am I correct that as this project has evolved, as the governor has intervened to make it a viable project, that we have taken pieces that were previously separate and added them to the overall project? For example, the issue of grade crossings has always been approached separate and apart from the concept of third track. There are a variety of things that have now apparently been put into one package. Is that understanding correct?
Grade crossings were always discussed in the context of third track discussion, but never in the past have all the grade crossing eliminations throughout the corridor been included. And that is why we have the $450 million input from State DOT for that type of work.
Any other questions? Norman, sorry, go ahead.
There's two lions in front of the New York Public Library, Patience and Fortitude. You apparently had them working for you in this project. I like Veronica. I go back a long time with this project, and I applaud your patience and fortitude in getting this through. And, you know, the numbers, yeah, the numbers are disconcerting, the inflation here in the end. But one particular item of that I'd like you to sort of bore into is the sound attenuation walls. Were they always a part of the project, and or were they added as part of this iteration?
Well, retaining walls were always part of the project, because with the use of retaining walls, we avoided property takings. We'd otherwise we'd have to push the earth so we can use ours.
I'm
The
aware,
sound
Ms.
attenuation walls, in many cases, are part and parcel of the retaining walls, and that was part of, and product of our discussions with the communities and getting them comfortable with the project that they were heretofore dead set against.
But there are sound attenuation walls that are not part of the structural walls, too, that continue in the entire corridor, correct?
They don't continue throughout the entire corridor, but yes, you are correct that some portion of the sound attenuation is not atop retaining walls.
Yeah, Norman, if I can, those areas are primarily when we go through a residential area.
Right,
Okay.
unless the residential area is in Queens. So this is my point, is that the sound attenuation walls are something that, something the highways get as a matter of course that the railroad does not get. And I suggest that you would have a lot less problems with the NIMBYs throughout New York City and certainly western Nassau were you to extend those sound attenuation walls. It won't put new asses in the seat, which was Jamie's thing. These are not things, what will add new asses in the seat is better service, which the corridor should provide as well. But this is a very valuable thing for the entirety of New York and something to equalize the balance between rail transportation and road transportation.
Susan?
I'd like to speak to the bigger issue that I think Jamie raised. I've been around a long time and I've watched this project grow, and I understand the need for it. I understand how much support it has. But I think you also have to understand that projects this big that take this long to come to fruition and get changed so much are very difficult for a board member who's been on the board for a long time to follow and understand. And I can't even imagine what it must be like to a new board member who comes in and gets blasted with a $2.6 billion request. My suggestion is, we've all been talking about the run-up time, the need for more competition. That's Andrew's comment, and we all feel the same way. It would be helpful to the board if there were, for each of these major projects, a base document that grows over time. Where did you start? What happened then? Why didn't we build it? How many people does it serve? What other connections are made? Is this part of East Side Access? Is that how we should look at this? Growing documents, and they don't have to be big. And sometimes you guys are a little over wordy. You can be succinct, but a new board member should get a little packet that explains each and every capital project, where it started and why we are where we are, even those that aren't going anywhere, because we still have other projects out there that hopefully will revive. I've got one of my favorites. It just would be, I'll tell you later. It would just be more helpful, and it would give us all more run-up time so that we have enough time to feel like we're thinking and that we're really exercising the right discipline in evaluating what we approve. So thank you.
Jamie, do you want to add something? Go
A
ahead.
question for you, John. I think the East Side Access question is a good one, and my understanding is to a degree they work in concert. I think largely intentionally, and they're important to each other, this project and East Side Access. I think it helps frame one's thoughts as they need to vote on this to understand, are you aware of, are we going to speak about in the near future any significant increase in the cost of East Side Access that you're aware of right now?
I was asked this earlier in this committee meeting, and I repeated what I said at the October CPOC meeting, which is that I went through a process of evaluating what was going on in East Side Access. It took a few months. I reported to the board in October that I saw significant problems, that I had a plan of 6 or 7 approaches that I thought were necessary to address them from a budget and schedule standpoint, and that I needed more time to evaluate would they be effective in managing budget and schedule exposure. I also reiterated that we continue to drive towards the existing schedule and budget, but I think I was open with the board about, I don't know yet whether there are some additional risks. That's not something I can tell you today, but we had a colloquy earlier where I said I will try to come back in the next few months to give you my best estimate of where things stand.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead. Finish. Go ahead.
Well, I guess I struggle a little bit. So, you have no, when you say you see significant risk, you have no way to put a metric on that as to if that's a sub 1 billion, north of 1 billion, on East Side access. I mean, because it does frame and inform this a little bit differently. If one new East Side access was going to cost, was at risk to cost 100 million more or 5 billion more? And we're very much disconnecting that data point from something that is somewhat related right now.
It wouldn't be fair to you to just throw a number out there, because obviously when you're talking about risk to a project, principally the schedule, if the schedule extends, that is a big driver of budget growth. So right now we're focusing on, we have 20 months of float in the schedule right now. And I've reported again and again to CPOC about where that stands, and the IEC gives their view of where that float is. We've not exhausted that float. There's no reason to say that that float has been used up at this point. But as the IEC reported, and I actually agreed with it, there is risk because the project's fallen behind on systems testing. I can't tell you exactly what that means. Right now, we are actually shifting to an emphasis on systems testing in order to address that risk. That's what project management is. You identify risks and you go at them. So I don't want to just throw out a number and say...
Fair enough, but then, as these projects usually go, and in my professional life, I know we usually know roughly what a month of delay costs on a major project.
Well, right now we have, I believe, 18 to 20 months of float in the schedule that has not been used up. So I'm not prepared to say that the schedule is...
Which is fine.
Yeah.
But do you have a sense of what a month cost?
Not offhand. I'm happy to try to get into that with you.
I mean, and I hear what you're saying about it not being fair to us, and probably not to you either, to have you answer that before you have all the relevant facts. The challenge with it is, but we have to vote on this now, and it does tie to that, right? I mean, so it's a little bit of a challenge, but I understand.
Well, in fairness, I would say this project now is funded within the budget for this capital program for this project.
I understand that, but
with the inclusion of the State of Good Repair funds that Long Island is contributing, the overage that you're talking about relative to where it was in the past is in the next program.
I know, but this is the other thing that happens at the MTA. So when we come to vote on that in 2019, we'll be $2 billion into this, and we'll be told, well, if you don't approve this money, it's going to cost you more to wind this project down than or these are the type of things you sometimes hear, than to just continue it. I mean, you're really voting on the whole 2.6 now across whatever period of time it takes, because at the point you start this, you got to finish it. So I'm afraid to look at it that way. I get what you're saying. We're not increasing the current capital budget from the $2 billion we approved in the amendment, and I get that. But you are committing to the full spend, really, because you can't then not approve the last $600 million or whatever it might be when you get there, I think. But I get what you're saying.
Ira?
I'm still a little bit unclear about how much this really has increased, because one small question, because it's late. The amount in the capital plan as recently approved, did that include DOT funding or not?
The amount in the capital plan does include the DOT funding.
Okay, I mean, as a, it's in the blue pages, that's,
Right, there's a line in the blue pages,
right,
that says reserve for grade, right under reserve for Long Island Railroad expansion, reserve for Long Island Railroad expansion grade crossing, and that's the 450.
And so that we expected to get, that's money we expected from state DOT, and we're going to get from state DOT for this project.
Yes.
So Okay, so the increase is almost $1 billion in this project total, and is a portion of that is the additional parking.
Well, the way, right, there was parking that was considered, it's not like the parking was the add-on. I think it's the totality of the work executed over the time frame with the complexity of an operating railroad and the innovations that we were able to put into it.
Okay. Anyway,
I think it's also fair to say that the amount in this capital plan, the 15 to 19 plan, was never intended, at least in my understanding, to finance the entire project. It was what was intended in the 15 to 19 plan to move the project along. There was always an intention to have a component in the 20 to 24 plan. So the part of the additional funding is that component which had not been identified yet because we haven't gotten to the 20 to 24 plan. I think that's a fair, because we could not obviously finish it 15 to 19 in that regard.
Yes, I agree. Right. That's the next thing I was going to say. I just wanted to get what we were talking about here. And yeah, right. It was always over two. This project was always supposed to be over two plans, and that it's being completed by the end of 2022 is, as I pointed out in the brief, it's an aggressive schedule, one that I didn't expect because of the way it was bridged across two plans. The Long Island Communities Council, I just want to say this, the Long Island Communities Council strongly supports this project, has always strongly supported this project. As far as value capture, I think there's going to have to be a long-term discussion with entities on Long Island about zoning. And when you talk about reverse commuting, you're talking about jobs on Long Island and where people coming from and going to. And I think, maybe I'm one of the few New Yorkers who think it would be a great thing that people in Queens will be able to commute to work on Long Island at jobs on Long Island. Because to me, you shouldn't always just, it'd be a great thing for Queens. You can go either way and get a job or stay in Queens and get a job. It's great for the region, it's great for everyone. So that's something not only we have to be engaged with, but I think the state government also has to be engaged with. You know, one of the issues here, and I noticed it in a supplementary memo, it did say that this will help Queens and Brooklyn people have jobs on Long Island. I will bring this up again, and I have, and Commissioner Brown with me has also brought this up. The scoot service to Brooklyn. It would be great if there was reverse, and I think you can do probably reverse commute through service. I don't know, it would be great to see that on the main line. If the demand is there, let's take a look at if the demand is there, and maybe at least do that, even with the current setup. I mean, I think it should be possible and it should be done, because otherwise Brooklyn will not get the benefit that is expected under this project.
Neil?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do applaud the comments of my neighbors to my right in terms of value capture, in terms of the larger scheme of financing this organization. I feel like this is just yet another skirmish in the fight for a sustainable financial future for the MTA. I've raised before with our overall chair the notion of how we think about what is a sustainable financial model overall. I think some of the committees you mentioned, like Scott is leading on cost of construction, will help, but there is a question where at some point shortfalls and near-term operating expense at which we see in 2020 and 2021, which are real and big numbers, $40 billion of debt that we'll have at some point when this plan is done. These are real questions. And this one program, I think it's a great thing for Long Island, so I would never stop on this one. But when you add up all the various programs we do, 2nd Avenue, Subways Phase 2, completing East Side Access and a potential for overrun if that's in fact the case, and Jan, no one's putting words in your mouth at that point, but I appreciate your sort of signaling what could be a consideration. I overall am deeply concerned and will continue to ask Chairman Loda that we take a viewpoint as a board as to what is a set of sources of sustainable funding. Many entities outside of this organization have those views, non-governmental entities, political entities, but we collectively don't yet have a view of when we hit bone, when we cannot spend any more, and I'm not going to litigate it here. We've already passed this capital plan. It was already approved months ago, and at least the page I'm looking at that has $1.95 billion for full design, and the grade crossings is already in here. I do have a question, though, for you, Elisa, which is the amount that would be in the next capital plan, those projects, those activities, are those separable have we defined what, you flashed it up briefly, but I didn't really capture whether those are separable, because my colleague to the north of Putnam County raised the question about whether we're, in for $1, in for $100. And so the question is, are we in for the whole amount, or is there a separability of the activities that are going to be in the next capital plan?
In answer to that, there's the elements for the next capital plan are in two buckets. One would be what we call the completion scope, which is laying the track, completing the systems work, and that sort of thing to get you that operable, up and running third track. The other elements are by location, separate options for each of the garages. So we would come.
So what I heard you say, it sounds like, is the first part, which could you just remind us the number of the first part? That does not sound separable. You kind of have to finish the tracks to have the project. But the second part you mentioned sounds separable. We could decide not to have another garage if we have a viewpoint that says, in fact, maybe another $32 billion capital plan is not in our future, or whatever the number is.
And we'll also pursue the public-private partnership to defray some of that cost.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, one of the advantages of the way the garage issue is being structured is it's designed to give us the opportunity to have an effective dialogue with the local communities about if we're going to provide parking, let's see if there's an opportunity, which is a win-win for everybody, to create something bigger that will, as you say, optimize both chance for transit-oriented development on that site and value capture, offsetting the cost of those garages. I have to say, in fairness, this is a highly developed corridor. The reason that there are such big safety issues here, there's not a lot of undeveloped land lying around. This is not a new transit line in a greenfield where you can really identify the impact of the creation of the transportation with the value. This is a busy, there are 2.8 million people living on Long Island, and a lot of them are living right adjacent to this facility. So it's a little, from a value capture standpoint, which is one of my passions, we are going to optimize the chance for it, but it has to be done really in collaboration with the local communities, which are already fully built.
It really bothers me to go ahead, and I'm sure the train's left the station here, and I'm sure this is going to be approved, but without really knowing where we stand, and I respect what you're saying, Jano, on the East Side access. One of the reasons the MTA is in the kind of shape we're in right now is the fact that these mega projects have eaten our capital budget alive. That's why we don't have new signals in the subway system. The stations look terrible. These mega projects, and here we're going to approve another one before we really know how much this East Side access is going to cost us, and this is part of East Side access. All these huge projects are a major reason why this system's in trouble today, in my opinion. And I really think that it's wrong to prove this project till we know how much that we're going to have to spend ultimately on this East Side access. I mean, the East Side access started out as, what, a $2.5 billion project? It's now, what, $11 billion or something like that? I mean, I've lost track of the numbers. They're so big. And we're not even near completion. When you add up what that's done to the rest of our capital program and our state of good repair, I don't think anybody has to be a real accountant to see what it's done. And I think that these big projects, I know everybody loves them and it sounds great and it's all great, and who knows if this is the end cost. I mean, like everybody said, it was estimated at $1.5 billion. Now we're getting ready here to approve, what, $1.9 billion with another $600 million to come. And I'll tell you something, I think as fiduciaries of this organization, you really need to think very seriously about this capital plan now. And to go do this thing here right now with all the problems we got, I think it's wrong.
I am loath to disagree with Andy Saul, whose expertise and knowledge base none can question. But it is time that we recognize that things change and that the people in Long Island are entitled to as much service as the people in the city of New York and in Westchester County. The third track is essential for the future of Long Island. Very few people could seriously quarrel with that. And yes, we are taking on major projects to try and develop this state, to return it again to the empire state of the nation. But it is clear that this costs money. And that is exactly why the chair of this board has appointed a scholar who knows construction in Scott Reckler to take a good hard look at construction and to see what we can do to make it more efficient, more cost efficient, and speedier. That is the kind of step that is required. But the quest for the perfect should not, in my view at least, preclude the good. And the good here is that the people of Long Island are entitled to more. I thank you.
Yeah, well, you stall a project for 12 years, it adds to the cost. So I think some of the NIMBY people that resisted this 40 years, well, I try to be kind with the numbers. And really, this is the part of this is not, and the stalling here is not because we couldn't figure out how to put in the sound attenuation walls. We were politely going to, on bended knee, to beg to the neighbors who bought a house next to the right-of-way to please let us run more trains along their right-of-way. So that drove a lot of this inflation. It doesn't defend any other inflation in it. Now, as to the value capture aspect of it, as Giano pointed out, it's a developed corridor. It's a developed corridor because there's been a railroad there since 1835, among other things. So when it comes to value capture, perhaps we should be looking at capturing some of that value that's buried in those real estate values along the right-of-way. Now, in that regard, the PPP possibilities here for the parking garages, I think what Giano said, I support 100%. If you can marry the parking garage to some other sort of development, you really have something where you get both aspects of it. But parking has become the greatest limit on the use of the Long Island Railroad and Metro North, where parking sets, how much parking you have determines how many riders you're going to get. Now, in that regard, it's $84 million to get down to real numbers here for me. How many parking spaces will we get for $84 million? That's and believe me, I had a question all along. I just get carried away with the speaker.
Yeah. I think we have it here somewhere, but I'll look for it and get it to you when I can find it.
At the risk of delaying us, I just want to say one thing about this procurement, because there are a lot of fair questions being raised. But it's also worth talking about the ways in which the procurement was done that is forward-looking, consistent with issues the board has raised. It's a design-build procurement. It is really designed to maximize the innovation of the private sector. There was Elisa mentioned the 9 separate meetings that were had with each of the proposing teams to really get into the details of risk allocations, means and methods, and how could the private sector figure out how to do this cheaper. And there was a major result as an outcome of that process. The track alignment was optimized in a way that saved significant time, money, and reduced the number of outages required, full weekend outages, from something like 48 down to 15. So this was a procurement. It was done design build. It was done in sort of negotiated best value RFP, and it really brought into the process a lot of thinking about risk allocation, about how do we address, the way that we drive up our own costs by throwing risks at contractors that they then just price the heck out of. So while I understand that all the issues that you're raising about the outcome, legitimate topics of conversation, but I just don't want it to be lost that there was a lot of good work done that yielded approaches and outcomes that this board has pressed for the MTA to utilize, and I was impressed with them when I arrived in the middle of the process.
Jamie?
And you bring up a good point, Giano, and it's important to recognize at least the frustrations that I express are not directed at you guys, and in a way it must feel a little deflating to hear some of these things, because you go and you have executed on, I think, increasingly the kind of efficiencies the board has pushed and asked you to, and you were really just tasked with going and finding the right solution to the overarching project at hand, and you guys went and did that. And so that's why earlier I said I'm not even sure who to direct it to. But I do wonder, and Chuck, to your point, I'm not suggesting that the people of Long Island don't deserve this service. I'm just suggesting that we don't seem to know the full picture without understanding what Eastside Access may at least reasonably be thought to land at this point. And I feel like I don't have all the data points I need. I guess my question, Jana, was when do you think you would be in a position, if you had to guess, to say what Eastside Access might land at?
The key phrase in your question is when, if you had to guess, right? I've already said in response to the question that I'll come back in the first quarter of 2018 and give you my best estimates, clearly germane to the discussions that you're having.
And so I guess I do wonder, given the magnitude and the duration of this project, do they need to be disconnected? The approval of this budget and this project from knowing what Eastside Access is going to cost?
The only way to keep on the transactional nature of this project and the work that needs to be done is to hopefully, with the consent of the board, approve this project today and on Wednesday. You know, there's a lot of work, a lot of preliminary work that has to get done. As Jano and Elisa, you know, and those of us who live there know, this is in a congested area. You don't walk 10 feet from the train line and find somebody who lives there. That's what you find on Long Island. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It's how Long Island developed over the years. So, you know, I think it's important to move this project forward today if the committee and the board feel appropriate to do so. Jano will come back, as he indicated, in the first quarter of 2018 with his better understanding and recommendations with regard to Eastside Access. I don't want to prejudge either changes in timing or changes in cost. They may or may not occur in that regard. But, you know, I think that's understanding the relationship between the two projects. They are also unrelated in conjunction with the necessity of this project to move forward, probably even if there was no Eastside Access. This project provides significant benefits to Long Island, to the region, with regard to reverse commuting, which does not exist on Long Island at the moment, with regard to redundancy, with regard to safety. So I understand completely its connection to Eastside Access, but I also understand completely why it is separately a tremendously important project for the island. And I would, you know, urge my fellow board members to move the project forward in that regard.
Okay.
I would, Jamie, and then Neil, you had something else? If not, I was going to move the question. In that, unless you had something else you wanted to add, Neil.
I do. Back to the separability. I just want to come back to this. I'm looking, when I look at it, this does also include, I just want to be clear, the part we're voting on is the part only that's funded by the existing 15 and 19 capital plan, or are we also funding things that would be part of the 20 to 24 capital plan?
You're voting on the total contract value, an option of which would be exercised in the next capital program.
And that option would be based on whether we actually had the funding in the next capital plan.
That's
correct.
We can't commit funds for the 20 to 24 plan because the 20 to 24 plan is not before us in any facet. Perfect. When it is before us in its totality, incorporated in that will be these funds for this project with their purpose at that time.
And I completely agree. I'm not willing to relitigate the 15 to 19 capital plan that already has the 1.95 billion in it for this work. I just want to clarify that separability point.
I understand. I would, if no one else has any concerns, it's been an excellent conversation and discussion. A project of this size, magnitude, and importance requires this type of discussion, and I commend my fellow board members for their questions. I commend our staff for their answers. I would move the contract. Susan seconds. Any other discussion? John, you want to say something? Second. John will second it in that regard from Nassau County. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain?
I'm going
Jamie and Andrew?
to abstain only.
You have that? I understand. You have that? Okay. The project, the procurement is approved to send to finance. I want to thank my fellow board members for their tremendous expertise and analysis of the project. This is for someone who's been working on this project for 45 years, just in my professional career, and I'm sure there may be people at the railroad who've been working on it for longer than that. This is a tremendous movement forward and a tremendous achievement for Long Island, so I thank my fellow board members for their confidence in moving the project. I think that finishes the Long Island Railroad procurements. Now we're going to do MTACC. David?
Good morning. Capital Construction's procurement package this month totals $107 million and begins on page 145. There are no non-competitive items this month. There are 3 competitive items totaling $104.1 million. I will highlight the first item only. The first item requests board approval of the award of a publicly advertised, competitively solicited personal service contract to Arab Jacobs Joint Venture for project management consulting services for the Long Island Railroad expansion project for a not-to-exceed amount of $99,996,196 and for a 5-year term. This includes a base contract of 3 years and 2 one-year options. Under this contract, the selected proposer will serve as a project manager and work as part of an integrated team with MTACC, the Long Island Railroad, and the New York State Department of Transportation and other consultants to manage the project. The project manager will provide services and resources that include commercial and operational management, design and construction compliance oversight, and community outreach. 4 proposals were received in answer to the request for proposal. A selection committee consisting of members from MTACC and the Long Island Railroad evaluated the technical proposals, listened to oral presentations from all 4 proposals, and then evaluated the technical, the cost proposals against the established criteria. Once that was completed, the scores were combined, and afterwards, the Arab Jacobs joint venture was the highest ranked proposal both technically and overall. The selection committee therefore unanimously recommended that negotiations be conducted with Arab Jacobs as their proposal offered the best overall value to the MTA, both technically and cost-wise. Negotiations were held and focused on direct labor rates, overhead, and fee. Upon conclusion of the negotiations, a best and final offer was requested. The Arab Jacobs JV submitted a BAFO of $89,996,196 for the base plus options, which was a decrease of approximately $11.8 million off their original proposal and compares favorably to the MTACC estimate. MTACC has added a $10 million task order allowance to the base contract for the retention of additional services and professionals with specific expertise that might be required during the course of this project. These task orders will be issued at MTACC's sole discretion, and each task order will contain a specific scope of work, budget, and schedule, and will be separately negotiated. Although we are requesting approval of the full contract amount, the contract will be initially awarded for the base contracts not to exceed amount of $66,818,615. The 2 one-year options of $18,059,922 and $15,177,659 will be exercised upon receipt of additional funding when it becomes available through the approved 2020-2024 capital program. I'd like to mention that this, the budget for this contract is included in the presentation that was offered earlier during this committee meeting. This item and the 2 other competitive items are submitted for your consideration and vote.
Questions on any of these items? Jamie?
Just make sure I heard the end of that. So it was included in the $2.6 billion?
Yes.
Okay.
It just has to be let separately. Any other questions or comments on these?
This is not
Chuck?
on the ratifications, correct?
This is on, no, this is on the competitive for capital construction only. Any other questions? I'll move these items. Or a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Kathy, Metro North.
No, we have
Oh,
one.
I'm sorry.
Note, I'm going to abstain because I don't know that you could abstain from the other one and then
Oh.
sanely not abstain from this.
Oh, okay. Well, you can, you just don't want to.
Mr. Chair, I have one
Now
more
we got,
item.
right, now we're going to do the ratification?
There is one ratification item totaling $2.9 million, and this item is submitted for your consideration and vote.
Chuck, you had a question on this item? Go right ahead.
This is Ansaldo.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, I will reluctantly vote for this item for one reason and only one. And that is that I am advised by management that there is no other option and that the work must be done immediately. Some would hope that I would stop at that point, but let me tell you why I say reluctantly. Ansaldo, as I have pointed out over the years, is a subsidiary of Hitachi. Hitachi's record includes, in 2016, bid rigging, conviction, guilty plea, fine. Bribery, guilty plea, fine. Engaging in a conspiracy to restrain trade, guilty plea, fine. Price fixing, guilty plea, fine. Price fixing, bid rigging, this goes on and on and on. It makes one wonder whether this kind of activity is part of the DNA of that company and whether or not that company as a whole, Hitachi, is engaged in doing this as part of its cost of doing business. I will approve this. I will vote for it because I'm told that there is no competitor. I'm told that the work must be done. But I must ask the following. I strongly recommend that a monitor be appointed to make sure that they comply with the law, number one. That is not unique. We have done it in the past in the construction area, and we have done it with MTACC. I recommend strongly that we do that. Number two, Hitachi has been barred by the Workers' Compensation Board from doing any business in New York, various of its subsidiaries. I want to be sure that the employees of Ansaldo and the employees of allied agencies and subcontractors are covered by workers' comp. I want to be damn sure that people don't get hurt and then left hanging out to dry. With respect, Mr. Chairman, I really believe these are constructive suggestions warranted under very grave circumstances, and I thank you.
I think Jano heard you, David heard you. We will make sure that those things happen. I can assure you of that. Any other questions on this item? If not, I make a motion to approve. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay. Metro North.
Okay, good morning. There are three procurements in this month's package totaling $110,714,632. There is one non-competitive procurement in the amount of $498,160 and one competitive procurement in the amount of $18,730,572. There is one walk-in procurement action, a competitive procurement in the amount of $91,485,900. And in the interest of time, I'll just highlight the walk-in procurement and a contract award under the Enhanced Station Initiative to Halmar International in a not-to-exceed amount of $91,485,900 for the design and construction improvements at 5 stations: White Plains, Harlem 125th Street, Crestwood, Portchester, and Riverdale. The ESI program's focus is on improving the customer's experience and the development of underlying station aesthetics through design innovation. M&R utilized the two-step design-build approach, evaluating qualifications, technical approach, and cost. In an effort to garner as much competition as possible, M&R conducted an extensive outreach in advance of this formal procurement. M&R met with both contractors and designers and also contacted multiple New York State contracting associations. These meetings were very well attended by the contracting community. Halmar has proven a record with Metro-North Railroad in completing projects on time and on budget. The proposed not-to-exceed contract value is very favorable to M&R's engineer's estimate. The enhancements that will be accomplished under this contract will result in stations that are cleaner and brighter and will have modern amenities incorporated throughout. In addition to the station enhancements, White Plains will be receiving a considerable amount of SGR work. May I please have a vote on these three procurements?
Questions on either of the two items in the book or the walk-in item on the Enhanced Station Initiative? Ira.
Quickly on the walk-in item, it did say that a strong emphasis was placed on familiarity and past experience in working in and around Metro-North stations. I just, that's something maybe to look at the procurement task force to look at is how does that restrict who gets selected for this contract? That may be a very good criteria to use. I mean, we want to do that, but we have to be cognizant. Doing that means we have less competition, and that's, you know, there's a balance there. And there was this whole, you did say there was this whole effort to reach out, but then if you're going to make it that a contractor has to not has to, but it's they're strongly preferred if they have experience, it tends to close out new people. So I don't know if that's what happened here.
You said it exactly right. It was a balance for us to figure out how we were going to shortlist, but the complexities around White Plains Station are significant, and that's why I brought it to everybody's attention that we were, in fact, restrictive to make sure that, in fact, we had people who were not going to delay the railroad and or impact the city of White Plains.
Is it, this contract isn't just for White Plains, is it?
No.
No, but
yeah, so I mean, maybe we could have, I'm not saying go back and do it, but maybe someone else might. Maybe then White Plains is done like that, and the others are packaged in a different way where you can open it up to, depending on how we want to look at our procurements and how much competition versus experience we want, because if you go out to a new contractor, to understand we may wind up in a situation where there are additional work orders or incomplete work or some issues involved. But I think that's for our, that's something for us to take a look at. That balance also goes in many other ways with design, build, and elsewhere.
Yeah. I'll make sure that issue is brought to the new procurement subcommittee, because it is a very important aspect. How much is experience a part of what we want to do, as opposed to does that in any way reduce the number of prospective bidders? It's an interesting context, but I will make sure that we bring that to their attention. Veronica? Veronica first. Chuck, go ahead. Go ahead.
Two brief comments. I want to applaud the team for looking or responding to many Metro-North committee members' concerns and requests about the cost of this procurement. It was a source of a lot of discussion, and I really want to applaud the team for revisiting the cost structure here and those who bid on the proposal. My second comment is around the White Plains Metro-North station. It is, I understand why that particular station is getting a good deal of the resources of this contract. A lot of that has to do with the new bus service that will run in the Tappan Zee Bridge corridor, and this has been an ongoing project. I would say, and this is a comment not necessarily for MTA, but for the general public, that I do think the state and state DOT should consider adding some additional funds in the state budget cycle next year to support this project, because this is a project of New York State DOT and New York State Thruway Authority. They have already put in capital funds already for this new bus system. They have awarded a $1 million grant to the city of White Plains to undertake and look at improved transit and pedestrian mobility around the transit district there. But I do think that the state has an additional obligation to support this project on the capital side in the next state fiscal year and budget.
Any other questions or comments? Chuck?
Just a suggestion, if I may. This is a perfect area, if I may suggest it, Jano, for value capture. Most of the parking lots along at least the Hudson line on Metro-North are owned or long-term leased by Metro-North. And they would provide a valuable opportunity for transit-oriented development, whether it be development there or parking garages, as you may see for some of the Bronx sites. I think this is an area where value capture may have some value, and I know at your add to your long list of things you got to look at, the possibility here.
Yeah, White Plains especially, the city is engaged in an ongoing process with respect to TOD around the station environment. So there may be the opportunity, certainly at White Plains specifically, to partner with selected developers in terms of access to the station sometime down the line. So we are actively working with the city of White Plains in terms of TOD around that station. That seems to be a very promising area where we may be able to enter into partnership on a TOD type project.
You will recall that over the course of the past few years, we've had nibbles at the various parking lots where people want to buy the rights so that they can have a crossover, or where people wanted to construct housing in the parking lot. The Harrison example is one. I just think we need to look at that anew and determine where are the opportunities, if any, for value capture in this area and along the right-of-way of the Metro North area.
Yeah, absolutely. We have TOD staff that works very closely with JANO's staff in terms of identifying opportunities throughout the territory. And, you know, with the board's new emphasis or renewed emphasis on value capture, those efforts are continuing unabated.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I would move the 3 procurements, the 2 in the book and the walk-in. Is there a second? Susan seconds. Any questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All 3 are approved. There are in the book all of the different operational reports. Does anybody have any questions on any of the operational reports for either Kathy or Pat? If not, motion to adjourn. Second. Thank you all very, very much.
We can find our seats. The Transit and Bus Committee will be called to order in a couple of minutes. Good morning. Transit and Bus Committee meeting for December is called to order. Are there any members of the public who are registered and wish to speak?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. We have 5 public speakers this morning. Before we begin, I would like to remind all the public speakers they have 2 minutes to speak. The first public speaker is Cassandra Rafucci, and she'll be followed by Liz Patrick.
Good morning, Chairman Ferrer, Transit and Bus Committee members. My name is Cassandra Rafucci. I would like to express to all of you about unreliable B1 buses in Gravesend, Brooklyn, where I reside at. I live along the B1 bus line, and during the summertime, it is impossible to get on a bus. And especially, this bus is a beach route. It covers Brighton Beach and Manhattan Beach. The simple solution is to provide more buses, especially along the B1 bus route during the summertime. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rafucci. The next speaker is Liz Patrick, and she'll be followed by David Paul Gerber.
Hello, I'm Liz Patrick from the East 72nd Street Neighborhood Association. For the last 7 months, I've spoken before this committee seeking help with the unreliable local bus service on the Upper East Side, citing the detrimental impact it's having on our seniors and families with small children. Well, today I'm pleased to report that our concerns have been acknowledged and that a multidisciplinary team is engaged to mitigate some of those traffic-related issues which are wreaking havoc on the crosstown bus schedules, notably the M72, 66, and 31. At the invitation of President Eyrick, my colleague Valerie Mason and I met with Daryl and his senior management team on November 15th to discuss the traffic impediments and related bus bunching and overcrowding that occurs at rush hours. That meeting was followed by a walking tour of the York Avenue Hospital corridor last Thursday morning. 15 of us toured from 62nd to 74th. We noted the obstacles related to the 5 exits and entrances to the FDR. We also stopped by the 2 active construction sites, the Hospital for Special Surgery River building over the FDR, as well as the new MSK outpatient facility. We were fortunate to have Ed Pinkar and Janet Jenkins amongst us. From our tour, a number of tactical quick hits have been identified for implementation: a school bus loading zone on 68th Street between Lex and 3rd, New York City traffic agents to be stationed at 71st and 73rd, those exits and entrances to the FDR, and increased enforcement of parking violations. Further study and input is needed from DOT to determine the impact of the new facilities on the York Avenue traffic patterns. And while we have much work to do before our Upper East Side buses can perform as scheduled, our community is extremely pleased with this new collaboration between the MTA bus and the DOT. We're determined that with everyone's hard work, we're going to get through this in the next few months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Patrick. Next speaker is David Paul Gerber. Mr. Gerber will be followed by Murray Bowden. Excuse me.
Good morning, everyone. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays otherwise. Regarding the MTA Subway Action Plan, I always see on Twitter, it's a ritual. Queens Boulevard line is always delayed, E, F, and R, because of construction. This is due to CBTC work up to 2020-2021. My recommendation with the lines here, if there are 3 lines running on one track, especially on weekends, I have some possible recommendations. I don't know if these will work, but you can consider. Consider short-turning the R train at Queens Plaza from Manhattan. In doing so, that you can utilize the 5th track, and E and F can actually add 1 train per hour to compensate for crowded conditions. As I also know that, as I also observe, I'm not in Queens, I don't observe personally, the R is a very slow, unreliable line on weekend. It's very unpopular on people on local stations. The same can be said for the 3 line during the Clark Street reconstruction. If they're running on 3 lines on one track, just eliminate the 3 line. It's unpopular move in Harlem. But then at the same time, you can also improve service that way. Same thing with the C. If the A, C, and D are running on one track, eliminate the C. These are usually lines that are also served by other lines here. Consider that as well, if it's operation feasible. Secondly, just a quick note, I hope the NYPD continues its aggressive efforts toward placard abuse. There has been a number of fake MTA, New York City DOT, New York City Transit Authority placards. Some of them so funny, they even have the original 1968 MTA seal and New York City Transit Authority 1963 seal on them. It's ridiculous then for the NYPD not to give tickets and tow them, and better yet, have it work with DOI in arresting these individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerber. The next speaker is Murray Bowden, and Mr. Bowden will be followed by Omar Vera.
New York City Transit should be complimented on the prototype open rail car that's now on display. I haven't had a chance to see it, but I've seen open rail cars elsewhere in the world. It's a major step forward. How do you get that information to Metro North and Long Island Railroad? You're progressing correctly. You hired a new transit man from Toronto who has excellent subways. Long Island Railroad just ordered a whole bunch of new married pair. So you have, for an 8-car train, you have 6 extra control cabs, unnecessary. You're missing the seats, unnecessary. You're doing it right, intelligently. You're running a good department here. Metro North is not. Neither is Long Island Railroad. Metro North is putting a red box in Roaring Brook, which is against the law, on the advice of New York State DOT, which is also wrong, and nobody can stop them from doing illegal and wrong things. You got 1,000 red, white boxes all over New York City. Polly has them out there. Thank you, Polly. You do it well. Metro North Canada. This is about people going off and doing their own thing without following the rules that are universally accepted. You're doing it right. You're progressive, and you compliment you on that. How do you translate that to the other organizations here at the MTA?
Thank you, Mr. Bowden. The next speaker is Omar Vera.
Good morning, MTA Transit Committee, and welcome back to the final meeting of 2017. Unlike 2016, though, we did have a lot of bumps this year because of the massive delays that occurred after the Chairman Prendergast stepped down this past January. Of course, and after the opening of the Second Avenue Subway. Well, Second Avenue Subway is almost a year old, and I must say, it was great. The first year was great, despite all the subway delays, though. But I'm glad you're actually turning it around because you recently hired Andy Byford, legendary transit man from the London Underground, as well as from the transit systems of Sydney and Toronto, so covering a bunch of the major cities in the Anglosphere. from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to the dominions of Australia and Canada. Now he's coming to the United States of America. Welcoming him in New York City. He can turn this around. Since he turned Toronto around from 2012 onward, he can turn New York City around, and we all welcome him when he comes in January. And Mr. Byford, I welcome you here when I see you. All right. I also like to talk about one more thing. What happened this morning at the Port Authority bus terminal, that area, apparently a terror attack occurred. Apparently. And unfortunately, of course, the subway lines had to be rerouted up there. The Times Square Port Authority complex had to temporarily close. But like I said, we thankfully it could have been worse. It could have been worse. And I mentioned this to a good friend of mine, who I might have mentioned. She's the assistant micro kitchen manager at Google. Every time the meeting's here, you have a meeting here, I always accompany her on the subway every month. But in any case, just for safety issues. In any case, have a happy New Year, happy holidays, and hope to see you all back here in January with new Transit President Andy Byford. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. Mr. Chairman, that was the last speaker.
Thank you. The minutes from the November meeting are in the committee book. May I have a motion to approve in a second? Is there any change or comment on the minutes? If there is none, been moved and seconded, all in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? The minutes are accepted. Are there any changes to the work plan? There are none. And then are any questions or comments on the proposed 2018 work plan, which is in your committee book? Okay. Then I'll ask Acting President Eng to make his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to say that this morning's incident that occurred uptown near 42nd Street is a stark reminder of the need for all of us to remain vigilant. And I'm happy to say that our first responders were very prompt and did their due diligence in terms of that response. And it's important for me to say thank you to all of the first responders. And I'd also like to thank all of the staff at New York City Transit for their timely response and appropriate response in terms of being able to support the incident and to ensure that our riders could remain safe throughout this whole incident. And before I get on to my remarks, I believe that Deputy Inspector Christine Bestenbach would like to say a few words with regards to this. You want to wait? Okay, then I'll just move on. And all right. So I'm pleased to report that New York City Transit continues to make progress towards improving service and providing a more reliable commute for our riders. The recent efforts by our workforce to not only implement all the elements of the Subway Action Plan, but to change the way we can accomplish this work in a more productive and cost-effective manner is reducing the number of incidents causing delays for our riders. This includes work on the tracks, signals, power, cars, and infrastructure. And we are starting to stabilize the system and will continue to prioritize work to ensure that we use our best of our resources in the most efficient manner. Acting Senior VP of Subways, Frank Zizicki, actually Jackie Cools will be covering for him as Frank is still handling the response this morning. We'll be providing you a further update with specifics of the elements a little bit later on the overall plan. The success of the plan hinges on our ability to think differently and to identify opportunities that allow us to perform a huge amount of maintenance and repairs across the entire system. Since the start of the action plan in July, we have strived to balance the 24/7 needs of our customers against the need to accomplish critical work. By starting overnight track closures at 10 p.m. instead of midnight, we have increased production significantly. We are looking to build on the success, as well as other strategies such as Fast Track that we've used in the past, and we know that we can minimize impacts to our riders by shortening the overall duration of construction. As such, we plan to perform reliability improvement work along the 53rd Street line, where we will install 4 miles of cable, replace track, repair signals, clean drains, and fix leaks in our system. Rather than having this work progress over 5 consecutive weekends, we will implement a 5-day closure of the 53rd Street Tunnel starting on December 26th and reopening early morning of December 31st. We will ensure that our riders will have service by rerouting the E to the F line between Roosevelt Avenue in Queens to West 4th Street in Manhattan. Ridership during this period is 15% lower than the average weekday and 44% lower than the average AM peak hour. And so we are developing a comprehensive communication strategy to ensure that our customers are well informed, allowing them to travel and reach their destinations appropriately. Keeping our customers better informed is an important component of the Subway Action Plan. So I want to thank our customers for their patience through all the ongoing work and all the upcoming work. So while we seek to stabilize the system and improve reliability, it is this work that will allow us the time to continue to build towards the future. And we're committed to providing our riders an improved commute. Reliability is a key aspect, but so is comfort as we look to modernize our subway system. New York City Transit hosted its first ever new technology car open house, unveiling a prototype of the R211 subway car. The event ran from November 30th through December 6th and served the dual purpose of giving customers a glimpse of the future while affording us an opportunity to solicit their feedback, which is very important to us. The R211 cars will feature wider doors to speed up boarding process. The cars will also include digital displays with real-time information, brighter lighting, signage, and safety graphics. Another first for New York City Transit, the contract for the R211 cars will feature as a pilot program an open gangway located at the ends of the cars to help increase capacity. Customer comments have been positive so far and constructive to date. All comments will be considered and shared with our car manufacturer and our car equipment division to help guide decisions on design elements for the new cars. We plan to bring the R211 contract to the committee shortly, and with the manufacturer being required to deliver and begin testing new cars in 2020. And finally, I would like to take a moment to reiterate, in my short time as acting president for this agency, it has been a privilege to work with all of the staff at New York City Transit. As we've announced, Andy Byford was selected to take the reins as the next president of New York City Transit. He's expected to start in mid-January, and Mr. Byford is an internationally renowned transit professional who is most recently known for his resurgence of Toronto's public transit system. I know he's excited to take on this challenge that lies ahead of us and lead this vital organization, and I look forward to working together with him in the new year. And I wish everyone a happy and healthy holiday season. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, President Eng. Mr. Juzicki could not be here right now. He's still at the scene of the incident at Times Square. So Jackie Kuhls will be making his report.
Good morning. As we reported last month, we continue to make progress implementing the Subway Action Plan, which aims to stabilize and improve the subway system. We'd like to highlight some of the progress and results to date, beginning with major incidents. There were a total of 64 weekday major incidents in October, which was 11% better than the 12-month average of 71.9. Comparing the last 4 months, July to October, to the first half of the year, weekday major signal incidents have declined by 25%. This follows the completion of hundreds of inspections and repairs of signal components, all part of the Subway Action Plan. We also saw improvement in track-related incidents. Comparing the last 4 months, July to October, to the first half of the year, weekday major track incidents have declined by 4.5%. Again, this followed repair of thousands of defects and the installation of miles of continuous welded rail. The subway car fleet performance continued an improving trend, with the October mean distance between failure at 123,168 miles. This is a 6.5% improvement from October 2016. The 12-month fleet mean distance between failure in October 2017 was 119,332, which was the 5th consecutive improvement in the 12-month moving average and 5.3% better than the 12-month moving average in October 2016. Touching briefly on the new subway performance indicators that are available on the MTA website, service delivered, additional platform time, and additional train time have all remained relatively stable. At last month's TA committee, questions were raised about whether we can report on right-of-way delay categories and about incidents that involve evacuation. We plan to report on these in February of each year so that we can summarize the full year results, since the February meeting will be based upon December data. As we enter the winter season, Subways has taken a variety of actions to be fully prepared for any weather impacts to our system. We've stocked our facilities with supplies of salt, sand, shovels, and other heavy-duty equipment that equip us to respond to snowfall in the metro area. In the event of a major storm, we will mobilize over 10,000 employees per day across our operations in order to serve our customers and keep trains running across the city. We recently completed our annual review of the Subway Winter Operations Plan, incorporating lessons from last winter and continuing to evolve our operations to meet the needs of our riders. We have 5 winter operations plans that feature escalating response based upon forecasted conditions. We enacted Plan 1 this past weekend. These plans call for a diversity of response from all operating divisions in the event of extreme cold, sleet and ice, and various levels of snowfall, up to and including blizzard conditions. Our protocols ensure we are ready by first standing up our incident command structure and mobilizing staff to respond effectively to extreme weather conditions. Our goal throughout the winter, as always, is to maintain safe, reliable service for our customers, regardless of the elements, and we are prepared to do so once again this winter, again as we demonstrated this past weekend. Finally, since this is the last Transit Committee meeting of 2017, the Subway's leadership team would like to take this opportunity to thank our customers for their patience with added service diversions, as we have increased work levels to facilitate reliability improvements via the Subway Action Plan. We know that the journey towards system-wide improvement of Subway service impacts the riding public, and we want to assure you that the Subway's team is working hard so that you will continue to see signs of stabilization and better service. We also want to thank the hardworking staff throughout the Department of Subways. Their many hours of work have contributed to the signs of system stabilization we are seeing now. This concludes our operating report. Thank you.
Are there any questions on that part of the operations report? Mr. Wiseman.
I really just want to commend operations for taking a look at major incidents beyond major incidents involving a delay of 50 or more trains, and thinking about major incidents in a or the metric for major incidents in a broader way. And if I understood you correctly, and I did have a conversation with Mr. Jacicki about this, that will be incorporated into the major incident metric that you're working on now, and also looking back at to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. And is that a fair statement?
Yes, I mean, we continue to look back and evaluate, and I think the statement was that in February, the detailed categories would be reported.
Great. Thank you very much.
Just a quick suggestion, if I may. The elevator situation is, as it has always been, a big problem in terms of maintenance. May I suggest that as you look deeper into it, you take a good hard look at what I believe to be a major factor in that regard, namely that the use of proprietary computer chips forces you to use certain people to do the maintenance and the like, and to use certain kind of equipment. I know that Steve Pluchocki has made every effort to get generic, I should make every effort to properly pronounce the name, made every effort to try and get generic chips. But I think you need to look at whether or not we ought to be able to find some way of updating them to avoid the kind of proprietaries. I'll bet you that's a major cause of your elevator problem.
Okay, thank you. We will look into that.
Anyone else? Well, I have one. I appreciate the review of signal, track, and fleet incidents, and how those numbers are all moving in the right direction, which indicates that we're on the right track. Anything on power incidents? Because I didn't see a description of it, and I think there has been some progress on it.
We can look into those details and get back to you. I don't have it with me right now.
Chairman, I'll add, with regards to the power work, that is moving aggressively and on schedule to be completed. The work that has been ongoing with regards to power has actually proven beneficial in many instances. We've seen some metering that we've installed that has given us early warnings where both Con Edison and New York City Transit has been able to respond proactively as a result of the information being provided, that we were able to actually repair a situation before it resulted in a delay to our system. We're also seeing that the work that's ongoing is where there's been areas where we've seen fluctuations in power, we've been able to avoid again. Typically in the past, our system would go from main to reserve and back and forth, and that would trip into where we would see a power loss. So we've seen instances of that where that has been avoided as well. So as we move forward, we expect that fully that the power will have a tremendous amount of benefit to our riders and our system.
Thank you, Mr. Ring. Going forward, could we include those metrics in fleet, track, and signal?
Will do.
Absolutely.
Okay. Someone else?
Yeah.
Mr.
So,
Albert, and then Mr. Weisbrot.
Are the improved performance statistics and lesser number of major incidents clearly attributable to areas where the Subway Action Plan work has been going on?
Yes, we do see signs of that, and we're continuing to evaluate. But yes, there are improvements in the areas of work.
Has there been an improvement in the movement of trains and the less inconvenience to passengers due to sick customers along the 8th Avenue line now that we have the additional emergency medical personnel stationed along the line?
There has been, yes. We've seen more timely response. We've seen that the trains are getting back, moving forward, and the EMTs that we have stationed are responding more timely as well. And we've also taken the practice of where there have been some passengers that we can leave on the train and move them to a different situation rather than hold the whole train. We've seen occurrences of that helping us to keep people moving.
Sort of along the same lines, I see that the inputs from the Subway Action Plan are clearly having an impact on things that we care about, fires, major incidents, and the like. And yet the customer experience, as you said, the metrics for the customers has been really stable and hasn't changed at all. And I've been asking this question for the last few meetings. Intuitively, we all believe that the Subway Action Plan is the right plan and that it's having an impact, and it is clearly having an impact in certain ways, but it doesn't yet seem to be having an impact on the customer experience itself. And I'm wondering if yet you have a sense of a pattern of when that will show up, or when we think that will show up, or whether there are inputs that we should reconsider.
If I'm understanding the question correctly, we've started, obviously, the Subway Action Plan very aggressively in July, and we're probably only about a third of the way through all of the repairs. While some of the work is anticipated to be done in early 2018, I'll use as an example the drainage system that we're looking to go throughout the whole subway plan will carry us through the end of 2018. So we still have a lot of work yet to do, but we are seeing that we're proactively now repairing defects that have been in existence for quite some time. And when we get through 2018, we will see that we have addressed our expectation is to complete all of the backlog of work that has been outstanding, and that includes all of these areas of track, power, signals, infrastructure, communications. We're also improving as well to keep our riders informed. So obviously there are still areas that we haven't got to, but we're prioritizing the work in what we call the central business district or high priority areas where a failure impacts the majority of our riders or a majority of trains. So as we move forward with the plan, we will start to see those numbers and the benefits to the riders dramatically increase. That's our anticipation.
Mr. Mergler.
Let me just add a footnote to your comment, and that is this. People get on the subway at remote places in Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and the like. And they travel to those points as well. And my point is, you cannot let go of focus on providing service in the remote areas, nor can you denigrate it in favor of the central business district. I understand the importance of the central business district, but unfortunately this city has almost forever been Manhattan-centric, and it's got to stop.
No, I fully agree with you. In fact, we have work going on in those at the terminals as well. The point was not to imply that we're ignoring those areas. Our plan is to go through the whole system, and right now we have work going on within the central business district as well as work going on along the lines.
Thank you. Mr. Irick will take on the bus operations report.
As Jackie mentioned, on Saturday we had our first snowstorm for the season. I want to commend my team for their excellent work, demonstrating their continued commitment to bus service throughout New York City. I offer a special thank you to our bus operators who perform their duties safely and professionally under difficult road conditions. Buses prepares for these snow events throughout the year, getting our fleet ready, building up strategic reserves of salt, and conducting winter weather tabletop exercises. Our fleet of 31 snow fighters, salted facilities, terminals, and layovers. And we collaborated closely with our partners at the Department of Sanitation to make our right-of-way clear. I'm pleased to report the use of all-weather tires on our fleet enabled us to continue providing reliable service and made us more nimble and resilient by minimizing the need of using chains. Today, I would like to focus on paratransit. In a few minutes, Vice President Steve Lopiano will provide this committee a preview of the paratransit dashboard, which will be launched on the MTA website in January. It's important to note that this is an iterative process. We welcome all feedback to better refine the metrics and make them as useful as possible to our customers and this committee. Also, I'm happy to report that on November 27th, we began accepting same-day reservations under our eHail pilot. Approximately 200 customers have volunteered to participate in this program. This includes 100 customers with smartphones who can download and use our eHail app, and 100 customers without smartphones who can book same-day rides through the paratransit call center. Overall, the program has had a modest start, with 49 customers taking advantage of it and completing a total of 169 same-day trips through December 6. In addition, last week we launched a web-based app to provide greater flexibility in booking Access-a-Ride trips with immediate confirmation. The Manage My Trip function will satisfy demand for those customers who want to book their own trips through the paratransit website. The Where's My Trip function will allow customers to log into the site 1 hour before their scheduled pickup time, see the current location of their ride, and receive continuous real-time updates as the vehicle approaches. Our vision is to move towards the accelerated development of a unified app that will allow customers to access all Access-a-Ride services by June of next year. In response to feedback from members of this committee, we are actively working with the community, advocates, and various organizations to help educate paratransit customers, including seniors, who need instruction on the use of these new technologies. In parallel, we are also working to accommodate customers who currently do not avail themselves to these technologies. Finally, while we await the implementation of our new scheduling system in late 2018, we have been working on interim measures to improve the way we inform customers of the estimated time of arrival of their paratransit ride. This includes changes to our software to provide more accurate ETAs. Some of these changes were implemented last week, and we hope to have some preliminary feedback before the next committee meeting. And before I hand it over to Steve, I'd like to mention that in keeping with our tradition, this holiday season, we are running our fleet of vintage buses in revenue service on the M42 route on weekdays between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. until December 22nd. These buses, which represent General Motors and Mack models, operated in revenue service from the 1940s through the early 70s. As mentioned in previous years, my father and I had the privilege of driving some of these buses when they were in regular service. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the 18,000-plus women and men of buses and paratransit who safely and reliably move 2.5 million New Yorkers each and every day. I cannot thank them enough for their hard work. And that completes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Ryrick. Are there any? Mr. Jones, and then Mr. Merdler.
I would like, obviously I've been concerned with a large number of seniors. 70% was the number I heard, who are actually availing themselves of Access-a-Ride. I'm wondering if any thought has been given, since we're moving towards a smartphone-based system, basically, that we provide at cost, at the very least, access, buying in bulk, simple smartphones that, as people are registered for Access-a-Ride, would be offered to them at the very lowest cost possible without endangering our fragile financial system here. But I'm wondering if that could be explored as well.
So we haven't made a final decision, but that is a robust discussion that we're having now. It's a possibility. I mean, cost is always an issue, as you referenced, but we understand that that is a possibility. So we are discussing that.
Mr. Eric, 2 points, if I may. First, among the complaints that users of paratransit regularly voice is the complaint that the drivers are less than polite on occasion and sometimes quite rude and unhelpful. Do you have a training program for the drivers, or is there one that you supervise?
Yes, particularly on our dedicated carriers. We have, I think, 13 or 14 dedicated carriers, which we absolutely control. And so there's an ongoing life cycle training of that group. And then we're also working with TLC on some of the non-dedicated side. So it's an ongoing process, iterative process. We have seen improvements. I'll let Steve talk to this, but our complaint numbers are relatively small. But while they're relatively small, we're very sensitive to them because the person who's being impacted, it's a big deal for them. So we hear that loud and clear, and we're working on that.
Number two, if I may, do you have any up-to-date data concerning fare evasion? Has it increased, decreased, or the like?
I'll let Peter talk about the most recent numbers, I think. Do we have most no, fare evasion. You're talking on fixed route buses, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tim, do you have the numbers? I mean,
If you don't have it today, if you can give it to the board in due course, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Sure. No problem.
We'll report back to you on that.
Darrell, thank you for your report. I'm wondering, wouldn't it be a good idea to put cameras in Access-a-Ride buses? It seems to me that the complaints, I'm a huge user of Access-a-Ride. My organization is a huge user. We get lots of complaints, and we have lots of problems, many of which could be easily tracked and fixed if there was just a camera in the bus that caught the driver's activity and caught the customer's activity. So it seems to me like a very inexpensive way to check on complaints, to verify complaints, and to deal with complaints.
Something that we certainly will look at. Steve, we have any up?
Yeah, absolutely, and we absolutely agree with you. And we've developed a scope of work to install cameras on all paratransit vehicles. We're going to start with the 400 and an option for 300 that will be delivered next year. We're also going to take the newer vehicles we have in our fleet and retrofit them with cameras.
Any other questions?
Okay, good morning. Just to follow up quickly on Commissioner Maudler's question about training. For the primary carriers, we train every operator that comes into the system before they even get on a bus or interact with one of our customers. They then receive annual training, and we have midstream refresher training that is specifically geared towards the types of incidents that we see occurring on our buses in terms of the relationship with our customers. On the broker side, they also do training. They do training for all drivers that participate in paratransit trips, and they also do annual refresher training. We're currently, as Darrell said, we're currently working with the Taxi and Limousine Commission to roll out a training course for taxi drivers and for vehicle hired black car primarily drivers to educate them to the sensitivities of paratransit customers and how to provide appropriate service. That's not implemented yet, but it's something we're working on and we hope to implement early next year. As Darrell said, this presentation is a preview of the metrics that will comprise the paratransit dashboard. The dashboard will go live with the first update to be presented at the TA committee in January 2018. This slide shows ridership data by provider. Total trips represents the number of trips provided to Access-a-Ride clients each month. The total ridership includes personal care attendants and guests that may be traveling with paratransit clients. And if you look at the bar representing October 2017, you can see that 542,000 trips were performed that month. 346 on primary, 111,000 on broker, 57,000 on e-hail, 16,000 on street hail, which is primarily taxi authorizations, and 12,000, which are mostly vouchers. The drill downs that will be available on this page involve looking at the data by date range, looking at peak compared to off-peak, weekdays compared to weekends, looking at the data from the originating trip of originating borough of the trip, and by provider type. This slide shows on-time performance for primary and broker providers. The goal is for 92% of all pickups to happen no longer than 30 minutes after the promised time. For appointment times, the goal is for 90% of drop-offs not to exceed 5 minutes of the appointment time. And as you can see from this chart, if you look at the primary carriers, in October, 84% of the pickups were done within 15 minutes and 95% within 30 minutes. For the brokers, 79% of the pickups were done within 15 minutes and 91% were done within 30 minutes. Appointment times are a little bit different than pickup times. It's where a customer books a trip and they're more concerned about getting to their destination on time. For instance, if they have a doctor's appointment. And for appointment trips, in October, 89% of the primary trips were within 5 minutes of the appointment time, and for brokers, 84% of the appointment trips were within 5 minutes of the appointment time. This slide shows on-time This slide represents the number of carrier no-shows per 1,000 trips, and the goal is 3 or 3% of total trips scheduled. A no-show occurs when the carrier does not arrive within the pickup window and alternate travel needs to be provided for the customer. In terms of the pickup windows for no-shows, the dedicated carriers have a 30-minute window, and the brokers have a 15-minute window in which they need to show up. So if you look at, again, looking at the data for October, 2.14 of the trips, of 1,000 scheduled trips were no-shows, and for brokers, within the 15-minute window, 2.98 of the scheduled trips resulted in no-shows. And just to put that in context, in 2015, for the year, 0.6% resulted in no-shows. So that's an improvement from 0.6% to 0.2% currently in October. Complaints are received by Access-a-Ride in several ways. They can come through the MTA call center, they can come through the MTA website, and are then sent over to Access-a-Ride, or they can come directly through the Access-a-Ride comment line or the Access-a-Ride website, or we receive also complaints by mail. The goal for service quality, complaints related to service quality, is 3 complaints per 1,000 trips. Oh, sorry. Forgot the slide. The goal for service quality is 3 complaints per 1,000 trips, and for non-service delivery complaints, it's 1,000 per scheduled trips. And if you look here, in October, we didn't make the goal for either of these, okay? We were at 3.8% for service quality trips. And service quality entails service delivery aspects, which include on-time performance, no-shows, and long rides, as well as complaints related to the vehicles themselves. It could be a lack of air conditioning or a lack of heat, or improper wheelchair tie-down mechanisms, or service related to drivers. The driver was rude, the driver was unhelpful when asked for information. And on the dashboard, although it doesn't show it here, you'll be able to drill down for the service delivery complaints into their component of on-time performance, no-shows, and long rides. For non-service related complaints, they're primarily related to complaints that come into our call center that have to do with customer service agents, complaints related to the eligibility process, and other complaints that fall into the all other category. If you look at the drill down at the top, you'll be able to drill down into provider type, which would be by primary or by broker. So that will be a drop-down function for this particular metric. Okay. If you look at the top of this chart, okay, the box at the top represents the drop-downs that will be available if you want to look at more granular data. And for this particular metric, the drop-down will include one for provider type, where you'll be able to look at these complaints specifically related to primary carriers and specifically related to broker carriers.
In other aspects, it might be very interesting, at least for the board, to know which of the brokers are having the highest occurrences of problems. I mean, we do this with HMOs and the rest. Not every broker is working as efficiently. And having details of where there are gross deficiencies, or one is failing more than the other, is going to be really important in terms of improvement.
Right. And as we said at the beginning of the presentation, this is an evolving process. So as we go through and we find that there's additional data that would be useful and helpful to the board and to our customers to evaluate paratransit. We'll continue to add those metrics to this dashboard.
So to your point, certainly that data is resident at Paratransit, and they're managing to it, because you're right, all the brokers, all the dedicated carriers have different levels of performance. So we will look at that from a, from a reporting perspective also. So.
It's regarding on-time performance.
Yeah.
Those figures relate to pickup time, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Is there any performance data, or do we even track, or do we have a standard travel time?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that at the end. There's no metrics in here, but I'm going to talk about what will be included in January. It's not in this
Okay, because
report.
that's a source of a lot of complaints, and rightly so.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And
thank
I'll
you.
talk about that at the end of this. Okay, in this final chart, measures calls answered and call answering speed. Our contract with our call center operator calls for 95% of all calls to be answered within 180 seconds. And if you look at the data for October, it's 95.57% of the calls were answered. That represents a 4.43% abandonment rate, calls that were not answered. And the average abandonment time was 2 minutes and 22 seconds. So after 2 minutes and 22 seconds, on average, that's when we started to lose the calls. The chart at the bottom represents the call answering speed. And again, if you look for October, look at October, you can see that 45%, I'm sorry, of the 95% calls that were answered, they were answered in an average of 45 seconds. So in terms of ride time performance, what we're looking at is for January to add a metric that will show ride time performance by distance traveled, and we'll show that on a historical basis. All right, some of the other things that we're looking to add is a metric on schedule efficiency. All right, because one of the things we did as part of this, and we didn't include it, is we looked at the convergence of scheduled ride time to actual ride time. And it actually showed that the paratransit vehicles were arriving ahead of schedule on average in most cases. And that would seem counterintuitive based on what our customers tell us. And the reason for that is because I can't honestly tell you that the schedules themselves are accurate. So we need to develop a metric that's going to accurately look at the efficiency of the schedules. We're looking at several different ones. One of the ones that I like that we're unable to do now, but once we get more granular and historical GPS data, we'll be able to compare each schedule that's constructed against a schedule that would have been a direct ride. And that's something I think our customers can relate to. So for instance, if a direct ride would result in a half-hour trip, we pick you up and we drop you off, nobody is in between, and it takes a half hour, but the scheduled ride takes you 45 minutes, so that would be a direct ride variation of 0.5, okay, which may be okay for a shorter trip. But for a longer trip, it probably wouldn't be acceptable, because if you have a 2-hour trip and you have a direct ride variation of 0.5, it would mean that you got there in 3 hours. So for the longer rides, we would want to change that and make it, say, 0.25. So we're looking at that, and once we believe that we get the schedule efficiency down, then we can also look at how scheduled trips relate to actual trips in terms of ride time. And one chart that you could use to do that is schedule convergence. So we're looking at adding these when they become ready, and hopefully they'll provide much more information than we currently have in this presentation. And that concludes the report.
Have you been meeting with the advocacy groups as you formulate this? Because relatively glowing report I hear today does not compute with what I heard from the advocacy groups time and again over the past. I have no reason to doubt you, but it seems to me there's got to be some commonality in some way.
We are, to answer your question, we are working with the advocacy groups. We meet with them on a regular basis. We share information with them. We will certainly share this information with them and get their feedback before we make this final. But in terms of the public's perception of paratransit related to actual performance, when you look at it in terms of averages, it's kind of misleading. Okay? Averages work better for fixed route, where there's a common experience. In paratransit, everybody cares about their trip, all right? And it's just their trip. And I'll give you an example. If we go back, can we go back to the on-time performance slide? Well, as you remember, the on-time performance for dedicated carriers in that slide showed 95% within a half hour, okay? On average, that may look like an acceptable number. And I have data that can even break that down further to where 98% of the pickups happen within 45 minutes. However, the remaining 2% that go beyond the 45-minute pickup window in a given month represents 7,000 trips.
But that data, if I may, Mr. Chairman, that data is generated by us and in part by the originators of the paratransit. As to the latter group, their motive is to make things look rosier, maybe, than the advocacy groups suggest is the case. What I'm suggesting to you, unfortunately, Commissioner Vanderpool is going to be taking a good hard look with her colleagues at this, but it seems to me we need to plug those advocacy groups in from the get-go, have them have input in the entire process, because if they are on board with it, then the individual could well be an outlier. But where you have the advocacy group taking these very, very different positions, people tend to be skeptical of government.
So your point's well taken, Commissioner Merdler. And to Steve's point, we've always done that, but we see that there's a need to do that even more aggressively. We've had some initial meetings with Commissioner Vanderpool. I believe that's part of her challenge to us, is to make sure that they're in at the grassroots level in the inception. So your point is well taken.
If there's nothing else on this, I'll ask Cheryl Kennedy to make the safety report.
Okay. Turning to the first grid on safety performance, results were as follows. With the exception of fires, all items discussed refer to rates. Subway customer accidents increased when comparing the 12-month period of October 2016 through September 2017 with the prior 12 months. However, accidents continue their downward trend since the beginning of the year. Subway fires have been on a downward trend since the Subway Action Plan was initiated in July. We continue to see an approximate 10% decrease in fires compared with the same time period the previous year. Additionally, 99.6% of the fires reported for the 12-month period were lower average severity. Bus collisions were down when comparing November 2016 through October 2017 with the prior 12-month period. Collision injuries and customer accidents were slightly higher when comparing them for the same period. Employee lost time accidents for the 12 months ending October 2017 decreased by approximately 19% compared to the previous 12 months. As noted on the second grid on leading indicators, progress towards goals continues, and we do not foresee any issues or barriers to achieving year-end reported goals. That completes the safety report.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. As you know, Chief Fox and Chief Coogan are at the scene of this morning's explosion at 8th Avenue and Port Authority subway station. As I speak here, we have a very high level of security in place throughout the transit system. We'll provide further details offline in regards to this. I want to reiterate President Ng's sentiments and thank the MTA and all responding agencies for their quick response and assistance during this incident and the ongoing investigation. In reference to our crime briefing, total major felonies in transit are up slightly with 14 more incidents than last year, 2229 versus 2215, an increase of 0.6%. There are 13 more felony assaults for the year, 300 versus 287, an increase of 4.5%, and 12 additional grand larcenies, 1489 versus 1477, up 0.8%. Though there were 25 fewer robberies, 408 versus 433, a decrease of nearly 6%. For the month of November, there were 20 additional felonies, driven largely by an increase in grand larcenies for the month, with 24 additional felony thefts, 166 versus 142, up 16.9%. There was one less robbery, 33 versus 34, down 2.9%, and 3 fewer felony assaults during the month, 31 versus 34, down 8.8%. The year-to-date number of major felonies per day increases from 6.6 to 6.7, and the year-to-date decline in robberies brought the average number of these incidents each day down from 1.3 to 1.2 once again this month. We remain on pace to make this year the second lowest in recorded robberies in nearly 3 decades. Year-to-date, 36.6%, 815 of the total major felonies last month were committed in Manhattan, 30.3%, 677 in Brooklyn, 18.4%, 410 in the Bronx, and 14.7%, or 327 in Queens. Of course, Chief Fox and our Transit Bureau team will update you with details of this morning's events and pertinent security measures as necessary, and we ask that if anyone has any information, please call 888 New York City SAFE. I thank you for the opportunity to update you and appreciate your time this morning.
Inspector, Mr. Merdler has a question.
I have 2 questions, but let me preface it by saying, as I've said before, your folks do a splendid job, and they're to be congratulated.
Thank you, sir.
Question number 1. From January through November, there has been a meteoric rise statistically in rape. I want to know, have you dug into why, what, how, what can we do to avoid that?
Where are we at?
Because the subway cars are relatively public places.
Yes, yes, they are. I believe that most of these incidents are people that are known to each other, although that makes no difference. A rape is a rape. So we... Thank you. But as we've said before in the past here, any kind of sexual activity that happens in the system, that's something that we take very seriously. These incidents are investigated by our Transit Special Victims Squad, and that's where they're at now. We have officers out there that will always be there to help address any issues that are happening within the system.
I have no question that you look into it, you do everything you can. I'd like to see if at some point over the next month or 2, if this continues, that you dig down to find out where, how, and when, if there's any commonality of sites, of locations, or the like. If not, is there anything that we can do to be of help to deal with it? This
Sure.
is very disturbing.
Sure, absolutely, sir.
Let me then focus on the hate crime section, as you knew I was going to do anyway.
Sure.
Where is District 30?
District 30 is in downtown Brooklyn.
That district has been consistently the highest point of anti-Semitic acts. It seems to me that the time has come, if it hasn't already passed, that we ought to focus more on what it is. One can dismiss these as swastikas, which they probably, the majority of them are. And one can actually say that this is insignificant. It is extremely significant. In the words of the ancient Greeks, these mamzerim ought to be caught and hung up. But my view on the subject is that we have got to do something about this, and District 30 seems to be the flashpoint for it. I congratulate you finally for providing us the case numbers on the complaints. Take my word for it. They will be policed.
Absolutely, sir. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. None of these are insignificant. Any incident is significant. Any type of hate crimes incident that occurs not only gets the response of our hate crimes task force, but also the response of an executive. So we are on top of that.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Thank you, Inspector. Let me ask our newly appointed Chief Financial Officer for Transit, Jaybala Patel, to make the finance report.
Sure. Good morning, or good afternoon. Preliminary October 2017 New York City Transit fare box revenue of $395.4 million was $6.5 million, or 1.6% below forecast. Year-to-date revenue was over $3.7 billion, or $25.3 million below forecast. Preliminary October 2017 New York City Transit operating expenses exceeded forecasts by $25.4 million, or 3.8%. Labor expenses were above forecast by $18.6 million, or 3.6%, largely due to additional overtime requirements. Non-labor expenses were also above forecast by $6.9 million. Year-to-date operating expenses were lower than forecast by a net $4.5 million. Preliminary ridership information. October 2017 New York City Transit ridership totaled 208 million, 2.3% below forecast. October 2017 average weekday ridership results compared to October 2016 were as follows. Average weekday subway ridership was 5.8 million, an increase of 0.8%. Average weekday local bus ridership was 2 million, a decrease of 2.2%. Express bus ridership was 42,000, an increase of 0.2%. Paratransit ridership was 28,000, an increase of 3.5%. November 2017 fare box revenue and operating expenses are not available at this time. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on the finance report? Hearing none, I'll ask Mr. Irick to cover bus financial.
Thank you again. October 2017 year-to-date preliminary fare box revenue was $181 million, or 1.3% above forecast. MTA bus year-to-date non-reimbursable expenses were below forecast by $9.6 million, or 1.6%. Labor expenses exceeded forecast by $900,000, or 0.2%. This includes lower fringe benefit expenses due to favorable timing of workers' compensation claims, partially offset by higher overtime expenses due to additional running time and traffic, shuttle, and availability issues. Non-labor expenses were less by $10.6 million, or 7.1%, primarily due to the timing of maintenance contract work. On to ridership. MTA bus preliminary ridership October year-to-date was 0.9% above forecast. The 12-month rolling average through October 2017 showed a decline of 2.6% in the weekday ridership and 1.1% for weekend ridership as compared to the prior year. And this concludes the MTA Finance and Ridership Report.
Good afternoon. Commitments during October 2017 totaled $209.3 million, including station enhancements for $157.2 million at 4 stations in Manhattan: 72nd Street, 86th Street, Cathedral Parkway, 110th Street, and 163rd Street, Amsterdam Avenue on the 8th Avenue line. Completions during the month totaled $61.4 million, including pump rehabilitation and equipment replacement at 2 locations in Manhattan, 6th Avenue, 13th Street, and Lexington Avenue, 108th Street. Mainline track and switch replacement at various locations system-wide, including the Pelham line in the Bronx, the Queens Boulevard line in Queens, and the Broadway 7th Avenue line in Manhattan. I would also like to mention that we have begun an initiative to increase work hours along the right-of-way. Weeknight general orders are now starting 2 hours earlier at 10 p.m. where service allows. This change will increase productivity and is expected to result in a more balanced use of New York City Transit resources as more contractors take advantage of the longer work hours during the overnight. This concludes the capital program report. I would like to wish everybody a happy holidays and a happy and healthy new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bienstock. Are there any questions on that part of the report? There are none. I'll ask Steve Plachocki to address procurements.
Good afternoon. The procurement package, which presents New York City Transit and MTA capital construction procurement, includes 8 actions totaling $57.8 million in expenditures. I would like to highlight 2 procurement actions included in this month's agenda. The first procurement is the award of a 5-year sole source multi-agency estimated quantity contract to Placer American Corporation for the replacement parts, equipment upgrades, troubleshooting, repair services, and training for various track work equipment for New York City Transit, Metro-North Railroad, and Long Island Railroad in the total estimated amount of approximately $15.2 million, with New York City Transit as the lead agency. All equipment and related subsystems were manufactured by Placer or other subsystem suppliers and integrated into the track vehicles by Placer. The equipment is comprised of sophisticated electronic and mechanical devices tailor-made to perform various functions required for installing, testing, inspecting, and maintaining each agency's rail system. Placer is a worldwide leader in the transit and rail industries. This is a sole source procurement action as only Placer has the factory-trained personnel capable of properly troubleshooting the equipment, recommending and/or performing repair work, and training in-house forces in the appropriate repair procedures. All Placer equipment used by the agencies during the term of this agreement will be covered by this contract. Included in this contract, in addition to providing replacement parts, troubleshooting, repair services, and training for the various pieces of equipment, are upgrades to video and measuring systems on New York City Transit's TGC-3 and TGC-4 cars, which are critical elements of New York City Transit's subway action plan. Pricing for the parts and labor is based on Placer's parts and service price list, published to the industry for which a discount is applied. Under this contract, the MTA agencies will receive a greater discount on Placer parts than any other agency in North America. Placer's initial proposal of approximately $15.4 million was reduced to approximately $15.2 million through negotiations conducted using input from MTA audit. Placer has stated that the MTA agencies are receiving its most favored customer pricing for both parts and service. The pricing associated with this contract has been deemed fair and reasonable. The second item I would like to highlight is a request to approve the use of a request for proposal procurement process to design, build, furnish, install, and maintain a platform barrier door system at the 3rd Avenue station on the Canarsie line in Manhattan. In an effort to improve customer safety, convenience, and security, New York City Transit has embarked on an initiative to research, study, and pilot a platform barrier door system in its subway infrastructure. The goal is to improve customer safety by deterring both the occurrence of customers jumping or falling onto the tracks and unauthorized individuals from gaining access, as well as reducing the accumulation of debris on the track. The pilot will be designed and implemented to assemble data to evaluate and take into account the operational and safety issues for both our employees and our customers. In 2016, New York City Transit commissioned an international study on the state of the platform barrier door system industry. The effort provided New York City Transit with critical information and a greater understanding of the requirements for installing, operating, and maintaining various types of platform barrier door systems. In regard to this procurement, a study of potential locations was conducted and resulted in the recommendation of the 3rd Avenue station along the Canarsie line to pilot the system to be installed during the Canarsie Tube shutdown, scheduled to begin in 2019. As part of the RFP process, prospective design-build teams will propose their design and construction approach and will be encouraged to provide alternate proposals in addition to proposed costs. In accordance with MTA policy regarding the use of design-build contracting strategy, a stipend will be paid to the teams that are not selected yet provided detailed proposals. This will be done to enhance competition and defray proposal costs. Given the complex nature of this pilot project, utilizing the RFP process will allow New York City Transit to evaluate alternatives as well as take into account proposals that can possibly shorten the project duration and introduce innovations. The RFP process also allows for flexibility to negotiate alternative contract terms and conditions that could potentially result in a lower overall cost for the project while continuing to achieve New York City Transit's requirements. Compliance with the automatic platform gate system specifications as well as project schedule will be important requirements. Proposers will also be required to provide prices for an optional maintenance agreement including hardware and software to cover the useful life of the system. I request for your approval of all items in the agenda.
May I have a motion on the procurement package?
Moved.
Second? Is there a comment or a question on it? Mr. Merdler.
Commissioner Jones and I have been screaming about platform doors and in favor of them for many years, and for that and for your response and for that of Darrell during his brief tenure as president, I thank you. But I must also add a mea culpa maxima, in fact. Namely, I ignored or did not realize that there is a potential danger to the workers in the platform doors, a point that Mr. Samuelson, Commissioner Samuelson, called to everybody's attention. It seems to me that it would be very, very useful if in the course of the next few weeks and months as you move forward, you work with Local 100 to try and make sure that whatever danger, whatever risk there might be entailed to the track workers who are indispensable to this system is minimized, if not totally eliminated. Because while we are trying to do the very best, we don't want to fall into a trap. And I thank you.
Absolutely, and the program will be, and the pilot will be set up to take into consideration employee safety. We've actually added that into the staff summary to memorialize it, but it's always been a plan.
And the safety people will be consulted, no?
Absolutely, including the need if we need to change any of our procedures with regards to how we perform and conduct maintenance, and that is also being discussed with System Safety, who works obviously very close with the union.
Mr. Samuelson?
And we do the inspection on the track under train traffic as opposed to other places that might have these partitions in place. But with that said, and I appreciate Mr. Merdler, you chiming in on our behalf. I really do appreciate it. You mentioned at the end something I've never heard before, which is the option for a 5-year maintenance agreement. I've never heard that before, and if that goes beyond routine warranty, like a routine warranty agreement, but it actually turns into maintenance, you're going to run into collective bargaining problems with us, and I just want to bring that to your attention.
Those issues are going to be discussed.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? The procurement package carries. Mr. Mulligan, for the action item discussion.
Today we are seeking the committee's approval of the 2018 final proposed budget and the 4-year financial plan for the years 2018 through 2021 for New York City Transit, Staten Island Railway, and MTA Bus Company. Budget and financial plan information was included in the materials that were presented to the MTA board last month and will be presented again to both the Finance Committee and the full board for final approval this month. The 2018 final proposed budget and 2018 through 2021 financial plan for New York City Transit, Staten Island Railway, and MTA Bus maintain funding to support the planned service levels in a safe, reliable, and efficient manner. The budget includes funding for several new programmatic initiatives, as well as new budget reduction initiatives that supplement favorable cost reestimates at the agencies. The committee agenda books includes staff summaries for New York City Transit, Staten Island Railway, and MTA Bus that provide details of the programmatic and budget reduction initiatives, as well as key financial data for each agency.
Is there a motion to approve? Second. Any discussion? Mr. Weisbrot.
Tim, my understanding is that this budget that's being presented to us now does not include the budget for the Subway Action Plan. Is that correct? That's going to be an item at the Finance Committee?
Yes, the funding for the Subway Action Plan is included in the consolidated MTA final budget for 2018.
But not in the budget that is before us right now?
Correct.
Could you, thank you. Could you just describe, you mentioned that there would be a few new initiatives in this budget that are separate from the Subway Action Plan?
Yeah, there are service changes to the platform budget. There are other changes that are enumerated that are typical from year-to-year changes. Some of those are items that have been brought before the board in this committee earlier.
Is there anyone else? Mr. Albert. Oh, and then Ms. Venturable.
Can you give us an idea of the areas in which the new cost savings are going to be gotten?
Let me find it, excuse me. There is a budget reduction program with savings of $56.7 million in 17, $35.6 million in 18. The details of that, I'd have to get back to you on the specific areas where they come from.
Thank you. In the November financial plan, some of the outlying revenue assumptions for bus show that revenue is increasing each year from 18 through 21. But we are seeing at an average of a 2% decline in ridership every single year for buses. So why is it that we are projecting this increase in revenue so significantly? Well, it's not significant, but this number when we are seeing ridership declines. And I have a paratransit question too.
I'd have to refer to our CFO or the budget director for those specifics on the ridership projection, unless you have that information available, Dale.
So some of the things that we look at is one-time revenue. I'm sorry. So some of the things that we've been looking at is when you look at 17 revenues, even though they're on the decline, there was storms in the beginning of the year that won't occur and possibly won't occur in 2018, as well as things of that adjustment for ridership. So we can get back to you with more of a detailed answer, but those are some of the things that we look at when we look at revenue.
I would appreciate that. I with due respect, I don't think that the storms are enough to sort of make that assumption, particularly because many of us are aware of the very rapidly declining ridership in buses. It's an issue that the staff and the board has been addressing for quite some time.
If you look at, this is MTA Bus, not the whole bus system. MTA Bus is Western Queens and I think some of the express lines. I've been looking at this, the ridership only recently has declined. Actually, there's been somewhat of an increase, a small increase in ridership on MTA Bus. I think that's what this may reflect, and it may also reflect an effort, I hope, to increase bus service, as there probably will be more ridership. I think this is one of the bright spots in bus ridership if people want to take a look at it. And I think that's, I'm just guessing, I don't know, that's what this may reflect. Also, every other, I assume this includes the every other year fare increase. Is that correct? That's correct, right? So that would be some of that. I mean, we're showing increased revenue even though, because we're increasing fares every other year. That's just a conjecture.
Anyone else?
Thank you. With regards to paratransit, and this might be something that we can continue to address in our working group, but I noticed that the service contracts also increase in the financial plan quite significantly, actually. So between 20 and 21, we're seeing a very significant jump in the service contracts. So I'm wondering if what's accounting for that significant increase?
At that point, we're going to have to renegotiate the contracts with our primary carriers, and it's basically reflecting a cost of living adjustment for those contracts.
Mr. Vitiello.
If I'm reading this right, we have some budget allocation for new positions in here and it aligns with what some time ago when we started talking about the Subway Action Plan, we were going to add 2,300 positions related to that. Subsequently, we had a conversation that that wasn't really part of the Subway Action Plan per se. The Subway Action Plan, I think, in a meeting we were told had 300 associated with it. These were vacant positions we were going to fill. And now I see the 2,300 in here again. I guess my first question is, are these 2,300 new positions?
Yeah, the 2,300 outlined in the 2018 final budget and financial plan are incrementally new positions. As we stated before, the funding for those positions are carried in the consolidated MTA budget, not in the budget before the committee today.
So a question, and I'm not sure if I'm directing this to you, John, or to the MTA actually. At some point at a board meeting when we talked about those new positions, a number of us had said to Joe, myself included, if we're going to add 2,300 positions, can we at least look at the agreement and the work rules to see if there are any efficiencies that the union would be amenable to? And it's probably more than you, John, in all fairness. But, you know, and Joe said, yes, we'll do that. Do we know if we've done that?
As the initial work on the Subway Action Plan implementations rolled forward, there's been numerous conversations and opportunities for collaboration and cooperation between us and our union partners to implement the program and to do it as quickly as we can with the balance of overtime as well as outside contractors. So we have had those agreements as we go along.
Mr. Merdler.
Just by way of a piece of background, am I not correct that in the period 2008 to 2010, we terminated, laid off, well over 1,000 people who were working in the subway system? Isn't that correct?
I would have to check those historical numbers, but it's true that the budget cuts of the financial crisis brought down our headcount in numerous areas.
All the people who were working in the booths, at the platforms, and at the stations, we closed all of that. We terminated hundreds upon hundreds of people. And what you're doing now is really refilling many of those positions. You may have some more than then, but you can't take the 2,300 as totally new. Some of them are replacements for people who were fired.
Some of the hiring to date has taken advantage of existing vacancies that were funded in the underlying
Those
budget.
vacancies were created when the people were fired.
But what, can I just, I think I'm just here, John and I are just talking offline. I think John's saying all those positions got refilled. Those people came back. This isn't filling any of those positions.
I mean, I think we're saying something different than what in a meeting was talked about, where it was the same number, at least, of 2,300, but at that point we were told there was only 300 incremental. These are 2,300 additional and on top of whatever authorized headcount we have. Question mark.
I think the prior discussion you're referring to is of the people we'd hired to date, right, which is the full hiring under the Subway Action Plan titles. Only 300 of those positions went against this Subway Action Plan headcount number of 2,300. So that's what you're referring to. But the 300 are part of the incremental new subway action plan headcount.
Are we ready to proceed?
I'm sorry, just a point of clarification, though. So in the staff summary, you talk about the 2,300 hires, but before you said the subway action plan is not part of this. So is there anything else that's in the staff summary that's described, like, for example, the cost cuts or anything else that's part of this budget versus the subway action plan budget?
The subway action plan is funded through the consolidated budget, the MTA, which will be the subject of the Finance Committee and of the board meeting and vote later this week.
So why are we referring to the 2,300 here, then?
It's part of the staff summary because it is removed below the line because the funding comes from the central consolidated budget, although for operational purposes, obviously those positions and those expenditures will be in the transit budget.
My question was answered. I was becoming confused as to where we were going to track these numbers, and now I get it.
So have some portion of these 2,300 been hired already?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So on the various budgets and financial plans described earlier, there is a motion and second. All in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? The budgets are and financial plans are approved. Now, Mr. Caffiero will present service changes.
Thank you. This month we have one staff summary for committee information. The M60 SBS provides select bus service between the Upper West Side of Manhattan and LaGuardia Airport in Queens at all times. At the airport, the M60 SBS stop was temporarily removed from Terminal A, which was the former Marine Air Terminal, in June of 2016 as part of the long-term reconstruction of the airport. At that time, the stop served relatively few passengers. An average weekday boardings there were about 100 per day, and routing the bus there during the reconfiguration of terminal roadways was challenging. This past Saturday, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey relocated various airlines to different terminals at the airport, and this included a move of JetBlue and Alaska Airlines to Terminal A to replace the Delta shuttle. This change is expected to more than double the total air travelers using Terminal A, and we anticipate an even larger transit share of those travelers based on the market. After notification of these changes by the Port Authority, we at Transit worked very quickly with the port staff to reestablish the stop coincident with the move on this past Saturday, using roadway connections that were not available at the earlier phase of reconstruction where we removed the stop. Finally, I would like to add, as we bring this year to a close, my acknowledgement and thanks to all of my staff in operations planning. They've worked incredibly hard this year, working with my colleagues throughout the agency in support of the Subway Action Plan, as well as the development of the new performance metrics and ongoing efforts working with our partners at New York City DOT to improve bus service. This concludes the service change section of the agenda.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this? Hearing none, I'll ask Mr. Ring to present special reports and presentations.
Thank you. In Section 9 of this month's agenda, we have our regular status report on the MetroCard program, which is followed by the Paratransit dashboard presentation that was provided earlier. And moving on now to our final section of the agenda, we have the quarterly New York City Transit and MTA Bus Company EEO and diversity reports. Both reports provide EEO and HR data as of September 30th, 2017. And in addition, we have the transit recidivism report included for your information. And further, as noted in the report, a presentation to the committee addressing sentencing outcome data is planned for January 2018 committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Ring. Now I'll ask Mr. Lieber to present.
Let's convene the Bridges and Tunnels Committee meeting. Are there any public speakers? Mr. Bowden?
Now it comes down, to one yellow line. The one yellow line on the Whitestone Bridge is the whole ball game. I read your report. Your engineers read it wrong. New York State DOT is a major error. Your consultants are wrong. And you're getting all kinds of problems in all kinds of areas of the MTA because you're relying on bad information. It is very, very simple. If you cannot cross an area on a paved surface, the line is yellow. That is the entire ball game. There are no exceptions. The information that they added is in their heads, not in the book. You were here this morning when they introduced, and whoever introduced it used his personal comments, not what was on the board behind me. I have checked and rechecked as recently as this week with the people who are knowledgeable about the manual. I wrote everything down what I was going to do, and that New York State DOT was at fault, and so are the feds, are just as much at fault. And the answer I got back from a key traffic engineer person is, we're spending Christmas with our family, et cetera, which meant he read it, and he didn't dispute it. It went out to the best traffic engineers in the United States. No dispute. I request that you bring those consultants, put them at that table, your engineers, and put them at that table, and I will come down and show they are wrong. The major problem is New York State DOT is feeding bad information to Metro North and Long Island Railroad and you, and how do you stop it? This has been going on for years and years and years, and it all comes down to one single line on a Whitestone Bridge. If you can't cross, it's yellow. They got on a Henry Hudson Parkway underneath the George Washington Bridge. It's white next to a guardrail. How can it be? Your logic. Make up your mind. Drivers are stupid. Give them honest information. One single line is going to turn this place upside down. That's all it comes down to. And you can't fix one line? If you can't cross it, it's yellow. It's that simple. 25 years of my life comes down to one line. This is it, guys. If you can't fix that, how do you expect to get the right railroad cars or everything else? One single line can't be fixed?
Work plan, any changes? None? All right. Report on operations.
I'll start with my remarks.
Good.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. There are two highlights of this report that merit your attention. The first is that October 2017 collision rates decreased 36% from the same period in 2016. While customer safety presents an ongoing challenge that requires constant vigilance and ever-evolving strategies, B&T's collision mitigation efforts are having a cumulative impact that is improving performance. The second is that B&T achieved a 93.7% Easy Pass market rate share in October, which is the highest electronic toll collection usage in the country. In addition to providing a better customer service experience, Easy Pass transactions reduce costs and revenue risks. Finally, I would like to thank the dedicated TB&TA staff for their work during the season's first snowstorm. Because of their efforts, our tunnel and bridge facilities ran free and clear. At this point, I'd like to ask Dan DiCrescenzo to present the report on operations.
Thank you, President Fulton. To summarize, in October 2017, compared to the same month in 2016, total paid traffic increased by 4.2%, Easy Pass transactions increased by 13.1%, non-Easy Pass transactions decreased by 52.3%, passenger car traffic increased by 3.8%, and other traffic increased by 9.5%. Preliminary monthly traffic figures for November 2017 are 2.8% higher than in the same period of 2016. Preliminary traffic for the Wednesday through Sunday Thanksgiving weekend was 3.5% more than last year. An average of daily traffic on the Tuesday and the Wednesday of the Thanksgiving week was 960,000 vehicles, or approximately 100,000 vehicles more than on an average day. This ends the report on operations.
And I think the system owes Commissioner Zuckerman a debt of gratitude for watching very carefully and pointing out to all of us the issues with respect to the collisions. Commissioner Zuckerman.
I guess it's like my normally scheduled moment to speak, I guess. Well done, guys. Thank you very much, everyone, to you and your staff. You've seen this chart that I sent around to my colleagues and shared with you. It's the first month of any market decrease downward, and we appreciate, admire, and applaud the consistency by which you've been attacking this. President Fulton, thank you very much. I know you take it seriously. I know all of you do, Eric, as well, but your leadership has changed this trajectory. And now we got to keep it going in the right direction, and you obviously are living that. And you gave us a very detailed presentation last time about what you're doing tactically. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this point, I'll turn it over to Eric.
Thank you, President Fulton. The report on safety starts on page 30 and highlights our most important lagging and leading indicators as shown on top of bottom tables. The report represents 12-month rolling averages that compare year-over-year performance for key safety indicators. As President Fulton reported in the opening remarks, the total collision rate decreased in October by 36% from the same month last year to 6.28 collisions per million vehicles. This resulted in a decrease in customer collision rate for the most recent 12 months ending October 2017 to 8.20 from 8.56 rate that was reported last month. This was higher than the 7.28 rate for the same period ending October 2016. The 12-month average rate for injury collisions also decreased to 1.05 for October 2017 from 1.07 in September 2017 and is higher than the 0.92 rate for the 12 months ending October 2016. As per the committee's request, additional information has been provided for your review. The first chart illustrates the October decrease in overall collision rates. The following charts show the October customer safety performance improvements were widespread with significant collision rate decreases at the Bronx Whitestone, Throgs Neck, Verrazano Narrows bridges, as well as the UL Cary Tunnel. B&T has taken aggressive action to improve customer safety that contributed to October improvements in both total and injury collision rates. We will continue to closely monitor collision with injuries to identify any emerging trends as customers transition from a plaza to OR&T environment. The 12-month average employee lost time injury rate increased from 6.6 injuries per 200,000 work hours in September 2017 to 6.5 in October 2017, but is lower than the rate for 6.8 for the 12 months ending October 2016. We are continuously monitoring incidents to identify trends as we transition from toll plaza environment to OR&T, and as observed in the last 5 months, we have achieved an IOD reduction rate of approximately 48% comparing to the same period of 2016. The 12-month contractor lost time injury rate decreased from 1.80 injuries per 200,000 work hours in September 2017 to 1.31 in October 2017, and is lower than the rate of 2.04 for the 12 months ending September of 2016. And this completes the safety report.
Any questions? I have one question for you, if I may. On the law enforcement component referred to on page 35, and it may be to you or to Inspector Crescenzo, to what extent do these numbers include tickets issued by the state police?
These are, sorry, these are just for bridges and tunnels, but we do have some statistics for state police. So these numbers would be increased with the state police numbers.
So this does not include the state police numbers?
Correct.
Do you have access to those numbers?
Yes.
Could we at some future date take a look at that and see if we can find out what the increase is when you add that number?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Easy Pass.
Yes, Dory Abrams is sitting in for Mildred Chua, so he'll present Easy Pass performance and financial reports, as well as the 2018 budget and 2018 to 2021 financial plan.
Thank you. The October Easy Pass report begins on page 36. As President Fulton noted earlier, our overall Easy Pass market share was 93.7% in October. This is a record high and 7.4 percentage points above the year before. Clearly, open road tolling and related marketing efforts have been the driving force behind the increased market shares this year. And you can see further evidence of this in the October weekday shares for the Throgs Neck and Bronx Whitestone bridges. October was the first month both facilities operated within an ORT environment, and not coincidentally, it's also the first month both facilities saw average weekday market shares above 90%. Specific facility, average weekday, peak hour, and average weekend statistics are in the book on pages 38 through 42. As we mentioned at last month's meeting, beginning with the January 2018 report, we'll be transitioning the Easy Pass performance report to focus on ORT performance, and we will be including statistics on revenue collections by facility. As we've also previously reported, overall collection trends, combining tolls and fees, are looking good so far this year. Unless there are any questions, I'll move on to the financial report.
Commissioner Pally.
Starting in January, your plan is to provide a financial report totally in relation to the amount of Easy Pass transactions that occur at each facility, and then the amount of mail.
Tolls by mail, right.
Payment by mail, and then a analysis of those that are paid and that are not paid by facility? Is that the intent?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, Mr. Zuckerman?
I'm sorry if I stepped out and I missed this, and I apologize for my ringer. But did we talk about being kept whole from ORT, meaning what losses we saw on fees collected versus then the fines? And because this is obviously a huge topic we've had over many months, and I wonder if we're going to start collecting data to show us being kept whole or not.
Right, so just in starting with the January 2018 report, we're going to provide details on the collection rates and all.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. So starting January 2018, we're going to be providing that in our reporting. But I can say this year so far, we are more than whole through August. There's a payment lag, right? So there's a 3 to 5 month payment lag with the violation fees until you catch up. Trends are looking very good in terms of making us whole on revenue. So collection trends are looking good.
Just so we know ahead of January what we're going to see, it's going to be a so you're going to be reporting in January as of when?
We are developing the report right now. So
All right, so you'll, fine.
We're going to explain exactly what's going on month by month in terms of the revenue collection lab.
And will that be an ongoing analysis, or is it not, it's not a one-time, right?
It'll be a monthly analysis.
Good, okay, great, thank you.
Anything else? All right. Who's next? Financial, right? Financial report.
Right. So the October financial report begins on page 42. We are comparing results against the mid-year forecast. Total revenue through October was $1.597 billion, which is just $310,000 below forecast. Traffic was 0.8% above forecast, but revenue gains from the additional volume were entirely offset by a 0.8% drop in the average toll due to higher E-ZPass usage. Total year-to-date expenses were $407.8 million through October, which is $29.9 million, or 6.8% lower than forecast. Total support to mass transit was $961.8 million through October, which is $57.7 million, or 6.4% better than forecast. Unless there are any questions, I'll move on to the next item in the agenda, which is the 2018 budget and financial plan. The November financial plan appears on pages 58 through 68. The staff summary and supporting tables in the book report all the vital figures. We felt it would be helpful at today's meeting to briefly highlight the major changes between this November financial plan and the previous July financial plan. So first, there's the 2017 November forecast. The forecast includes $1.381 billion in projected baseline operating income, which is $2.1 million higher than what we projected at the mid-year forecast. This favorable change is a net of some pluses and one minus. I'll start with the minus. Toll revenue has been revised to $1.906 billion, which is $6.5 million lower than the mid-year forecast. Although we're projecting slightly higher traffic in this plan, 306.7 million crossings compared to 306.2 million in the mid-year forecast, we folded in the continued decline in the average toll that we've been seeing in the actuals over the past several months, and this results in a net plan-to-plan drop in revenue. On the positive side, total expenses for 2017 have been revised to $569.5 million, which is $8.5 million lower than the mid-year forecast. Labor expenses are forecast at $279.1 million, which is $7.6 million below the prior plan. This is mainly due to vacancies. Non-labor expenses are forecast at $290.4 million, which is $0.9 million lower than the mid-year forecast, primarily due to revised insurance policy costs. Total support to mass transit has been increased to $1.039 billion, which is $19.1 million more than the mid-year forecast. The increased support is primarily due to the additional $2.1 million in operating income that I just outlined, plus a $5.4 million favorable adjustment to deductions from operating income based on re-estimates of one-shot projects that we're funding through our capitalized assets budget. And lastly, B&T debt service has been revised downward from $300 million in the mid-year forecast to $289 million in this November forecast, which is a reduction of $11 million. Moving on to the 2018 final proposed budget. A net total of $1.347 billion is projected for baseline operating income in 2018, which is $4.7 million below what we projected in the 2018 preliminary budget. Toll revenue has been reforecast to $1.923 billion, which is $14.7 million below the preliminary budget. The traffic forecast is essentially unchanged at 308.4 million crossings, but the plan-to-plan change in revenue is down entirely because we baselined out the lower average toll, which we've been seeing due to considerably higher E-ZPass usage. Total operating expenses are budgeted at $620 million, including $302 million in labor costs and $318 million in non-labor costs. Total operating costs are $10 million lower than the preliminary budget, which partially offsets the plan-to-plan drop in revenue. These expense savings have been realized primarily through reevaluating and rebaselining our maintenance and other operating contract needs within our new ORT plaza-free operating environment. Although our plan-to-plan operating income has dropped a little, total support to mass transit has been increased to nearly $1.02 billion, which is $33.5 million greater than the preliminary budget due to revised B&T debt service projections. B&T debt service is now forecast at $278.4 million compared to $316.5 million in the preliminary budget. That's a favorable variance of $38.1 million. This concludes my report on the 2018 budget and financial plan.
Would you take a look at page 68 of the book? Unless I am misreading it, it looks like you have somewhere between an 8 and 10% increase in personnel at a time when you've gone to open road tolling. Am I misreading it, or is there an explanation?
Yes, so our funded headcount level is high. We're currently determining exactly what level it should be in an ORT environment. So we're still carrying a number of bridge and tunnel officers vacancies until we determine exactly the correct amount, because bridge and tunnel officers do more than just collect
This
tolls.
is an increase, not just doing maintenance. It's an increase of over 100 employees.
Between
Wait.
2016 and 17.
Yeah.
Correct. It's because we're carrying the vacancies, we're assuming full staffing in 2017, but we know it's too high. We're going to be taking it down at the July mid-year. We just
When
want to
will
make
you
sure
do
we just want to make sure we take it down correctly and just once rather than do a piecemeal.
Well, let me take a look. You have, in 2016, you had 81 employees, according to this chart. You're proposing 92 for 2018, and you had 92, according to this, in 2017. That's 11 more on just the administration side. If those are unfilled vacancies and you are just carrying them along, at what point do you confront reality?
On the administration side, those vacancies will hopefully be filled. Those 11 vacancies will hopefully be filled.
I don't understand. Commissioners?
Let me try it from a different line item, but I assume a similar question. If you look at the maintenance and operating contracts line of non-labor costs, which I assume is non-labor and therefore different than the head count, 16 to 17 with a 38% increase in maintenance and other operating contracts. 17 to 18 we're showing a 17% increase in operating maintenance and other operating contracts. Can you just point us to where those increases are going? And maybe specify what the line item covers, and then maybe understand, because then you go back to basically flat. You go from 215 to 218, so you're flat, but you're jumping up 38%, then 17%. That's a pretty hefty jump in a 2-year period to a new level of spend.
So excuse me.
I do want to apologize. I realize you're sort of stepping in for your colleague, so apologies that we're jumping on you a little bit.
No, it's quite all right. I hope I'm able to answer it completely for you. But a big maintenance and other operating contracts covers the biggest components are major maintenance, and also the operation of the E-ZPass Customer Service Center, which administers all of the back office costs for E-ZPass and tolls by mail. The major maintenance program runs in coordination, basically supports the capital program. There are ups and downs in that. The big jump between 2017 and 2018 is we weren't fully ORT in 17. So going from partial, the back office costs for ORT to administer the tolls by mail to 100% fully operational in 18 is a big year-to-year change in costs.
So without putting words in your mouth, it sounds like you're trying to say that ORT, we may be neutral, maybe we'll be a little ahead with fines, but there's clearly a increased operating cost of having ORT.
There's a increase in year-to-year operating costs for sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for raising those issues because you saved me a question. I had flagged, particularly on the engineering line, that we had 46 more positions between 16 and 17. But my question, since it's already been asked by the chair, is related to the assumptions built in around, so I'm looking at page 64 of the book. You did touch on the increase to transit from B&T, support to mass transit. I'm a little confused by what was said, and maybe I'm misunderstanding. You had mentioned that there was an increase, I believe you said, in support to transit, with that amount in 2017 being $1,039,000,039. Did you say increase to $1,039,000,000?
The plan-to-plan change is better. So we're providing more support to mass transit in this November plan compared to July financial plan.
Because I'm looking at the. Okay.
He's saying the July plan versus November reforecast.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you. So my subsequent question is, in the outlying years, going to 2021, we're actually seeing a decrease in support to transit. And I'm still not clear why that is. And perhaps you've explained it, but I still am not clear.
No, I didn't talk at all about the out years, so you didn't misunderstand it.
Thank you for making me feel better.
You know, the short answer is we're growing. Our operating expenses are growing by inflation, which is around 2%, a little bit more than 2% each year, and revenue in the plan isn't. So the bottom line is diminishing. This plan does not.
So within the MTA financial plan, which Bob will be presenting later, we have projected fare and toll increases in 2019 and 2021 that are at an MTA-wide level. So they're not included within B&T projected numbers. So you're gonna naturally see their expenses going up, but the extra revenue from those increases is not. So it's almost a natural progression where you're going to see a reduction in that specific indicator. The other thing that we should mention is also when you were talking about the increase in heads from 2016 to 2017, in the case of 2016 headcount, those are actual incumbents, whereas in 2017 it's approved positions. So that's also sort of a jump that just you'll see from time to time. So when you really want to compare 2016 to 2017, a better way to look at it would be to see the approved positions from 2016 to the approved positions in 2017. So those are just two comments I wanted to make based on the discussion that I was listening to.
But can I'm confused now because I thought, wouldn't the open road tolling, you're saying your operating expenses are going up. Wasn't it supposed to reduce your operating expenses? I thought we were told it was going to reduce operating expenses. Is it more expensive to operate without the toll booths?
I'm not going to answer on the part of B&T in terms of the expenses, but there are what it is. The cost of an Easy Pass transaction is cheaper. Now, what of course it does is it does reduce the average toll because of the economics of of that in terms of the structure. The Easy Pass is a lower toll collection than a cash collection. The open road tolling is, in fact, increasing costs prior to what we had.
If I could add just a comment to that as well. We are in a transition period, and there's two elements. For sure, there are increased costs in the back office because the number of Easy Pass transactions are going up, so the back office costs will go up. We're looking at our field staff as we speak, and as was alluded to see where the right adjustment there is going to become, and that's where some of the cost reductions in an ORT environment as compared to a cash collection environment will be realized. So we're going through this transition period, and one of the questions that we're going to have to resolve within the agency is what's the right number of staff of the BTOs that work for Danny to make sure that we are at the same time as reducing costs, but also protecting the revenue, because there's an enforcement aspect of this as well that we want to make sure that when we adjust, we don't adjust too much, because we want to find that equilibrium and balance to be able to adjust. But it's certainly a question that we'll be looking at very closely as we move into the next year. The other thing I'd like to point to, and I believe this is correct, is that when you look at the actual reflects what it actually was at the end of the year because of our challenges filling headcount, whereas when you looked to the next year, 17, it was based on what the actual budget was. And so, part of the challenge is filling all of your positions through the hiring process.
Let me just make two comments, if I may. One, I can understand having a hedge until you have a definitive kind of plan. But what you seem to be doing is keeping the lines that are vacant on the books for the moment until you get to that point. By doing that, I understand where you're going, but at the same time, it's very hard, I think, for me at least, to figure out what it's costing and what the aggregate costs are that we're sustaining. At what point in time next year can you give us a more definitive set of numbers?
So that's the very issue we're working right now. It was a fast transitional year. For the most of the part, we were in a traditional operation where you needed to be able to satisfy lane coverage to be able to collect cash. Every several months, we were moving from a cash operation to an ORT operation. So if in fact we would have been successful in filling positions in 2016, the 2016 numbers, actual numbers, would probably have been closer to the 2017 numbers. What you're seeing in 2016 is the challenges of keeping headcount fully staffed. Notwithstanding that, though, as we went fully ORT at the end of September, so we're just now here. And one of the things we need to do is we need to keep our eye on that balance of our ability to run our operations and to have the enforcement efforts necessary to make sure that the behavioral modifications are in place to make sure people pay what they're supposed to pay.
Cedric, let me just tie a couple of things together that I'm getting a little lost on. One, I thought Dor said that the cost of those Easy Pass customer service folks are sitting in the line called maintenance and service contracts, which is explicitly non-labor, which is what has gone up so much. So I'm trying to understand, if it's a non-labor category, it's not a labor category definitionally. So I'm just trying to figure that out, which is why I think the chair is saying we probably need some sort of reconciliation of the sources and uses of ORT revenue and ORT expenses, because we're confused. The second thing I want to say is back to Ms. Vanderpool's question, and what you said, Doug. I'm not sure the footing of the reduction in support to mass transit comes from what you were saying. It looks to me like on page 64 that the net is the increase each year in B&T debt service is the exact dollar amount, or near the exact dollar amount, which is where the reduction is coming to the support to mass transit.
Yeah, that's one element, but I just wanted to point out that one major item that is excluded when you look at the agency submission itself is it does not have those below-the-line items, but it also doesn't have the below-the-line budget reductions that we're anticipating. So those are two major disconnects, if you will. I'm not discounting the other elements that you're talking about, like debt service and expense growth.
Will you be in a position in January to give us a more complete report on this and with a greater actuality, reality? Is that too soon?
It's not. It'll be the beginning for us in many respects, though, as we move more fully into the ORT world. But as the months proceed after January, we'll be bringing additional clarity as we learn more.
I just want to be clear, though. Is it correct what Doris said, that the cost you're bearing for ORT is also in this non-payroll category, or are we just misunderstanding? Because you said it was a payroll issue, a staffing issue. He's saying it's which leads me to believe it's a third party doing it. So just
Yeah, so it's all three, okay? There are revenue implications, there are labor implications, there are non-labor implications. As far as the current budget plan goes, the non-labor costs are the year-to-year costs. A lot of that growth is due to ORT. On the labor side, we have not made the headcount reductions yet that we are eventually going to do. We will have all of this reconciled for the July financial plan because we will have enough experience by then to do that.
So can I just...
We won't get this hard information till July?
Well, we will be compiling it, of course. I mean, maybe we can do a preliminary
And why don't we
report.
do this? Let's have what you have in January and then update it to February, but let us know what's going on, because this is not the real world.
Okay. It's the budget world, which often isn't the real world, I agree. So maybe we will try to incorporate that into the ORT performance report.
Let me give you a heads up. The single best numbers guy in government is the chairman of the MTA. And he will know those numbers. As a former budget director and deputy mayor, he knows the numbers better than anyone. So I think he will want those numbers too.
Of course, okay.
So I'm just sorry, I'm still trying to understand. So are we saying right now, understanding that it may be reconciled differently in the future, the open tolling has raised labor costs, has raised outside contracting costs, and has reduced revenues?
It has not raised labor costs, and it hasn't reduced revenues. It has increased non-labor costs.
I thought you were saying it had reduced revenues because now you're getting more easy passes, which is lower than when people paid cash at the toll booths. I thought you just said...
Easy Pass market share, yes, has increased exponentially, and ORT is a big reason for that. So in that context, we are not bringing in as much revenue because more people have moved to Easy Pass and more people have signed up for Easy Pass.
Well, so is revenue going up or down? I'm not...
We are taking down revenue in this plan because of the higher Easy Pass usage.
Well, wait a minute. You're taking down individual rate or collective rate? Those are two different things.
The total for next year,
Right.
total toll revenue is $14 million less than what we had forecast at the mid-year.
In July, and that's because the individual
And that's because
rate is less.
That's because the average toll is lower than we expected because Easy Pass market share is higher than we expected.
Now, does that $14 million less number include the fines and penalties to be paid by the people who don't pay?
Yes, it does.
So even when you include that in there, to the extent you can, we all understand there's a lag, because people don't pay the day they get the bill. We understand that. So you're usually 3 months behind, give or take, 4 months?
Some people don't pay their bill for a year.
That's,
So,
I
you know,
understand.
I mean,
But hopefully when they do pay, at that point, the fine is significantly greater than the amount they would have paid if they had paid on time. I mean, that's the only incentive we have, other than DMV taking their license away now.
Right, fines, as of today, the amount of fines, the violation fee revenue we bring in is at the same level or a little bit more than the actual tolls that we've billed.
Suggesting that we ought to increase those fines?
I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just saying that with fines, with fees, we are bringing in the amount of revenue that we expect based on what the mix of traffic is and based on what is being billed.
Right, so the only way to make that equal, because the more people who use Easy Pass, the less per transaction. We get that. So the only way to keep us whole is to increase the fines and penalties on those people who don't pay. That's the only way to do that.
And I'll bet you when you dig down, you'll find that most of them are truckers.
Just to address your point, what you're suggesting, I think, or where the conversation is going, is just fixing your point, your E-ZPass market share to an expectation in time. I mean, you know, we're at 94%.
Right.
So at that percentage, we are expecting to bring in the amount of revenue that suggests. It's not, we're going to bring in less revenue than if we had an 85% market share. So I think what you're, to raise the violation fee to make up for the difference between an 85% market share and a 94% market share is a different suggestion than what we've.
But my point is, that's the only, assuming the 94% market share stays constant, okay?
Right.
And that may depend on other things, one of which may be the fines and penalties if you don't pay, if you actually get people. But leaving that aside, the only way to make up the difference between what was the market share before ORT and what is the market share now before ORT is to do one of two things. Either to increase the amount paid by the people paying E-ZPass, that's option one, or option two is to increase the amount paid by the non-E-ZPass users so as to keep the numbers whole. Those are the only, or number three, as Commissioner Trottenberg says, decrease your revenues because, decrease your expenses, because obviously we don't want to have a situation where we have less money in that context. Those are the only three options we have.
Commissioners, we understand, and we will be bringing you data in January so that we can have full conversation in all of these areas.
Can I ask one other question on the
No, go ahead.
On the debt service issue? The debt service issue, obviously, the debt service expense obviously goes up each year. Is that going up because we're issuing more debt or because we're assuming interest rates are going up? Or both.
It's a combination. It's a combination of the expected long-term fixed interest rate, but predominantly it has to do with the debt service schedule as determined by our finance department. So it's their portion of the debt service, which is going up, as you know, in general because of the schedule of debt, and then to a lesser degree, the long-term debt rate is higher than it has been.
Right. And that debt rate applies not just to MTA debt, but also to B&T debt.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry, I still have a math question here. So I'm looking at the net operating income number. I'm on page 64, which I guess is taking in the total toll revenue and whatever total expenses before. I mean, that number is essentially pretty stable, going down slightly. And that's not accounting for a toll increase that would happen. When would it happen?
2019 and 2021.
So for those years before the toll increase, the support to mass transit is still going down. So
It's a debt. Yeah.
I mean, I want to kind of go back and pull the transcript because I remember when it predates you, Cedric, when we talked about doing this. I seem to remember at the time there were questions about revenue and questions about whether it would have any implications for, contributions to the transit system. And I think the answers at that time were very reassuring.
We spent a lot of time on
Yeah.
the top line on revenue. We spent no time on the bottom line, the expense.
You have to understand one fact.
Yeah.
When they were putting together these numbers, they were functioning on the basis of data relating to the Henry Hudson Bridge, which was passenger cars, no trucks. And when it was decided to move to open road tolling for the other bridges where you had trucks, everybody anticipated there would be a time period during which that could be phased in because the truckers were more likely to be toll evaders than the passenger cars and more difficult to track down. We may be hitting that as a factor, but it seems to me we need to get these numbers in a more reasonable fashion before we come up with that awful discussion early next year about what happens to tolls and fares and the like. Commissioner.
And an addendum to the chair's suggestion is to really get an updated assessment of the aggregate capital costs, because we did ask this question several months ago, and we were told that the aggregate capital costs of ORT were just over $500 million, I think 515. And if we could get an aggregate analysis of the operating costs ongoing for this, I think it would be very helpful.
It's going to require a much more detailed analysis when we decide what we're going to do in 2019.
That's a
much more detailed analysis. Because by then, we'll have this year.
The report on the capital program begins on page 70. Overall, B&T has already exceeded its annual commitment plan with a total commitments achieved year-to-date at 102% of our annual plan of $527.7 million. We've also exceeded our annual completion goal of $527.8 million with the recent early completion of the $18.6 million reconstruction of the Brooklyn Plaza at the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel, bringing our annual completions to approximately 103% of our annual goal. Unless there are any questions, that completes my report.
Are you finished?
Procurement start on page 89. There are no non-competitive procurements or ratifications. There are 3 competitive procurements this month in the amount of $95.1 million. There's an award of a competitively solicited design-build contract for the installation of facility-wide monitoring and detection systems, including security and fire detection, at both the Bronx Whitestone Bridge and Robert F. Kennedy Bridge facilities in a negotiated amount of $71,797,700. There's an award of a competitively solicited design-build contract for main cable and suspender rope testing and inspection at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in the negotiated amount of $17,250,000. There's a public work modification at the Marine Parkway Gil Hodges Memorial Bridge for the replacement of the electrical riser cables and increases to unit price quantities primarily associated with steel repairs in the negotiated amount of $6,031,460. Unless there are any questions, these procurements are described in detail in the enclosed staff summaries.
Mr. Trottenberg?
Just a question on the Hellman Electric procurement. So in the staff summary, it mentions towers and some other work. Are these towers related to the gateway towers that were discussed many months ago? Is this
No, that's the bridge tower.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with those gateway towers?
I don't think so. Let me just take a look at it. No.
just a sense, these were two things. One, for both bridges, these procurements were part of our 15 and 19 capital plan.
Right.
Yes?
Yes.
And can you just maybe, since that was, I mean, I see the line items in the capital plan, but just what's changed about the environment for the bridges that would make the need for these services necessary now in 2017? If these are not related to the issues that of a earlier crossing, what are these things doing that we need them now?
So the main cable testing and suspended rope testing project at the Verrazano is part of an ongoing program to monitor and plan for the long-term capital needs of our suspension bridge elements, including the most critical of which is the main cable and the suspender ropes that basically are the primary load-carrying elements of the suspended spans. So obviously in the case of the Verrazano, which is our largest suspension facility, we need to continue to invest in doing our due diligence on inspecting and ensuring that the health and the strength of those critical elements is known, and that we have a program in place to plan for any necessary capital intervention. So this is really very similar to what work we've done at other bridges, notably the Whitestone Bridge. It's part of an ongoing program of just knowing the true condition of the main cable and the suspender ropes, which are critical elements for our suspension bridges. The second issue is the electronic security and detection systems. This is part of our ongoing security strategy, which is sort of, to monitor these sensitive areas of our bridges, notably the bridge towers and the anchorages are the main elements. So it's part of a program that we have at all our facilities.
Contrary-minded, abstentions, done. The diversity report is in the book. We are running awfully late. Would you forego the questioning on this and then pursue it some other time or offline? Or I will take a motion to adjourn. Second? Done. Thank you.
Meeting to order. Everyone could take their seats so we can get started. I am pinch hitting for both Chairman Schwartz and Vice Chairman Farrar today. That shows you what happens when I'm the third choice in that context. But be that as it may, we'll call the meeting in the order of the Finance Committee for December. Doug, are there any public speakers?
Yes, sir. We have 4 public speakers today. First on the list would be Steve Ballone, Suffolk County Executive.
I want to welcome my boss to the event.
I didn't realize you'd be chairing, Mr. Chairman.
Just checking up on me, right?
It's absolutely. Good to be here with you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. I'm here today on behalf of the 1.5 million residents of Suffolk County, county executive of the largest county in the state outside of the city. I come to voice my strong support for the Long Island Railroad expansion project. This is an investment that is sorely needed to help remedy the Long Island Railroad system. Right now, Suffolk County residents have some of the longest commutes in the country. For example, we have the third highest proportion of workers who travel 1 hour or more to work in Manhattan. These commutes oftentimes become longer due to delays from bridge strikes, street-level grade crossings, or antiquated switches and signals. Many residents use the Port Jefferson and Ronkonkoma lines to get to and from Penn Station. They're also among the least reliable and worst performing lines across the entire Long Island Railroad system. According to a report by the New York State Comptroller's Office from April, in Ronkonkoma in 2016, 118 trains were terminated on the way to their destinations, more than any other branch in the system. The 7:32 a.m. train from Ronkonkoma to Penn Station was late, canceled, or terminated en route nearly 1 out of 4 times. On Port Jefferson, trains on the line were twice as likely to be late, canceled, or terminated compared to the system-wide average. This is not sustainable. The Regional Plan Association recently issued their own report that called for a new approach for suburban growth, one that centers around transit-oriented development. It calls for better transit, more inclusive communities, more housing in downtowns, quality, affordable rental housing, things that make it and will make it easier and more affordable to live on Long Island. And we happen to agree wholeheartedly with that report and that vision, and we're already building projects consistent with that vision in Suffolk County. Take Wyandanch Rising, for instance. Wyandanch, one of the most economically distressed communities in our region. There is a $500 million project currently underway around the Long Island Railroad station there. Governing Magazine recently profiled this project as a model for suburban revitalization around the country. We just broke ground on the first phase of the Ronkonkoma Hub, a $650 million mixed-use development right next to the Ronkonkoma Long Island Railroad Station, which is also adjacent to Long Island's regional airport, MacArthur Airport. It will create walkable downtowns, good jobs, right as the Long Island Railroad double-track project nears completion in 2018. For each of these projects, and many others that are coming, the Long Island Railroad is the lifeblood. In Suffolk County, we launched our economic development plan, Connect Long Island, which is a regional transportation and development plan that will spur economic growth while expanding north-south mass transit connections from one train station to the other. With bidirectional service expanded under the Long Island Railroad expansion project, residents in New York City will have the chance to join in these economic opportunities. But the Long Island Railroad must be reliable in order for Connect Long Island to work. Without the Long Island Railroad expansion project, our plan will simply not live up to its full potential. The third track project is the critical piece of the railroad's expansion and similarly for our region as a whole. It will only enhance other investments in the Long Island Railroad that are currently underway. In closing, this project is more than worth the investment. It is a critical investment for our region and one we haven't seen of its kind in over 100 years. It is a long-awaited investment in our transportation infrastructure, in our regional economy, and in our quality of life. And it's an investment in Long Island's 3 million residents, and in the undoubtable increases in ridership that a true reverse commute will bring, and our ability to retain young people and achieve our economic potential on Long Island and to support the region as a whole. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bellone. Our next speaker is David Capel from the organization Right Track for Long Island.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address you. I speak for the Right Track for Long Island Coalition. We're a group of 5,000 members representing academia, business, philanthropy, not-for-profits, and commuters, and the average citizen. The Long Island Railroad is literally the vascular system for life on Long Island, and it's our lifeline, our economic lifeline to the city of New York. The capacity in the main line corridor between Floral Park and Hicksville was set in the 19th century when people traveled to the train station in horse and buggy. Over 100 years later, it represents the single biggest constraint to economic development on Long Island and is fully utilized during peak rush hour times, such the trains can only run in one direction for about an hour and a half in the morning and again in the afternoon. The project will, if it's installed, improve reliability, allow for expanded service, and facilitate a reverse commute that is currently impossible due to the capacity constraint. The Long Island Index issued an economic impact analysis of the project a couple of years ago that found that it will produce 2,250 jobs in construction, $910 million in cumulative personal income during construction, and $910 million in gross regional product in the same period. 10 years later, it will produce 35,000 new residents for Long Island, and critically 40% of these will be people between the ages of 25 and 44, the critical age group we're trying to attract. It will also produce $40 million in new sales tax revenues, $103 million in property tax revenue, $3 billion in personal income, and $5.6 billion in gross regional product.
Mr. Capel, could you please conclude your remarks?
Yes, the East Side Access Project will not be fully exploited without this project. The additional capacity you're creating to bring people into Manhattan can't be realized with this current capacity constraint. In closing, I'd like to present you with a petition signed by 5,000 members, commuters on Long Island, and copies of an infographic that detail the economic impact figures that I just shared with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker would be Omar Vera.
Good afternoon, MTA Finance Committee members. Welcome back to final committee meetings of 2017. Well, first of all, I'd like to discuss, so last month I mentioned like the fees and why the fees are a bad idea. They rip off the customers who pay for no additional benefit. And with the impending biannual like fare hikes coming next year, it's good. Like already, like the fare hikes like that passed earlier this year were now it's counting down. The fare hikes that were passed earlier this year was already like the best deal, but many commuters are like, especially those of low income, like are really worried about what will be in the future. Like I know you're replacing the MetroCard with a tap and go system, which I started seeing at 34th Street Penn Station on the 1, 2, and 3, Broadway 7th Avenue. Andrew, you've seen that, right? Yeah. Yes, but like I said, this is mass transit, public transportation. It should be like affordable to like low income, because if you make it more affordable, that also like decreases the chances of fare beatings or fare evasion. And we all know that that's the worst possible scenario, because that's people who literally just use the system while robbing you guys of the revenue you need. But you must have fares that are more affordable for commuters. And I believe that for a long time, when I was like growing up, like middle school, like high school, it was the $2 fare was reasonable. It was still, I feel like it should have remained at $2. But I understand the financial crisis, the inflations, but point is, fares should increase and decrease with income. Minimum wage increases, fares should increase. When wages decrease, fares should decrease. Therefore, it should be a little bit more of an equitable site. We're not asking for like the world. Just balance it out. Just like maintain a little balance, yin and yang. So, kind of way. All right, and with that, I would like to basically wish everybody Happy New Year, Happy 2018, and see you around.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Murray Bowden.
This started out with one yellow line on a Whitestone Bridge. It's evolved into a systemic problem at the MTA, the inability for the MTA to change in many ways. The yellow line has been wrong by New York State engineers and by the feds and by the consultants, and you asked why I should bring in a couple of engineers to refute it. And I tell you this is a parallel to the women's being harassed situation, where Harvey Weinstein, Charlie Rose, and today Mario Batali abused women for years and years and years, and nobody could speak up. Likewise, traffic engineers will not speak up because they will not get a job or will get promoted. Whether or not you do something about it now, you will, because this will open up. Mitch described this morning where there are 300 crossings on the Long Island Railroad controlled by lights. I've asked the Long Island Railroad to meet with me and ask them why they don't use only traffic lights with a red light camera, which is a violation. No answer. You have on a Madison Avenue Bridge, you've got gates and traffic lights. On a Willis Avenue Bridge, you've got gates and traffic lights. On a Henry Hutchinson River Parkway, you've got bridge and traffic lights. Why not at the Long Island Railroad crossings? Because you will never, ever correct 300 crossings. You have a red box at the Roaring Brook crossing in Westchester.
Mr. Bowden, could you please conclude your remarks? You're almost out of time.
Certainly. This is so important that I will continue until you understand that whether or not you begin the process today of facing up to the fact that that there are people in MTA who refuse to use the latest technology. I got parked in a parking lot this morning, and my phone came up, and it said, the next train will be here in so-and-so.
Please conclude your remarks, sir. We're out of time, and we're running very late.
Yes. You're running very late, not because of me. You're running very late because of the reports that the...
Please conclude your remarks.
Read that set behind you. Go read it, because I read it. It says that I would like me to speak 2 minutes, but you can't cut me off. That's an example of using your personal requirements to the rules that are right behind you.
Thank you. Then concludes public comments. We have the minutes of the November 13th meeting. Are there any changes to the minutes? If not, motion to approve. Second, all in favor? Okay. The work plan?
For your review, there is a draft of the 2018 Finance Committee work plan. That's found on page 10. If any board member would like to suggest any additions, edits, or deletions to that plan, we can incorporate those at next month's meeting.
Okay. Now we go to Budget Watch and Finance Watch.
Yes, thanks. we're not going to have we don't have a budget watch in December. Later in the meeting, Mr. Foran will be presenting for your vote the budget and financial plan. In January, we will do a special flash year-end watch. So next would be Finance Watch.
As quickly as possible.
Okay, good afternoon. Just 3 transactions to report in Finance Watch. It's on page 18 of your committee materials. First is TBTA, General Revenue Bonds 2017C. This is a combination of an advance refunding together with some new money bonds. In total, we issued $720 million. This was on November 17th. All-in TIC for this transaction was 2.81%. And for that portion of the transaction, which was a refunding, it was $520 million. We saved 9.59%, or $55 million on a present value basis. This was a very successful transaction led by Siebert, Cisneros, Schenck, together with special co-senior managers Academy Securities, Alamo Capital, and Rice Financial Products Company, all special designated firms. Next, we have the MTA Transportation Revenue Refunding Green Bonds Series 2017C. This was just slightly over $2 billion advance refunding. As I noted last month, if the tax plan as envisioned goes through, we would lose the opportunity to do these kind of transactions. We were very pleased to be able to get this out into the market and successfully priced. This was senior managed by Bank of America Merrill Lynch. And as you can see here, we achieved an all-in TIC of 3.12%, present value savings of $156 million, or 7.68%. So again, very pleased to get that done. Lastly, we have a fuel hedge that was executed on November 29th. This was for 2.8 million gallons of ULSD. This was competitively offered, and Goldman Sachs, J. Aaron, won the bidding at an all-in price of $1.85 per gallon. And that hedge extends from November 18 through October of 2019. Happy to take any questions if there are any.
Any questions on any of those items?
Yeah, sure.
If not, thank you very much.
Okay.
Now we'll go to MTA headquarters and all agency items, Doug? Pat's going to do it?
Okay. As you know, on the work plan, we always come to the board for our request for new money bond authorization in the next year. And as you can see in your packet, beginning on page 30, we have the supplemental resolutions authorizing $3 billion in in new bonds in 2018 on the transit and commuter side, and $200 million of bonding for TBTA. This is for all existing approved capital programs. There's nothing new in here. This is to just complete the board's desire to bond finance those portions of the capital projects that have already been approved. So happy to take any questions
on that item? If not, we need a motion to approve. I'll move. Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Next.
That's it. Okay, and next we have the supplemental resolutions authorizing refunding bonds from time to time, consistent with the board's policy on refunding bonds. And happy to take questions if there are any. Otherwise, we need.
Any questions on this item? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Okay, and then lastly, we have a MTA and TBTA reimbursement resolutions. And this is just for federal tax purposes to allow for the use of bond dollars to replace operating dollars to the degree that we use one for the other next year. This is just to square the books away.
Any questions on this item? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Any questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Okay, the next item
Pat,
is...
could, before at the next meeting, January, we assume, between now and then, there will be a federal tax bill which will pass. We assume. Could you, in January, give us some report as to what, if any, effect that will have on our finances at that time, either through bonds
absolutely.
or anything else that relates to that?
Be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, the next item is the authorization to extend NYPA contracts. We're asking to obtain board approval for an extension of the long-term contract with the New York Power Authority to supply electricity to all of the MTA agencies for facilities and operations within the City of New York and Westchester County, and then 2, Energy Services Program Agreement between NYPA and the MTA.
Any questions on that item? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Any questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Oh.
Whoa.
Is that because we didn't pay our electric bill?
It's a threat.
Was that NYPA?
That was part of the presentation.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Okay.
The record to note that I abstained from that vote.
Number 4, on the NYPA.
On
You have
NYPA.
that? Okay.
Thank you.
Next.
Next, we have Executive Order 88, Advanced Metering Infrastructure, and we're seeking to obtain board approval to install advanced energy metering in MTA facilities utilizing the services of the New York Power Authority, consistent with the MTA NYPA Energy Services Program Agreement approved by the board in December of 2005, and in furtherance of the objectives of Executive Order 88 governing the improvement of energy efficiency in state buildings.
Okay. Any questions on this item? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is approved. Next.
Next, we want to discuss the 2018 budget and 2018 to 21 financial plan, and Bob Foran is here to take that.
Thank you. In Director's Desk, in the exhibit section, there is a compilation of budget materials that are there with the staff summary. I'm going to not go through the plan itself, but I'm just going to go through the authorizations that we're going to be asking you to provide us. If you turn to page 5 in the Director's Desk, we begin there with the staff summary. Most of the authorizations are going to be on page 9, but let me just get started. We're asking the board to adopt the 2018 final proposed budget and the 4-year financial plan, that's 2018 to 2021, which include approving the 2017 final estimate and plan adjustments and authorization of budget and plan adjustments, including MTA efficiency targets and policy actions as set forth in the staff summary. The document summarizes the November plan presented to the board for information purposes in November, and it projected ending cash balances of $78 million in 2017, $30 million in 2018, $69 million in 2019, and projected cash gaps of $352 in 2020 and $643 in 2021. There are no changes between this document and what you saw in November. So on page 9 in Director's Desk, we present the recommendations. It is recommended that the board adopt the 2018 final proposed budget and the 4-year financial plan, the November plan, which includes the 2017 final estimate and plan adjustments. The approval of this plan will supersede prior board plan approvals for this period. Note that the projected 2019 and 2021 fare toll increase proposals will require separate board action in advance of those dates. You're authorizing the staff under the guidance and direction of the chairman, the managing director, and the chief financial officer or their designees to take action to implement the policy actions set forth in the plan. Policy actions include the full funding of a subway action plan. The plan assumes New York State funding for half the cost of the SAP, including debt service. The plan assumes a new source of funding for the other half of the SAP cost. The plan also includes the reimbursement of MTA's advanced funding of SAP cost in 2017 and 2018, and the operating budget will temporarily fund 2017 capital costs that are expected to be paid back from the capital program in 2018. The plan assumes that if new funding commitments are not forthcoming, the SAP will be scaled back to a sustainable level. Authorize necessary changes to the scope of the subway action plan in the February plan to match available funding, as well as authorization to make corresponding changes to the budget. Authorize staff to draw down the unexpended 2017 general reserve to provide advanced cash flow funding for the SAP in 2017. This $20 million is assumed to be restored in 2018 upon the reimbursement from New York State and new funding source and will roll into the 2018 cash balance. Authorize staff to draw down $80 million of GASB 45 OPEB reserves to provide advanced cash flow funding for the SAP in 2017. Funds are assumed to be restored to the GASB 45 OPEB reserves in 2018 upon the reimbursement from New York State and a new funding source. Authorize staff to draw down the $149.5 million OPEB reserves balance after restoration of the $80 million advance to offset expenses in 2018. Authorize staff to suspend planned contributions to this reserve beginning in 2018. This action would reduce operating funding contributions by $101 million over the planned period. Authorize staff to suspend contribution to Bridge and Tunnel's necessary reconstruction reserve from 2018 to 2021. This action would reduce operating funding contributions by $214 million over the planned period, still leaving $321 million in the fund. Authorize technical adjustments to MTA budgets and forecasts on a non-material nature in the February plan. Authorize adjustments of MTA budgets and forecasts to reflect labor settlements approved from time to time. Authorize staff under the guidance and direction of the chairman, managing director, chief financial officer, and their designees, including the MTA treasurer, to take additional budget and cash management actions, as has been done in past budgets, to draw on the general reserve and/or make budget adjustments to respond to unexpected expenses or revenue subsidy shortfalls, and other actions as described below. Captions of those: advance of Bridge and Tunnel operating surplus, uses of MTA MRT2 corporate account monies, uses of payroll mobility tax and replacement funds and MTA aid, to authorize staff acting under Section 1266-6A of the Public Authority Law to enter into interagency loan agreements among the MTA, its affiliates, and subsidiaries. Use of the stabilization reserve for prompt payment of contractual obligations. With Government Accounting Standard Board GASB contributions, we recognize you are authorizing that the treasurer can use the GASB accounts to fund intra-agency loans as well as interagency loans. This concludes the presentation of the authorizations that we're requesting for the 2018 final proposed budget and the 2018 to 2021 financial plan.
Okay. Questions? Andrew?
Bob, when the passage of this budget assumes New York State's half of the Subway Action Plan will come to the authority when? Is there a specific date? Is it on an as-needed? How is New York State explaining their contribution?
And our expectation is it would come with the budget. So we will be using, the expectation that would come with the next year's budget. So if it's an on-time budget, that would be April 1st.
With the budget. Thank you.
Yes.
Jamie?
In terms of the capital plan and the amendment,
which we'll get to next. Unless you
Fair
want to say
enough.
it now.
My head's already ahead of us.
All right. Understand. Any other questions on these items? Okay, this is to send it to the full board for a discussion.
Well, there is a
Yeah, go ahead.
answer. I'd certainly feel incumbent as a fiduciary to probably vote against this provision. Basically because of a confluence of stuff. I absolutely agree that emergency steps have to be taken to improve the conditions of ridership on the subways particularly. But as I've related to a number of people on this board, the uncertainties here are huge. We don't have commitment from RIET other than a handshake from the state or the city. We have a federal budget that looks likely to rip a hole as big as a Mack truck, I don't know, or a large subway through most of our plans. Moreover, we're facing real crisis with the tax changes that are coming, which are going to undermine a lot of our notions of how this system is going to get money. We have asked, I have asked, others have asked, some other options in terms of if, in fact, we fall short, whether the state or city, in its provision of money for the Subway Action Plan. We'd like more options that doesn't look at this system as if it suddenly is all its own. MTA is now, if you have a problem, it's all going to be borne by the subway. It doesn't stretch to the rest of the system. So for all these reasons, and my friends in the advocacy community, some of them more unusual for me than others, from the Manhattan Institute to the Citizens Budget Commission, will force me to vote against at this point.
Veronica?
I find this vote to be incredibly difficult. Every vote, I think, every fiscal vote presents a good deal of challenge, but this one ties into comments that have been made, at least for the past 18 months that I've been on the board, about the need to re-examine our costs and our expenses across all agencies and across all budget lines. As a result, I have relied and turned to the material that has been put out there by the New York State Comptroller, by advocacy organizations that I trust as objective and nonpartisan, such as the Citizens Budget Commission, colleagues, of course, in the advocacy community. And I find this budget to be incredibly precarious and based on a lot of assumptions that all budgets are based on. We can't budget without making some assumptions, but I think we are relying incredibly heavily on budget assumptions that are even more uncertain than they've ever been before. So having said that, I also will be voting no against this operating budget.
Jamie?
The question I was going to ask about capital, I guess I have the same question about operating. Is it right that when we pass a budget, if the revenue assumptions don't end up being coming to pass and we have less revenue, that the decision as to where to spend less money don't necessarily come back to the board? Is that historically true, Joe, or Bob? Or?
It does, in fact, come back to the board. We'll have a budget update in February, I believe another one in July, and then another one in later. And any proposals on a reduction, historically, when it's been done in the past, and hopefully in the same in the future, it will absolutely come back to the board.
But
there were, back in the last fiscal crisis, there were significant meetings because of the amount of reductions necessary that actually had an impact on service. And so those were held. There were lots of public hearings, meetings, as well as involvement of all of the board.
So, certainly it's clear to me, and I've only seen us amend the budgets in my relatively short time here upwards, and it certainly comes back with a formality that we see today to increase it, which certainly seems appropriate and is appreciated. When it has to be cut significantly, is it the board is kept informed, or does it come back with a formality that is an actual vote to amend the budget that's reduced?
I can only tell you the last time we had to reduce the budget, the board voted on all the reductions.
Okay. I just haven't been here long
Susan
enough.
was here. We voted on every one. Some we liked and some we didn't like, but we voted on every one of them over a period of time.
That was the most difficult vote I think we've ever had to take as a board.
Okay.
I would just say, there are just things that are going to happen on a month-to-month basis or a dated, week-to-week, and management has to have the prerogative of being able to respond quickly. But what we're talking about are major issues that affect service and delivery and maintenance and things like that. And
I'm
those
asking
are
the
all
same,
coming.
I'm not asking the micro day-to-day decisions you guys make, but if...
Just want to make sure that you understand that.
Yeah.
Jamie, absolutely, as was done in the past, any reductions in the level and what they are will absolutely come back to the board.
I guess, I'm also not feeling supportive of what we're proposing today for precisely, I think, what the chairman just said, which is we wanted to know some of those things before this vote. We wanted to see other options. We wanted to see other potential ways to, I hear what you say, Sue. It's a powerful point that having to vote down service was a very, very painful thing. And I feel like in this operating plan, unfortunately, and I recognize the struggles you have, Bob, you have to make assumptions about city money, state money, federal money. But not to mention the savings you're going to find, and I think those are hard to find, what's going to happen with future fare and toll increases. And just your own financial plan, by 2021, if you can't find the savings and we don't get the fare increases, we're $1.7 billion in the red on the operating front. I do feel like as a fiduciary, that it's hard to feel comfortable kind of plunging ahead with this operating plan without a better, just one contingency plan, which is bashing the city, that's not really a full-throated contingency plan. There are a lot of things that could go south. State money might not materialize. Federal money might not materialize. I'm hearing some members of the board don't want to vote for the next fare and toll increase. I mean, you may not be able to find those savings. I don't even know what these savings are anymore that we're talking about. It's a mystery to me. So I'm just, I'm very worried. And it's funny, David mentioned strange bedfellows. I mean, I have to say, I think the Citizens Budget Committee, Nicole Gelinas, and the Comptroller have all, I think, done some pretty good work on pointing out this financial plan is one that has some real holes in it.
Let me just make a comment there. We don't have real holes in this financial plan right now. We do have uncertainties out there, which is what we have every time we put a budget together. Again, what we do is when we see the reality of a state budget, a city budget, when we see the reality of the federal budget and the federal implications, we have to respond, and we will respond in a thoughtful, coordinated way. And as you've just heard the chairman say, to the extent that these are major service affecting or major, they're going to be brought back to you and it's going to be discussed. But we have never had a budget where there was absolute certainty.
But we wanted some options before. No one's asking for absolute certainty, but I know I asked, and I thought the chairman had said yes to other possible options in which we have an operating budget that factors in uncertainties, whatever they may be, and doesn't cut the subway action plan in half. You guys haven't produced that. So, I mean, yeah, you may come back to us afterwards, but I think I wanted to see it before we had the vote today and the full board vote on Wednesday.
So, Polly, we have not cut the subway action plan in half. We have pushed it out and extending over a longer period of time. And I would also say that we're talking about an $8.8 billion budget, and the amount of the contingency we're looking at is $400 million. $400 million is a whole hell of a lot of money. I agree with you with that. But when you look at it in comparison to the total size of our budget, the total expenses of our budget, it's not that significant. If we had the contingent, what you're talking about is the contingency plan. For example, David talked about what will happen with tax revenues, what will happen because of the federal government's, the tax bill that's being reconciled right now in the Congress, and what impact it would have. Quite honestly, we don't know what it is. But if it's billions of dollars that we think it's going to be in a reduction, what you'd be asking me to do is to come back with how would we find $1 billion in savings, just like we did, just like the authority did. I wasn't here at the time, but in 2008, 2009, it required service reductions. I will not talk about service reductions like that in a plan like this to scare people. If in fact it comes to pass that there are actual revenue reductions of that magnitude, as I said to Jamie, we will come back to the board because it is my responsibility to make sure that this budget is balanced at the end of the year.
Well, just to be clear, what I asked for was that same $400 million that whatever you're saying is the city's share, that so that we don't cut back on the subway action plan, which we all agree we want to do. What would you do? Not asking you to come back and account for what will happen if the feds, don't give us anything. Although I'm fearful that the days of federal largesse.
I did in fact reference what David said about what his concerns were. That's what I was responding to.
But my question was, what does your plan look like if you decide to fully fund the subway action plan, and you don't get any city money and you don't get any state money, or some combination of the two? I think that's a fair question. And the answer, I just want to be clear, is, well, we slow it down or cut it back or whatever phrase you're using. I guess I challenge that assumption. I feel like it is, as we've heard repeatedly, the most important thing we're doing right now in this agency. And I think the fiscal climate for the city and the state is unknowable at the moment until we see what happens in Washington with the tax bill, till we see what kind of fiscal impacts happen in the budgets. I mean, I hear you, Joe, that you don't want to have everything laid out, but I sort of feel like it's making one assumption about the city and not looking at any other scenarios. And I do think we should prioritize the subway action plan, putting aside who's paying for it. And look, there are other, if you read Nicole Gelinas or CBC or other things, I mean, there are ideas about ways this agency could be doing things more efficiently and save money on the operating and the capital side without necessarily having to cut service. I'm not the expert in that, you all are, but I don't think it's unreasonable to want to have some sense of what of those might be before we get into the voting on now what's going to be our new budget.
Yeah, I mean, it's really my very, very strong personal urge to vote for a budget, especially a budget that starts January 1. But, you know, Joe, you've laid out, and we all recognize there's a huge number of contingencies in this budget. Every budget has some contingencies, and yes, you have to make assumptions about what's going to happen and go forward, recognizing that the future is hardly certain and perhaps less certain now than it's been in many, many years, especially given the tax bill in Washington, which the governor rightly has been so strongly opposed to, and has said what a calamity it will be for New York if it passes, as it seems to be barreling through and passing as far as we know right now. I think the concern is the only plan here as a contingency is to cut the subway action plan when we face contingencies in so many different areas, and my guess is the city's contribution is one of the more minor contingencies, both in terms of scope and reality, but that seems to be the only thing that we're hedging against. And again, I think it's just an issue of priorities and where we, as a authority, have an obligation to provide the best service to the most people, given the constraints we have. And so to cut back on that one thing, to me, seems like a mistake, especially when no other options have been put before us.
Bob, if you can go over and discuss, you know, we currently have a contingency in here of reductions within all of the parts of this MTA. Can you just go through that?
Sure. We have identified savings targets, unidentified savings targets of $218 million next year. So we're working with the agencies to determine what we can do. It is awkward at the same time that we're talking about adding money to enhance service or protect service or reliability. So what we're looking for are areas where we can reduce costs that don't affect those. And I just can't tell you right now what those are, but there are $218 million worth of those that we will do. And that's what we're going for, and that's what we're really looking at. And so again, I appreciate but there are contingencies more than just a potential city contribution.
But Bob, just to, you're sort of making my point, which is that the only identified cut that we're being asked to plan for is the cut in the subway action plan. Other cuts are mysteriously not. We appreciate that they perhaps can't be identified, but they're not identified. So a big target is aimed at the one thing that we all recognize as perhaps the most important thing that this authority is doing right now.
Let me just put it this way.
Bob, you want also, you know, every budget that I've seen the MTA produce that has these unnamed amounts always achieves it by the end of the year. We can only do it based on practice. Other board members, those who have been here for a period of time, have approved the budgets with these unspecified reductions, and by the end of the year, as we've shown you at the last presentation, they were achieved. Every year is, you might say this year is not like every other year, but it is exactly been the experience of the MTA to fulfill what it's been able to do.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd also add to that. Okay,
Oh,
I'm sorry. Let me.
Pardon.
I'd also say it's the timing of these expenditures for the subway action plan which are critical. We achieved the savings, our unidentified target savings, over the course of a whole year. So we're going to be pushing to get those $218 million worth of cuts by the end of the year. The subway action plan is needing to be funded now, and what we're trying to do is see what we can fund now, you know, with monies or resources from whatever source, let's say, are available, but it's the near-term aspect of this plan that has to take immediate action.
Right.
So we may be able to get these savings, but it could be at the end of the year when the SAP is needed now. And so what Mr. Chairman was saying is we're just slowing it down to stay within funding, but we want to get there. So.
Go ahead.
If I can, because various people have called it a cut. It is not a cut. What we've done with the subway action plan is surge additional expenses to deal with the reliability. To call it a cut when it's not been approved in the budget yet, the terminology is acidic in a way that it doesn't fully, you know, comply with reality.
But Joe, you once told us you were, quote, going to cut it in half if the city didn't put up the money. I mean, that was your language. I'm maybe acidic, but it came from you.
The surge would be stretched out over a longer period of time. You know, a cut, this wasn't put in the budget. It's being asked to be put in the budget now.
I don't want to delay.
The cuts, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't want to, this is not normal times. And I looked at what you've done. You've hit every target. You've done it now. I don't think these are normal times at all. In my lifetime, I've been around now for quite a while, I haven't quite seen this kind of volatility exist. There have been times when we've been in crisis, but this is almost on all levels that we're being threatened as a city and as, you know, the 8.5 million people in the state. So I'm somewhat, as a fiduciary, saying this is more like, I don't want to see people jumping out of windows like the Great Depression, but at least in my lifetime, we seem to be approaching, theoretically, that kind of dangerous situation. And that's why I don't know if we can do what we've done in past, which has been extraordinary.
So David, I mean, what happens at each one of these meetings, and it's built into the agenda all the time, is that you go through Finance Watch, and it's sent out ahead of time, and it updates on a monthly basis where spending is, authority-wide, and then by each one of the operating agencies. The whole point of Finance Watch is that if we see any kind of a downturn, remember we saw less than 10 years ago a 20% reduction in tax revenues, which was extraordinarily significant. And so I would, you know, just say that a budget is put together and it's updated for reality, and if need be, we can do it on a month-to-month basis. But it is also as a board members, our fiduciary responsibility to have a budget in place by December 31 of this year.
First of all, I agree with David. I think these are times that I haven't seen before, and I find them quite scary. Secondly, I'm so sorry this comes down to the subway action plan. I want every cent of that subway action plan in the budget and paid for somehow, because it's stuff that I think will improve the system. And I think that my philosophy to approaching this budget is different than what I've heard so far. I want to vote for a budget that has in it the money that I think we need to run this system. I'm not going to say, and if I don't get X, I'll take less this, because it's like asking a used car salesman, are you going to pay this or do you want to pay $100 less? Well, I'm going to pick $100 less. I want everything that we have in this budget, and I want to see that somehow we make it work. It's going to be harder than it ever was. But I find it harder to vote for a budget that I think doesn't include what we need to make this system work. And I don't want to focus on subway action plan or something for Metro North or something for Long Island Railroad, because there will always be a constituent that is happy to triage that element, and that's not the way this system should work. It is difficult to cut, but I would rather make the hard decision to cut something than I would be to settle for a budget that I don't think is enough.
Mitch?
Scott?
Yeah, I agree with Susan, and I also agree with David as well. I mean, we are in uncertain times, but this agency in totality doesn't have the ability to forecast all of its external revenue sources. And I think we all said it at other meetings in the past that we need a sustainable, incremental source of revenue to be able to continue to maintain and grow our infrastructure and our system. And I think Bob laid that out and showed historically over years past there comes points where you need that next extension of incremental revenue. And I think we're at that point. And I think we should be putting forth a budget, as Susan said, that encompasses everything. And frankly, it's up to our elected officials to recognize that our infrastructure and our transportation system is a necessity to keep the vitality of our region flourishing and help us find that source. And they're working on it, and they're having conversations. But to put anything less forward would be a mistake, in my opinion. Secondly, I do also agree that in terms of the need for us to be much more acutely aware of shifts, whether it's in Washington or in our region in terms of where revenue might come from, and reconvene and maybe make tough choices. But you got to start with some baseline. And I think, it's incumbent upon us to start with the baseline that's all inclusive now of what we think we need to make our system effective. And if we have to go back to the drawing board, we'll go back to the drawing board.
Veronica, you're next. You passed. Neil?
Look, at this point, I'd like to say two things. One, this is a very ugly budget. I've been here 3 years, and now we're going to end the year, first time I've been here, with a net deficit of $430 million. We've had surpluses running, and the reason and the way you achieve your goal, Joe, and your responsibility is you've used the cash balance in the prior year to get there. And this is a frightening budget. We're starting at a loss of $430 before we put in adjustments and the cash balance. We have not had to do that before, and we start the year at $430 down, and next year we're going to have $28 billion short before cash carryovers and adjustments. That's a very scary period to be in, and I just want us to go in knowing that even if we add in the rest of the Subway Action Plan, we're starting way behind. We're in the red. That's a frightening place to be in. I don't think we've been in most of this board has not been on this board when that's happened. I actually don't know how to feel about that because we're not a not-for-profit in the classic sense. So I'm frankly pretty scared for our future. And every time Bobby shows us the 2 or 3 years out, well, that's getting closer and closer. That near $1 billion in 2021 scares the heck out of me. And so my second point is one Scott and I have talked about. I've mentioned this in our Metro North meeting. I think it is incumbent upon this board to have a viewpoint as to what it thinks it needs for sustainable sources of revenue. I know there are many non-governmental entities that have viewpoints. Certainly the governor is developing a viewpoint, but we, I believe, as a group must have a viewpoint as to where that comes from. We have to develop a sense because, ladies and gentlemen, if you look out to the year 2021, we have, before carryovers, a $2 billion shortfall. That's before we start making adjustments at different parts of the Subway Action Plan at all. And so the debate we had earlier, which I'm sure Jamie will get into in a moment, is which of your children do you like better? Do I like the Suffolk and Nassau County plan more? Do I like the Phase 2 of 2nd Avenue Subway more? I like it all. But, ladies and gentlemen, a $2 billion shortfall in 2021, according to these numbers, is frightening for all of us. There has to be a different way because, as we've all said many times, someone's got to pay. The system has to work. Someone's got to pay. And I know we are all focused on this issue. We're talking about it, and it's almost like that old line about the blind people touching the elephant. Someone touches the tail and it feels nice and soft, and someone touches the tusk and it feels nice and smooth, and someone else touches the side and it feels very rough. Well, it's all an elephant, ladies and gentlemen. And the elephant is going to be one of real deficit if we don't figure out how we're going to sustain the system better.
Jamie?
I mean, it seems to me that the problem here is everything everybody has said is right. and it all runs in conflict with itself, right? And I wonder to myself, Joe, you're right. You and I've been wrestling with for days. Am I going to vote for this thing, abstain from a vote against it? Luckily, as a quarter pounder, I get to hide behind other people. But it's all right. And what are we going to do? And I wonder if, for my colleagues who are talking about maybe voting against it, if there is more comfort in voting for it, if we were, instead of defining the contingency budget, because I think what Sue said is right also, like I don't want to make a budget that is not aspirational, because I assume negative things, but if we could define a little better, not here today necessarily, but the process by which and the point at which we would reconvene to decide what we were going to cut if everything goes sideways, because it hasn't happened that often, it doesn't sound like, so it hasn't been highly formalized. Does that give any more comfort to passing a budget that may unfortunately be quite aspirational, but we just don't, it's probably true, but we just don't know yet, and we have to pass a budget?
So if I can, if I may correct something, Susan, the full amount of the Subway Action Plan is in fact in the budget. And aspirationally, everything that we've requested and wanted is in this budget. There's nothing been held back. But there is a dollar amount of less revenue equal to a reduction in the amount of over a period of time so that it balances out. From a pure, if by chance, and as Bob has said to you many, many times, that if by chance we don't get that half money from the city, then we will kick that into place. Alternatively, if you wanted, we could give you in January, if the city doesn't become a partner in this, we could give you what those cuts would be, equal to those amounts, allowing us to vote on this budget now, fully knowing that, I mean, for me to lay out reductions while there are discussions with the city, it's a foolhardy way to negotiate. So I think, from that point of view, again, I wanted to address the word aspirational because it's all in here, and we've just found a way to reduce the revenues and expenses by the same dollar amount over a period of time, so that it has no impact but stretching out the plan. So the idea that we're not putting in everything is not correct. The idea that we're not doing aspirational is not correct. The arguments about this really, we're talking about $436 million or thereabouts, $400 million over $8.8 billion.
I didn't mean to suggest that we didn't have everything in here. I meant, I suppose what's aspirational may be our revenue assumptions, given the unknown that we're facing. That's what I think. Not that we haven't done everything we should do and be putting into a budget on the expenditure side, but for those who understandably feel very nervous and say, I don't want to vote for this because I think they're really saying the revenue side is not realistic, is what they're saying. Well, can we define, one of the things, to give them comfort, and we'll never get through this today, but okay, what are the trigger points or what are the sort of thresholds that would make us have to reconvene to decide where we're cutting if everything goes sideways in the revenue side?
So if you look at the expenses of the agency, a large portion of it is personal service costs, with the cost of our employees. And if you look at what happened in 2008, 2009, it is a roadmap. There are contingencies here that in an end-of-the-world scenario, as we're describing, what services get reduced, what gets turned, what gets stopped. Yes, not in public session will I discuss this.
Agreed.
Because I think it's a dangerous thing to do. But as a manager, you need to know what you would do if the sky falls. But I'm not one to talk about, publicly talking about that. It's the very nature of every budget I've ever done, whether as budget director or prior here, that there is always a possibility that revenues might not come in, or expenses might actually be higher because a lawsuit or something like that comes in that was not expected. That's why, on a monthly basis, we provide the board with the numbers so that they're aware of it. And if there's an indication that there's something gone awry, we start to deal with it immediately. Because once revenues start declining, it's a catch-up game. You do not want to wait. You need to act as quickly as possible.
Holly, did you want to add something? Sorry.
It's not, you mentioned, I do have anxiety about the revenues on a bunch of different fronts. I think we all do. I think Neil put it well. You know, you said in the past, we've all voted for these because Bob found his savings at the end, but we have never had a budget like this. And I've never seen a budget where there's a big important chunk of it, which we're being told if the city doesn't come up with the money, it doesn't happen or it's delayed or however we want to describe it. So I think this is a unique circumstance. And I hear you, Joe, you don't want to put apocalyptic scenarios on the table, but I don't think slowing down the subway action plan is a good scenario. And I do think it was fair. We've asked for a couple months now to see some alternatives, and we haven't seen them. I don't think it's a crazy, unrealistic, in particular saying it's only $400 million, you're making it sound like it's not that much money. I think we are going to have to grapple with, you know, matching up our priorities with what our fiscal picture looks like. I hear you, Sue. I'd love to have a budget that has everything and we can fund it all, but I don't think that's where we're headed. And I don't think we've yet really grappled with what that means. And I sort of feel like here's the moment to start grappling, and all we're doing is saying, city pay or this doesn't happen. And I just feel like, look, whatever the city's going to do, I don't know that we're going to know by January. We're not going to have a state budget. We'll barely know what the impacts of the federal, both budgetary and tax legislation are. I mean, there's some massive unknowns here.
Andrew?
There's, for those of us that went to Transit Committee this past, the briefing that we had, to say that the subway action plan is being cut in half is not exactly true. Some of the most important pieces of the subway action plan would continue. Track bed work, electrical work, signal work, and car equipment continues. Other aspects of the subway action plan would be delayed if the city does not pay or if other funding sources don't come into play. So it's not exactly fair to say that it's being cut in half. I have seen us vote on budgets with the out years looking very similar to what the out years look this time. In fact, I think that's become the norm to see a $1 billion plus 2 or 3 years out. I'm confident and I'm hopeful that we will get the sources of those savings because I've asked for them as well. The fact that they're not coming out of service and maintenance, I think, is extremely important. I think we've all learned our lesson on the maintenance front now, and we cannot do that again. And obviously, I don't have a vote today, but I would not want to vote to take something away from another part of our region to make this part of the region whole. I don't think that's the way the MTA operates. I think it's all important. We're only as good as our weakest link, and I think that's the way we should continue to do business.
As far as us facing the edge of a cliff because of what's going on in Washington, and you know, it's frightening, certainly. If we have to adopt a budget now, so we have to adopt it making the assumptions of the current situation. Nothing has actually passed yet. When it does, we may have to take action. Or the state of New York may have to take action. The legislature and the governor probably can do a number of things to change New York State's tax system. I don't know if they will, so that things can be adjusted appropriately. That would be my hope. But we have to wait for that to happen or encourage that to happen. And maybe we do that in February, maybe we do that in March. I mean, it's a month. We've done things historically. The MTA has done things in the middle of the year when there's been a problem. For us to start to adjust a budget or say we're going to adjust it, but anticipating lack of money is almost an invitation to say, well, cut our subsidy. I mean, I'll be frank. That's what it is. And over history, the legislature and the governor have, over time, not the current people, probably them as well, but this goes back decades. If we have a surplus, they cut our money. If they lack money, they cut our money. Okay, that's what's happened, and I don't think we want to be in a position where we're inviting that.
Neil?
Just a point of clarification, Bob, on the plan itself, because I've heard different things. I'm just a little confused, and it started with when Carl made his point. The financials on page 12, I'm looking at the right page? Yeah, page 12. In the revenue lines, are they inclusive or exclusive? Do they include or do they not include the city's contribution to the subway action plan? I'm in your attachment A, financial plan.
Yeah, it's this document right here. It's 1-9 is where you'll see the revenue or the funding. Let me, yeah, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What we've said is
Right, that's where I thought I was.
Okay. Page 13 in the
Oh, and the
director's desk.
adjustments.
Okay. Yes.
So
Right.
below
It's
the
adjustment.
line.
These are the below-the-line adjustments, and what we're saying is we backed out of the cost out of the operating budget of transit. We put it in here to highlight it, and then we said, what is the funding of it? We expect from New York State to have 50% of it, and we say from another source. We didn't say it's definitely from the city, we said from another source. So there could be another source, and whether that is other expenses that are reduced.
So
what we're saying,
I got it. So
it's self-operative
so
and balanced.
just so I understand, because I want to be clear about what I think we're voting on and not voting on. We're voting on a plan that has 245 million times 2. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. 264 million times 2. Two sources of 264
Correct.
to pay for subway action plan, right? One is stated by additional state. The other one says new.
Thank you.
And we're voting on that numbers. Whereas going back to page 9, if you just play with me for a second, so go back to page 9 where you list all your recommendations. You qualitatively state you want the ability to make changes to the subway action plan if monies don't materialize. But at least the budget we're authorizing has all the money funding the plan. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so my colleagues down here, the plan, the numbers we're voting on, have a fully funded subway action plan, which I think is separable from the text on page 9, which are a series of policies and moves. And so I just want to be clear what we're voting on, because
That is it exactly, because there's two on that page, page 9.
Yes.
The third bullet and the fourth bullet
Right.
uses different language.
Understood. So if we are voting on the budget, the numbers, we are voting on, sorry, my thing just went 10% power left. If we're voting on the budget, the numbers include, while a little challenging since you got it below the line in adjustments, we are voting on a fully funded subway action plan. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
But Neil, we're also voting for the MTA to change the subway action plan
But that's why I
if
say
there
use the word
isn't the
separable.
funding there. And
Okay,
for
but
me, like,
I
I
don't know if
don't,
those things can be separated, though.
I don't want to change the subway action plan. I want other alternatives to look at. But we're
And I think, there are many of us who want that. There are many of us who want a fully funded subway action plan. And that's the only reason I'm voting for this budget as we speak. For those of us who've been here a long time, we've been through this on a number of occasions. There are lots of things in here I'm not thrilled with, including the fare increase issues, which are separate issues. But we'll get to those when we get to those, and other things in regard to that. But I just think that at the moment, we are fully funding the subway action plan. The chairman has indicated that if, for a variety of uncertainties, when they occur, if they occur, not when they occur, if they occur, this board will then have the opportunity to look at all those uncertainties and decide what it wants to do. We may decide that fully funding the action plan is more important than X, whatever X happens to be, and we will make that determination in January or February, most likely, when we get the February plan.
why
So-
can't we make that determination now?
Yeah.
Right. So can let me just throw in a question. If we haven't identified other contingencies, e.g., mortgage recording tax goes down by 10% because of this nefarious plan. I'm sorry to get political for a second. Sorry, I'm showing my personal view about this tax plan, federal tax plan. Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have used that word, this tax plan. If we don't put a line in saying if mortgage recording tax goes down, we'll do X, Y, and Z. Are we obliged then in this budget to list what we would do about this one specific item? Or can we leave it to what Jamie was raising, which is if in fact the 264 does not materialize, the additional 264, you come back to us and we debate it then. Do we have to actually put in the bullet 4? Do we need bullet 4, I guess, is what I'm raising?
I would say you need bullet 4 because that is what's bringing us back to you to show you what the plan is going to be funded at and how we're doing it. And that's what we plan on doing. That's, again, why we have the different language. The plan assumes, okay, but we're going to balance it with available funding. And that available funding may be 264 plus 264. It may be because of cuts. So that's why I think you want us to do that.
Norman? No, one at a time. Norman?
Yeah, voted up, voted down. If you don't hire human beings, you don't get the subway action plan done anyway. So you can't do the triage as a noun. She used it as a verb before. I kind of liked it as a verb. But you can't triage the thing unless you have those human beings in place. You got tools in their hands. They got their safety shoes on. You can't even make that decision. So if you vote down the budget, then you're not going to be able to hire the human beings, which is the basics of it. So if at some other point you decide we're not going to paint this place anymore, we want to keep the subway action plan going, then you'll make that decision. But until you get those people in place, and it takes time to get those people in place. I think the people you hired in September or whenever you started manning up or personing up, maybe by now they're actually doing something. But it takes time to get them the ball rolling.
Jamie, you're next.
I think what Neil just said is what I, obviously not very elegantly, was trying to say before, but we've said...
You or me?
Me, I was saying it, you said it eloquently. Well, you said it concisely. We've said here about a lot of other things other than the subway action plan, that we're not going to sit here and say what we're going to cut if there's some catastrophic event on the revenue side. The only thing we're saying it about is the subway action plan, which is sort of odd, as opposed to saying we're doing a subway action plan. If revenue assumptions don't end up being true, we're going to reconvene to figure out where we're going to go take the money out to only spend what we in fact have. And I think that's at the heart of the consternation, at least for me, and when I hear you guys, what it seems like you're saying is, why are we saying that's the one thing we're going to cut if revenue doesn't come to pass?
Well, I think, let me make a statement. We're making it because the original proposal that was put on the table was it would be funded half by the state and half by the city. And so if the city wants to say definitively they don't want to fund it, that's fine. And then that's the decision. But right now we have not heard definitively. And so we're still...
Okay, I will say, I can say something definitive. How is the city able to know how it is going to budget when we don't know what the budget looks like in Albany and we don't know what's coming from Washington? We're not going to know that by January. I've said that before.
And then how do we budget
that's
as
definitive.
the NGA when we don't know that? I'm saying we have to make some assumptions, and then we'll change it.
But Bob, pulling at that thread for a moment. You said the original agreement.
The proposal.
Oh, the proposal that we made.
Yes.
Who made it?
That the MTA made.
The MTA made it. But this body doesn't have to. This body can say, look, I'm doing a subway action plan. I need it. I have to do that, right? And this is the right time frame for it. And if any revenue assumption, be it that or some other one, doesn't come to pass, we'll figure out where we've got to cut. It's really that bullet 4 that is the problem, it seems to me.
Yeah, but James, I think, Jimmy, the point that Bob was doing was you need to identify sources of revenue, and this was our identified source of revenue. It may or may not come, and I think it's, to the point, and it's what, what Neil said, and maybe, Bob, this is some of the language that Neil was referring to. When you say authorize necessary changes, right, I mean, the real point is, to the extent it doesn't come to fruition, I think what we're saying is we'd like then you to come back to the board and talk about what our alternatives are, recognizing we have a gap.
I think if we changed the first word in number 4 from authorize to recommend, that would change the context of the discussion.
That's what I would think is the way to get to.
Because then we agree
that we all get back here and we
staff
figure
should
it out.
recommend a variety of things, and then this board can decide
what
to do. That's basically the only word you need to change.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I agree with.
But I want to add to that.
You got to the heart.
In the past, you people, when we had a shortfall,
I'm still trying to get over what your elephant joke is all about.
Not you guys.
The pronouns are very
Yeah.
confusing.
In the past, when we had a shortfall of one sort or another, and in the past, particularly around the time that the payroll mobility tax came in and other concessions were made to us because we were desperate for money, when we knew we couldn't make our budget, you came back to this board and you gave us alternatives. I mean, that I'm expecting that you will do that for anything, not just for the Subway Action Plan. It goes for any shortfall we have, and it goes across all agencies. And that's the way we deal with this stuff. So it's more than just focusing on the Subway Action Plan is my
but
problem.
I understand that, but that was the one context in which the sentence was in that regard.
Said, why do we have to recommend anything at this point? I just don't, I mean, we all know we're going to be back here in January,
Right.
February, or March, and we're going to face some very tough choices. Why are we saying now that the one thing that we've said is the highest priority is even recommended as a course of action? Why aren't we coming back and just saying we're going to have to make some decisions, and we all know that we're going to have to do that?
I will give you just the reason. Go back a few months, and there was concern by some members of the board that we were going to get ahead of our skis, over the top of our skis. We were going to be hiring a lot of people that was going to give us zero chance to respond 6 months from now or a year from now when it all came down. And so we just said we're trying to do it in a prudent way. We can do one-shot things. We have reserves that we're drawing down. We have things like that that we can do to get us forward. But the real answer, I think you've all understood, and Norman said, is we've got to get more boots on the ground who can do this consistently. To do that, we have to staff up. We're just trying not to overstaff before we know what the implications are. And so, for that reason, we wanted to present something that said, we're promising you we're not going to overstaff. And so it was easy enough to talk about the Subway Action Plan because that was going to require staffing up significantly as opposed to, you know, a contractor doing draining or doing this. So we thought we were responding to a concern by the board that we were going to put you in a position that you couldn't.
I think you're right, Bob, though. I think the board asked you at the time to say if you didn't get that other half of money, what would you do? And develop a plan that you would phase this in so that we don't make longer-term commitments until we know where we are. So, I mean, again, I think if we change the word to recommend versus authorize, we're in a situation where we have a budget that incorporates everything, and if it turns out that we have a funding gap because of that or because of the tax policy that comes out of Washington or whatever else might happen, we get back in a room and we figure it out.
Just to be clear, this board member requested other scenarios where we didn't cut the Subway Action Plan.
Right.
We didn't get those here. I'm just saying. Yeah, we also asked that other question, but that was the question I asked, and I've asked it a couple times, and so have some of the other board members. We don't see that here today. You guys didn't produce it, even though we asked for it.
Okay.
Very minor
Neil,
point,
go
Carl.
ahead.
My observation is what we've done here is, with the exception of the cost-saving activities, the items that are listed in that list 4, 5, 6, all those, I don't know what we want to call these phrases, but these items of the recommendations all seem to come off the adjustments page. None of these are the core operating budget. These are back-of-page adjustments. So there are things that happen effectively below the line. And so it's a different listing of items, and I think we've gotten ourselves caught between a couple of different pieces on the P&L here. So it doesn't change the view. I wanted to note that.
Just to your point, at this stage of the game, now basically there's no game plan to say that if we don't get this money, that this gets cut. So to your point, we're going to regroup and there'll be alternatives laid out at the time we have to make the decision. You don't have to make that decision now.
Well, I feel like I'm making a decision today with this vote. I mean,
Well, you're
maybe
not,
you guys
because we're
don't feel
changing-
that way,
we're
but
changing
I
the word
feel
to-
like I
but we're-
am.
But we're changing the word to recommend.
But I mean, if this vote has no meaning, why are we having this vote? I don't
No, it
get
has a meaning. The meaning is it incorporates everything.
All right, I beg to differ. I mean, I wanted to vote knowing what some alternatives were. I don't know what's going to change in January. I mean, if we couldn't discuss alternatives now, what changes then?
Yeah, but you're not committing to any alternatives now either, Polly. So I mean, I think
I can't commit to them. I haven't seen
you
them.
don't need to. No one's asking
Well,
you to.
I wanna
That's
see
the-
them.
Okay, but then we're not going to pass a responsible budget because you want to see alternatives that don't really mean anything right now.
Well, I asked for them a couple months ago, so there was certainly time to prepare them.
But we have a
And everyone has
responsibility
to make
pass the
their own
budget.
decision on how they vote,
Okay.
but
I
I
just
just
think
don't
that-
understand why we couldn't see those alternatives. I don't think it was an unreasonable request.
All right. Are we agreed to change the first word in number 4 to recommend rather than authorize? Is that a fair, regardless, everybody's comfortable with that? Okay. So now, having done that, we need a motion to approve the budget with that amendment.
I'll make the motion.
Scott makes motion, second. Any other discussion? I would suggest we do a raising of the hands so that people can see exactly what has happened in that regard. I think that, so we don't have any question one way or the other in that regard. So all in favor of it as amended? Got it? All opposed as amended? Okay?
No, you're good, Carl.
You can't vote, yeah, you can't vote twice.
Well, on the one hand, and on the other.
All right, motion passed. Motion is passed. It's on, that will be discussed further, I am sure, at the board meeting on Wednesday. Yes. Number 7, capital program amendment. Who's doing that? Don?
Don,
I am. Okay. Yes. So for the capital program amendment, so as was discussed last month in the financial plan presentation, this capital plan amendment increases the capital program by $348 million and authorizes us to utilize bond proceeds so we continue moving forward with the capital portion of the Subway Action Plan. What is presented in the staff summary is consistent with what was summarized in the financial plan presentation last month, highlighting the main areas of investment, continuous welded rail, signal improvements, upgrade to the RF-142 cars, and purchase of 59 non-revenue vehicles. As an FYI for all of you, this amendment does not require CPRB approval, as the increases we are seeking in the various elements do not meet the CPRB threshold. So if the board approves this amendment, we will be able to move forward with it right away.
Any questions on this item?
Yes.
Go ahead, Cole.
So, I hate to go back to the last item for a minute, but the now recommended plan was also to cut the capital share of the Subway Action Plan. And to me, to be increasing the capital plan at the same time that a course of action, if certain monies don't come through, would be to reduce the capital component of the Subway Action Plan, A, doesn't make sense to me, and B, this is even, to me, a much easier area to say, well, given the importance of the Subway Action Plan, which we all think is incredibly important, there are items that are now in the capital budget that are not as important as the Subway Action Plan, and that are clearly items that, while desirable, could be deferred. And one of them for sure is the one we discussed at our last board meeting, which was the Enhanced Station Initiative, which is highly desirable, but I dare say if we ask subway riders in New York, would they rather get to work on time or be at an improved station, they would unanimously or close to unanimously vote to get to work on time. And so, to me, I think we should address that issue right now, or even eliminate from the recommended portion of the contingency that the capital budget part of the subway action plan should not be cut.
David?
Yeah, I don't want to be folksy about this. When my wife and I were first starting out and having much money, but we had identified a new car, but then the furnace blew up. We delayed the purchase of the car, and I guess I'm still upset with myself. We just approved the touchless pay thing, which I think is great. I love the technology. But we put a $500 million deposit down, and now we're going to be $500 million coming. And suddenly this comes up, and then we talk, as Carl has mentioned, about cutting back on the capital side of the subway action plan. This is, doesn't mean I want to stop touchless. I think it's a great idea. I love USBs and all this other stuff on the train. But if it's a crisis, and the governor certainly put out there that this was a literal emergency, needed emergency action, I think in an emergency, whether it's my furnace blowing up or what's happening to commuters, that we should delay certain parts of the capital program to ensure that we're putting enough money in to serve the immediate interests of the riding public.
Anyone else? Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I would just point out that paragraph that impacts the funding, we are saying we're putting the full 348 into the capital plan. So you're amending it up for the full 348. The next line says should, and we're doing bonding for the full amount. Should state or federal or state or city money come in, we said the bonding may be reduced. And again, should the funding level of the subway action plan be revised, changes to the projects listed, that could be up or down. But all we're saying here is the full 348 is going into the amended plan. That's it. That's all that's really doing.
I understand that. I also understand that we're moving from a 16% of the budget of the agency going up to nearly 20% for debt service. That's, maybe it's because I'm, still with my furnace. This seems to be an extreme amount of money for the system, particularly when we have already pushed back, I've been one of the leaders of it, on the cost for the riding public of even sustaining their current levels of ridership fees. So again, I don't think it's without consequence to suddenly keep progressively increasing the debt load.
Anyone else? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the capital plan amendment?
I'll make a motion.
Second? Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. You have that? Okay, same vote. Motion is approved. Okay, there is one report and information item for headquarters.
Yeah, the contract change order report for the third quarter 2017. It's on page 158. Included is the capital contract change order, which is also reported to the CPOC committee. Next, we have David Ross, who's going to describe the procurements.
So for headquarters, there are 6 procurements for a grand total of $15,169,388. Of these, 2 are competitive procurements for personal services for a total of $3,133,960. One of those 2 contracts is with Seawell for software license optimization. We received 5 proposals. Seawell was the lowest cost provider and the highest ranked technical proposal. Oh, okay. That was for $235,000. The other larger contract is for a data management platform that will be provided by Ayuda Media Systems. The proposed data management platform will provide MTA with tools to assist in auditing, concessions, house data relating to pedestrian traffic within MTA stations and rail cards, as well as data relating to advertising, inventory, and sales revenues. We received 3 proposals for this one, and they were also the highest ranked technical proposal and the lowest cost provider. There are also 4 New York City Transit procurement actions for ratification pursuant to Executive Order 168 and its extensions for a total of $12,035,428.
Questions on either the competitive procurements or the 4 ratifications? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second for Paul. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Those are adopted.
Okay, so for Metro North, there are 2 procurements for a grand total of $19,228,732. I'll note also there's a walk-in that I'll get to. One is a non-competitive sole source procurement for a 41-month miscellaneous service contract in a not-to-exceed amount of $498,160 for the expansion and upgrade of unidirectional data flow security. One is a competitive procurement for a 32-month RFP to design, furnish, deliver, install, and test and integrate new security systems for a total amount of $18,732,572. This contract is an integral part of the multi-phase customer service initiative at Grand Central Terminal and other outlying passenger stations and facilities. The walk-in item is with Holmar International. It's an enhanced station initiative for design and construction of improvements at 5 stations, which include White Plains, Harlem 125th Street, Crestwood, Portchester, and Riverdale. There were 5 proposals for this. The contract amount is $91,485,000.
Questions on any of these 3 Metro North items? Call?
We just made a commitment at the last board meeting not to do walk-in items unless they were really an emergency. I don't understand why we are, I have no view one way or the other about the particular item substance, but it seems like we're just ignoring what we had committed to doing.
I think this came up at the Long Island Metro North Committee this morning as a walk-in. It got sent out on Friday. It is very important to Metro North to move this along, to start this process, and the committee felt that it was appropriate to take it up at that time. We've talked about it in committee for at least the last 3 or 4 months, and the committee felt very strongly that it was appropriate to bring it up, notwithstanding the fact that it just came in on Friday. So I think that was the decision the committee made.
Had been told earlier that they were working on it and it was
Right.
coming to us, and that it was a substantial savings over what the engineer's estimate was.
So the committee had a lengthy discussion, has had a lengthy discussion about it for the last 3 or 4 months, the entire enhanced service initiative for Metro North. So I think that's why when it came up and finally got to us, we were comfortable in moving it forward.
Mitch, it sounds like a punchline. Take my enhanced station initiative, please.
That's Neil?
I think this is an example, Carl, where we're running in my opinion, somewhat strange process. We have an operating group that reviews certain things that then goes to finance. I think the operating committee of Metro North spent a lot of time on this topic for many months, but clearly the finance committee did not get this look. So I think we've got, as a process, really understand why we double track it in parallel, operating committee and finance. And if we're going to keep doing that, then we have to provide awareness, because just because we spent, and we've talked about this package many, many, many times, the ESI, but clearly we have not done it at finance. So I still don't understand, I know I've asked multiple times, why we have to do things in the operating committee and in finance. So someone will have to explain that to me who's at a higher pay grade, or some pay grade, because I don't get paid. But that's at least why you didn't hear about it.
And Neil, so to the extent you're basically saying the operating committee is recommending that the finance committee adopts it into its budget based on the work that you've done.
And based on the 4 months of discussions we have held over the last 4 months on the issue. Yes. Yes. But the answer to that question is yes.
Yes. And we did move it to the finance.
Any other discussion on these Metro North items? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. Second? Second from Neil. Any other conversation? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motions are approved. Long Island Railroad?
Sure. I'll apologize for moving quickly. I know it's been a long day for everyone, so I'm trying to be respectful of your time. For Long Island Railroad, there are 3 competitive RFPs for a grand total of $2,021,121,114. One is a competitive procurement for MTA Capital Construction Company to award a public works contract to Third Track constructors in the total amount of $1,813,174,918 to provide design-build services for the Long Island Railroad expansion project. The total amount includes base contract work in the amount of $1,457,117,010 and options for completion of scope of work in the amount of $270,608,499 and a garage's scope of work in the maximum combined amount of $85,449,409. The contract term, including options, if any, is up to 2,355 consecutive calendar days, which includes base plus completion scope and garage's scope. And the next competitive procurement is to award a firm fixed price contract in the amount of $107,950,000 to provide design-build services for the new Mid-Suffolk Electric Yard. The contract term is 852 days. The last competitive procurement for Long Island Railroad is for MTA Capital Construction Company to award a personal services contract for project management consulting services for Long Island Railroad expansion project for a total of $99,996,196.
And I guess the best way to say it is the Joint Railroad Committee had an extensive discussion about these items this morning and is recommending their approval to the Finance Committee. Is that a fair way of putting it? That is a fair way of putting it. Carl?
So I'm going to support this because I think it's important for Long Island's economy and also important for New York City because of the opportunities it offers to reverse commuters, which a cohort that is growing rapidly, and which is generally the better the region does, the better New York City does. That said, I'm concerned here by 3 things. One, that that there has not been a serious approach to value capture, which I think is something that we have all, especially having gone through a discussion of what is going to be a tight budget, that at best, that this is an instance where a very expensive project where there is no value capture at all. 2, I think this is a lost planning opportunity in the sense of being able, as other transit systems do, of having more influence over the development that hopefully will be generated and probably will be generated along the right-of-way. And 3, that already we see that, especially after a discussion we had earlier about the budget, that this project is already $500 million over budget or over estimate. And all of those matters, to me, are concerning and establish precedents for the future. That said, I do think that this is important to the region's economy.
Anyone else on these items? Okay. I'll make a motion to approve on all 3. Is there a second? Call seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. New York City Transit?
Sure. For New York City Transit and MTA bus operations, there are 3 procurements for a grand total of $26,272,410. One is a non-competitive multi-agency sole source procurement for an estimated total of $15,182,152 to award an estimated quantity contract for replacement parts, equipment upgrades, troubleshooting and repair services, and training for various track work for New York City Transit, Metro North, Long Island Railroad. And I'll note that New York City Transit is the lead agency. 2 are competitive procurements for RFPs. 1 is to award 2 competitively negotiated contracts for consulting services, design, procurement, and construction support for communications-based train control and auxiliary wayside signal systems for the Culver Line and for 8th Avenue Line for a total amount of $11,090,258. We're also requesting board approval for a pilot project to design, build, furnish, install, and maintain a platform barrier door system at 3rd Avenue Station on the Canarsie Line in Manhattan.
Any questions on any of these items? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is approved. Bridges and tunnels.
Sure. For bridges and tunnels, we have 2 competitive procurements for RFPs with a grand total of $89,527,700. 1 is to award a competitively solicited public work contract for design-build services for the installation of facility-wide monitoring and detection systems at Bronx Whitestone Bridge and Robert F. Kennedy Bridge facilities for a period of 36 months. Total is $72,277,700, which includes stipends of $480,000. The other is to award a competitively solicited public work contract for design-build services for main cable and suspender rope inspection and testing at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge for a period of 24 months, totaling $17,250,000.
Any questions on either of these items? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is approved. First Mutual?
No items.
No items for First Mutual.
And that concludes procurements, so Doug.
Okay. Real estate?
Yeah, real estate.
No action items, just any questions the committee may have on the information items.
Any questions on the information items for real estate? If not, motion to adjourn? Second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you all very much.
Yes, it was.
Hello?
Okay.
What's that?
Okay.
Awesome. 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Let's start the CPOC meeting. I understand that we have some speakers. Don, how many?
There's one speaker, Kevin Zhang.
Hello, good afternoon to Joe Lauder and Ronnie Hagum. My name is Kevin Zhang. I would like to request that the MTA B Division countdown clocks announcement and CPTC Culver Line, Sea Beach Line, West End Line, Fourth Avenue Line, and Brighton Line, because I can hear the train arrival announcement when the LCD screens and beacon installation all other lines trains except the L train. I am waiting on the F train to leave at 4th Avenue, 9th Street, Neptune Avenue, and Coney Island, Stillwell Avenue Station. I am waiting on the N train to leave at Coney Island, New Utrecht Avenue, 8th Avenue, and 59th Street Station. I am waiting on the B and Q trains to leave at Coney Island, Stillwell Avenue, Brighton Beach, Avenue U, Kings Highway, 7th Avenue, and Atlantic Avenue, Barclays Center Station. I am waiting on the D train to leave at Coney Island, Bay Parkway, 62nd Street, and 36th Street Station. B Division countdown clocks needs to install announcement like the L train station have, and including the 7 train stations as well. CPTC needs to install faster on the Culver lines, Sea Beach lines, West End line, Fourth Avenue line, and Brighton line. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you. Given the time of day, we're going to go quickly through this. What I'd like to first do is the approval of the minutes from our meeting on November 13th. I'll move them. Do I have a second? Items been seconded. Are there any changes, questions, comments? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Don, the work plan, any updates?
There's one change in the work plan. The East Side Access presentation originally scheduled for this month will be provided in March as part of MTACC's next appearance at CPOC. MTACC will continue, of course, to report on the project to the Railroad Committee. The proposed work plan for 2018 is included on page 7. If any committee members have any questions or suggestions, please get them to us.
Thank you. Given the time of day and given we have a governance committee meeting, I'd like to, all of the materials for items number 4, 5, and 6 have been provided in the book. So I'd like to, without having the presentations made, ask if there are any questions. We have staff here who will be able to answer any of the questions.
So on page 54 or thereabouts, it's discussing CBTC on the Queens Boulevard line, and I guess the date of when that phase will go into effect, and it mentions that all R160 cars will have been retrofitted and ready for CBTC, but it doesn't mention what happens to the R46 equipment that is running on the F and on the R lines currently. Do you anticipate all of that to be replaced by the opening of CBTC on Queens Boulevard? Because those cars obviously are not equipped for it.
I think, Commissioner, the plan will be to reassign those cars if they can't be equipped to be used on other lines.
So they would be gone from the Queens Boulevard lines,
Yes,
obviously. Sir. Okay. You also have a map of, on the Penn Station access item of the New Haven line and showing the 4 New Bronx stations, and you have Parkchester as 2 words, and it's really 1 word, just so you know. It's 1 neighborhood word.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other members have any questions or comments? There being none, let's move to item number 7. Ronnie, the capital program status report.
Thank you. The complete report is listed at begins at page 96. Just a couple of highlights in terms of commitments through 2017. We've made 28 major commitments. 14 more commitments are forecasted to be made by the end of the year. And with the awards expected in December, we expect to meet our 2017 commitment goal of $7.3 billion by year's end. On completions, we plan a total of $5.0 billion in completions, including 34 major completions that we have been tracking. We have achieved 20 year-to-date. 4 more completions are to be achieved by year-end. So by year-end, the MTA forecasts achieving 84% of its 2017 completions. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ronnie. Are there any questions or comments? Okay. There being none, the quarterly traffic light report. Don?
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman. The report starts on page 107. Just a few very quick highlights. There's 282 projects reviewed in the third quarter, 52 design, 232 construction, 64% were designated green, 21% yellow, 15% were designated red. That's a decrease of 1 red project from the second quarter of this year. For each of the 41 core projects designated red, there's a 1-page report that follows the traffic light report. The Sandy program traffic light report begins on page 150. Similar numbers, 62% green, 20% yellow, 18% red. That's 4 fewer red projects from the second quarter. And again, there's a page summarizing the actions with the red agencies, with the red projects following the report. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Don. Can you continue?
Yeah, yes, and there's the change order report is in for information only on page 171. If there's any questions, we'll be glad to answer.
If there are no further questions or comments, I'll accept a move for adjournment. Second? All in favor? Aye. Okay. We will start governance in 5 minutes. Oh, okay. I'd like to bring the Corporate Governance Committee meeting to order. I understand we have a public speaker.
Yes, Mr. Zhang.
Mr. Zhang? Come on, close.
Hello, good afternoon to Cho Loda.
Hello.
My name is Kevin Zhang. I would like to request that the MTA bring back the B23 bus along 16th Avenue and Concordia Road and extend along Beverly Road, Brooklyn Avenue, and Linden Boulevard because B23 bus terminate at Flatbush Avenue and Concordia Road, waiting for the B23 bus every 20 to 30 minutes. B23 bus was discontinued due to low ridership in June 2010, service cuts, and I can walk Transfer Street from 62nd Street and UU Trade Avenue on the DNN train station to Concordia Road on the Q train station due to the cold weather. I can walk from Flatbush Avenue and Concordia Road to Beverly Road on the 2 and 5 train station due to the cold weather. B23 bus will be restored along 16th Avenue and Concordia Road between Dow Hill Road and Flatbush Avenue and extend along Beverly Road between Flatbush Avenue and Brooklyn Avenue, Brooklyn Avenue between Beverly Road and Linden Boulevard, and Linden Boulevard between Brooklyn Avenue and Pennsylvania Avenue on weekdays and weekends in both directions. If the B23 bus restore, so I could take the B23 bus from 62nd Street and UU Trade Avenue station to Concordia Road station to go home, so I don't want to get sick and catch a cold. Approximately 1,580 weekdays customers and 1,240 weekends customers will be required to use the B8 or B16 bus. A typical customer's trip would increase by 15 minutes. That's why the B23 bus got a low ridership because I can't walk in the cold weather along 16th Avenue, and when I got sick, the B23 bus was never restored. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Even better. So earlier today, before we get into the approval of minutes and the committee work plan, what I wanted to do and ask the board members is that we should have a broad-ranging discussion. We don't have to approve anything. The city members have put together a document, which I don't know if they've shared with the members. Good, okay. And then I understand some other members have some other comments and questions that they may have. And I've just found out we also don't have a quorum, which doesn't change what I wanted to propose. It only solidifies it. So what I do is let's have a robust discussion. Let's talk about all the things we want to do. Let's plan on having a meeting in January. I'll find a way to change the order of the meetings so that it's not the last meeting of the day. So, and proceed. So with that, there are a couple of things we need to do procedurally. We have to approve the minutes, listen to the work plan, which will all take a few seconds. We do have one item that's statutorily that we have to pass, and that's review and approve the procurement guidelines. That doesn't prohibit us from changing the procurement guidelines in January in the future, but I don't think that is as in need for change like the bylaws or the guidelines. And with that, let me, well, I can't approve the minutes because we don't have a quorum, so assume, we'll do that at the very next meeting. Draft committee, Lamont?
Okay.
Work plan?
Work plan. Yes. As you'll see on item number 3 on the agenda, we have proposed the 2018 draft committee work plan. It is substantially similar to prior work plans, so we are not making any recommended changes moving forward for 2018. Any questions? Good. Also, you'll note on the agenda there are several items that we are required to bring to the board for review. They are not items that are voted upon, but we are required to bring them for your review. Those including the MTA Code of Ethics, which is item number 8, item number 7, whistleblower policy,
the governance guidelines and MTA bylaws. Again, there is no vote being asked of you today, but we are bringing them to your attention, and the staff is not recommending any changes at this time. Item number 10. Yes. We're ready for item number 10, which is a review and approval of the MTA procurement guidelines. Each year we bring to the board the MTA procurement guidelines. We are not recommending any changes at this time, but they do require your review and approval. You can find that with staff summary on page 172.
This will go straight to the board on Wednesday.
Before we do that, are there any questions from the members?
Well, actually, Neil, you raised a question at the last meeting about why we double track things.
I think you had stepped. That's actually an interesting question. Carl was a bit incredulous, and rightfully so, that he had not seen the walk-in on Metro North's ESI package. But the Metro North Committee, of course, has not only been talking about it for months, but I think we were all very comfortable being walked in because we had seen it over the weekend. Except we are in parallel, and I guess I don't really understand why the operating committee, in this case Metro North, looks at the same document and has to also approve that then finance has to approve. And so obviously anything with money, I guess, under that theory was that anything with money has to go to the finance committee. So I think we have to figure out whether that actually is a necessary step or whether finance actually only has to be involved in a subset of activities. We don't have to answer these issues right now.
But item number 1 under the city's plan, if I recall, was to get books and information out in a more reasonable period of time. And so let's start talking about what we need to do, because we don't have a system here like they have in the state and in other places where you get a message of necessity, which means an item can be voted on within a relatively short period of time.
This was not an issue of timeliness. This is an issue of, forget the walk-in nature of it.
So I think I heard.
Oh, you want to know why it goes to both committees?
I think that's the point.
I asked that 5 years ago. I didn't get a satisfactory answer.
Aren't you the boss?
I didn't get a satisfactory answer.
In the Finance Committee charter, there would be the opportunity in reviewing that charter to make certain changes. And there are maybe 14 separate items that by charter come to the Finance Committee, and the question would be whether or not we wanted to look at that section and make some proposals or amendments.
By the way, I don't have a problem with financing things. But we've raised this a couple of times.
But why the belts and suspenders?
Was it?
Why belts and suspenders?
Right, exactly.
Yes, Norman.
Yeah, could all you guys at the other end of the table, it's a big table, can you speak louder? I mean,
Sure.
I spent many years in the machine shop. I really don't hear that good. I should wear a hearing aid, but I'm too vain.
And everybody's to my left, which is normal, but anyway, we have room over here too if anybody wants to move on this side. Does the city want to, any representative of the city want to go through line by line? And I understand, Neil, you have some questions as well. So, and any other members that have questions? Jamie, you have some? So.
I don't know if I want to go line by line. Everyone could look, but I see one tension we're now having in the board meetings and the committee meetings. They're running so long now. And yet I still think some of what we're doing in them we probably don't need to do. I really don't need the report on the utilization of Easy Pass unless it's really something weird is happening. So I know it's easier said than done. And I also know that, Joe, to be fair to you, you tried to propose we stretch the committee meetings out over 2 days, and everybody didn't like that idea very much. But I think governance is a super important topic, so maybe it actually merits its own day, because it's true we've lost the quorum given everyone's been here and it's now 4 in the afternoon. We do all have day jobs. You know, I think quite simply, and I think, you know, some of this, it's been fun. I've been in this board for a while, but it's been fun having a new board member, Carl, come in with fresh eyes as someone who ran the City Planning Commission and get his take on how, you know, unusual our board governance structure is, to put it mildly. So I think we made some basic requests on some transparency things, and I think, Joe, some of those I think you've done a better job of getting us some of the board materials, which we're all appreciative of. But, you know, I'm still frustrated by the fact that board members can't put items on the agenda, we can't ask for hearings, we have no say in any personnel decisions. We typically read about them in the New York Times, that's where I read about them. Maybe they're in other papers too. We read about major appointments in the New York Times. I've never been on a board, and I've been on a few and chaired a few, where there wasn't some kind of discussion with the board members before major personnel decisions were made. And the board members had some opportunity to weigh in, even perhaps interview the individuals in question. You know, and one, I think we have Jamie here, you know, he's already started this process in the audit committee, but I think, you know, a lot of us feel like we need some guidance from independent counsel. I would say particularly, you know, it's no secret that there have now been a bunch of complaints lodged with the authority's budget office, that the board is, you know, some of what we're doing is improper or whatever, including that board members, including an allegation that board members themselves are failing to meet their fiduciary duties, which I think all of us who are board members find very troubling, because I think everyone here takes the role very seriously. And I think sometimes we feel we're hampered by the lack of information. So, I mean, I'll sort of put all those on the table. I'll also put one in our letter that's New York City specific. And I don't even want it to be me necessarily. Maybe this is one Veronica can talk about, the New York City Transit Committee.
That was my cue. If we've discussed over a period of months having a vice chair for the transit committee, and then my colleague, Commissioner Weisbrod, suggested that that chair be someone from the city's representatives on the board. And as far as I know, there hasn't been someone in quite some time who's vice chaired from the city's representatives, the transit committee. And it's not, I think the clarification was made in some discussions that it's not in the statute, but it is in the bylaws. And we would like to ensure that that position is indeed named.
Well, I would just add, no mayoral appointee chairs any committee at the moment, and I think hasn't done so for a number of years. Which,
give him audit, Joe.
Yeah. I don't think he's, actually, Jamie, now he might want to give it to us.
That's a good trade.
I don't know. You know, I would also include with sort of a bigger thought for, we're lucky, we have much of the leadership of the MTA here today. You know, we've had a lot of disputes about who controls what, but I genuinely think that more transparency would be of benefit to all of you. I think the public and all the watchdogs and advocates and other groups out there, I think mostly they bring a lot of good ideas and suggestions to the table. It doesn't mean we follow them all, but I think they enrich the debate about the future of this incredible agency. And, you know, in addition, I think, to the frustration I feel as a board member of not having good information, I also think the public, journalists, et cetera, need more timely access to what this agency is doing. I think it will be to the benefit of all of us. I truly do.
One thing I'd like to, what are some examples of the transparency that may not, you know, that if it's included in your letter, so be it. I get it, don't have to repeat it, but.
I mean, you know, the class example, right, the one that I think caused a lot of consternation in the board, it predates you, was, I think now 3 capital plan amendments ago. You know, there was a 150-page document that I think we got the Friday before the board meeting. The journalists got it when they walked in the door on Monday. And the public, I don't even know when it went online. You know, and it was a really important document. And if you go back and look at some of the things in there, you know, a lot of important decisions were being made. And you know, I know that it's hard to produce the up-to-date documents way in advance of the board meetings. I recognize there's lots happening and that's difficult for staff. But, you know, I still think posting more of this stuff publicly sooner would be a good thing to do.
I agree with you. As you said, I wasn't here at the time, but bringing something as important as a 5-year plan or a change to the 5-year plan is worthy of aging and worthy of everybody reading it. Same as we do with the budget a month ahead of time, send it out, discuss it, all of that. I think that's a fair request.
And I just think it's no secret the board, things have grown pretty fractious, and I think that's in part, look, there's some real substantive things we're fighting about, which it's probably right we fight, because they're important. I think they're important things that probably need some fighting. But I think there's also just a frustration that, you know, we're trying to sort of debate these tough issues, and we don't have all the information we need. I mean, I still find the board, I remember, Lamont, first when I still find getting hundreds and hundreds of pages of board materials, which still aren't even all loaded up on the website in the same direction, so everyone's flipping their iPads trying to read these charts. You know, I still, it's a pet peeve of mine because I see us all sitting there going like this. It's kind of funny. I still wish that we could get a manageable amount of information that really pointed out the key issues, sort of the highline issues that the board needs to focus on. I know that's not easy to do. I get that. But I just think we would have a better debate, a more sensible discussion, less frustration if we could do that.
Right. You know, the materials are voluminous and it takes a lot of time. And I'm just wondering about how do we satisfy the need of the board who is desirous of doing a lot. You know, how do we give them the information, but then what I'm hearing might be well, we could debate this, but you could have a summary up front, but then if the summary doesn't include something that a board member thinks is very important, then the argument can be made that we're covering up. So I worry
No,
about
I mean, look, I think this is not an easy thing to do, but I think we ought to,
we ought to try.
You know, I have to guess, when I walked in the door as DOT commissioner, it had been the custom in my agency that every division wrote a weekly memo that stretched on for pages and pages. So every week I walked out of the door on Friday with like 400 pages of, you know, half of it just not stuff that I needed to worry about, and then really important nuggets buried in the 400 pages, which I couldn't even figure out. It just, you know, and I first said, I don't want these anymore, and everyone flipped out, because that's sort of been the way they were doing things. But we kind of worked out a better system where we filtered up the thing, and I agree, with this board we're a little all over the place. I mean, frankly, when you get that much material, it makes you a little all over, and there's this 1 million thing I'm going to go on about. So I'm not saying it's easy, but I really think it would be worth our while, and particularly now as these board meetings are growing longer and more contentious, to try and get some collective understanding. What are we going to kill our time on $1 million procurement, or are we going to, you know, kill our time on the big picture capital plan?
Agreed. I'll address that in some kind of a document to everybody for the next January meeting. I think Jamie first, then
go ahead.
So, for my list, and I'm sure we're not going to work through all these things today, but just to get on there, the personnel issue is one that I also share concerns about sort of when you hear about them and how they're made. And, you know, I think it may be partly an education process, in that my reading of some of the governing documents, in fact, give pretty broad latitude to the chair, CEO, to go make those decisions. So it may just be information more than us having a say in it, frankly. But that's certainly a concern that I have. But that goes to, I don't think I ever got, when I joined this board, and I've kind of had to cobble together from the web, and maybe I've never actually asked, a sort of concise set of documents that are the governing documents, from statute to, there's a good governance document out there on the web, there's committee charters, there's bylaws. You can kind of find them out on our website, but then after you've put them all together, and I think I have a complete set, the hierarchy has not, if it's been decided by the board, I don't know what it is. And as a number of people know,
Jamie, that's a board briefing book, and I'm surprised you didn't get it. Lamont, do you
Yes, that's usually given out during the corporate governance training or during your orientation. It's a big, thick 3-ring binder.
I don't think I ever got that book, but even if I did, bringing the next problem is in there, which I'm happy to, I would like to get that, because I've gone online and now pulled it all together.
Right.
I got ethics policies, but I don't think I ever got bylaws and committee charters and...
Yeah. But I'd be more than happy to give it
That
to
would be
you
great.
again.
But then maybe somebody can answer this for me. Has the board adopted a order of precedence of the good governance document and the committee charters? Because there's a good governance document that was adopted in the same month and year as at least the committee charters that are online, and this issue, it's on our website.
Oh, the governance guidelines.
Good governance guidelines.
Oh.
Yeah. So in there, and this gets to the issue that I find myself having gotten in around hiring Cravath, there's statements in there that say to the effect of the board can hire attorneys, accountants, and consultants at any time. The committee charter says it can do so with either approval of a majority of the board or the chair. How is a board member to know which of those? And that because, I mean, where does that set out? Okay, and
Actually, okay. Yeah. Okay, well.
okay, but then outside of committee, a board member should be able to hire an attorney at any time, right? So that seems to me it needs cleaning up at least, and the board should make some conscious decision. For me, it leads into this issue of the ability to use attorneys, consultants, or accountants at any time, which I think a board member should be able to do as long as it's related to the business of the MTA.
Okay, can I just jump in here for a second?
Sure.
I guess I'm probably been here the longest. Okay. So first of all, let me take some blame because most of the documents you're referring to, I had some part or were the author of to some extent or another. So the guidelines are, again, at a very high level. The charters are the mechanism by which, the procedures by which we implement the recommendations or the requirements within those guidelines. So you have the guidelines, very broad umbrella. Charters are a mechanism by which those guidelines are implemented. And that's the way initially we had, foreseen this working. So you take that from that perspective. Charters govern how that process moves forward. The guidelines are a much broader document.
Well, so whether it's, regardless, I go back to this issue of attorneys, consultants. I think you live as a board member both inside of a committee and then you live at a higher plane that isn't committee specific, right? And I presume that the good governance document is applicable to you as a board member at all times. And then in your committee activities, the committee charter applies. From what I experienced, it doesn't seem to be the case, right? In that I went and I directed attorneys, hired attorneys with however that happened. But I think there needs to be.
Are broad-ranging. It has no supremacy over.
Okay, I would have no way of knowing the guidelines weren't adopted by the board. I presume they were, because there's an adoption date on them. So I presume they were adopted by the board, too.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Okay. I stand corrected.
So, in either case, it's an issue for me that needs resolution. I think the board should have, is entitled to, and many boards do have an ability to consult with independent professionals without having to go get a majority of the board to approve it or the chair to approve it. And you particularly want that because you don't want to have to come back and get that when even a minority disagrees with their fellow board members. They should be able to go consult with independent experts to vet their thoughts, positions, and concerns without having to go make a motion or come to the chair.
Are you asking for that, just my clarification, are you asking for that as a committee?
No.
Right, or any board member?
I think the board should have available to it on an ongoing basis outside independent experts to consult with, as related, obviously, to...
Outside of a specific committee.
Yes.
So if,
Not every issue perfectly fits into the committee structure.
oh, we could debate that. I don't know, I haven't run through it.
As a for instance, when these allegations are made by the authorities, to the authority's budget office, and they say we're not living up to our fiduciary obligations, and we have questions about it, I don't think the only resource we should have is in-house counsel, no disrespect to it, of the MTA. You know, there's questions that I have that I think I would be curious the answers to from independent experts, as one example.
So if you came to me as you did on the issue regarding order, or whatever was an upstate ski thing, I automatically gave you permission. If you came to me and asked me if you wanted counsel related to the authority board, I'd give it to you. In a second, as I told you on the phone the other day, I would have given it to you for a lot of things.
And I'll take it at its face that if I had come to you and said, Joe, my disagreement is now with what you and management are doing, you would give that authority. That's the concern. And by the way, someday it won't be you, right? And the next person may not have that willingness. So I think as a governance matter, to make that available to the board is a relevant thing to think about. And then my final thing is,
one other thing on the legal that I would encourage the board to take advantage of. There is, in fact, an independent inspector general for the MTA who, if you have issues and questions, use the inspector general as well, who is a former prosecutor who has a complete staff, and I'm sure he'd be more than happy to assist.
fair enough. But it's still a thing I think, in conjunction with that, we should consider. And my final thing from a governance standpoint is I have concerns about, I think that those who do our collective bargaining should be able to be insulated from any outside pressures or considerations. And let me leave it at that. And I think that historically, there may be some instances where that hasn't been the case, and it's not fair to the people who negotiate for us, for the MTA.
You're right when you say historically. It's been done since the MTA was created because of pattern bargaining, and we need to maintain pattern bargaining, whether it's at the city level. Whether it's the city level or state level. So that I can let the folks in the city talk about pattern bargaining and what it means. But I think that gets to be difficult because we have to deal within the pattern that's created.
I guess I'll just say from the city point of view, I mean, there's some similarities in the labor negotiations, but in the city, we don't have a board that then votes on them. I mean, the mayor sort of authorized, and if you don't like the mayor and you think he's done a bad job on the labor negotiations, you can vote him out. But I guess here the weird thing is we have to vote on them, and I think...
I mean, that's my concern is I don't want to get into any specific instance, but I think if we could do that, it would be very, I suspect, de-stressing to those who represent us, actually, and would alleviate questions in my head, and I suspect some other board members sometimes about, did this get done in isolation? Was there, and I'll leave it at that because it's, probably enough said.
Can I just say,
first, then off to Veronica.
so as Holly said, as you know, Joe, I also chaired a board that had many different appointees from many different places who were not, with the appointing authorities were not necessarily collegial, but the board was collegial. And among, even though they sometimes surely disagreed and voted differently, but there's a lot of, we shouldn't have to read about, one of the things that I'm shocked at here is that all too often we're reading about major events at the MTA in the press. We get no advance warning of them. It often seems like we're the last ones to know about it, instead of getting a heads up about there's a press article coming out. We hear about documents floating around that the press gets or the press is aware of that we're not aware of, and that creates, to me, an adversarial relationship between management and the board. I mean, it's almost inescapable that somehow things are being hidden from us, and that's not a good dynamic. I mean, I think, want to have a lot of faith and trust in management that it is going to come to us surely with recommendations, but also the strengths and weaknesses of a particular proposal, instead of, here's what we want to do, this is the only way to do it, and I'm not saying that that's exactly what they say, but that's how it comes across. And so it creates this sense of antagonism and suspicion that really infects I think, the board.
Okay. No, we have Veronica's next, then Norman.
Just a complimentary point to something Jamie said with regards to the Office of the General Counsel. I would like a better understanding of the role of the Office of the General Counsel and how it relates to advocacy or not, or independence from the board. And I'll try to give an example. It may be difficult for the Office of the General Counsel to serve in a position of neutrality on certain issues that have certainly come before the board over the past few months, just because of the structure of this agency. And it'd be nice to know and understand better how that office is to better serve the board and how that office is to better serve the agency. And if those are even roles, perhaps those are not roles. But I think my larger point is and this is more a rhetorical question, what legal counsel can we as board members rely upon that we feel confident in its objectivity and neutrality? Again, no disrespect to any of the people who have held this position nor have it now, but there have been some concerns about that level of objectivity, not based on the person holding the position, but again, based on the structure of the agency and the office. The next question that I just have is in response to what you said, Joe, about the Inspector General. Can you remind me, please, or someone please remind me, how that office is funded and who appoints the Inspector General?
It's funded by, I believe, the Assembly, specifically, and the appointment is made by the Governor's office, the Governor. This guy, the fellow that's in there has been there, Barry Kluger, going back to the 80s. Yeah, I can't remember who originally appointed. But I hear what you're saying about counsel to advise you in point counterpoint type situation. I get that, but I also encourage you to go to the Inspector General for other things that aren't necessarily contentious. Norman, then Susan, then Mitch.
You know, I found if you hang around these committee meetings long enough, sooner or later somebody brings up a topic you think you know something about. So we reached that point here. I don't really understand Jamie's point on collective bargaining and outside influences. The last round that were settled by patterns going in two different directions, chiefly a presidential emergency board on the Long Island Railroad, which was a federal level negotiations, which the negotiations had been stalled for 5 years because the state insisted on a pattern from upstate CSEA, which we did not consider a pattern, but ultimately a presidential emergency board decided in our favors. Well, before we could settle, TWU went in and did a deal based on what they wanted to do. So at that point, we had to balance the needs of the Presidential Emergency Board against what TWU did, and we wrapped up some deal that was somewhere in between, and we all walked away. It's a difficult thing. It's like landing an airplane. Every time you land the airplane, you're glad you landed the airplane. And that's what collective bargaining is like. Now, when you meet outside influences, I don't really know how that appears in that world. I know what it means for me to ratify an agreement with my members, but if it's been through a Presidential Emergency Board and we've made an agreement to settle that Presidential Emergency Board, with Congress's approval, Congress can intervene at any point once that major dispute has been declared, then what's the board going to do? You don't like to have a gun held to your head, but neither does anybody else, neither do the commuters and neither do the workers. And I just don't really know what you mean about outside influence. Now, I got more to say on the government stuff, but I'll leave it at that. And like I said, it's a pattern is what people perceive a pattern to be. And the Presidential Emergency Board, if you'd read it, you would find that it was based on very clear labor market conditions, private sector settlements throughout the country from Class I railroads. Maybe you don't think that's irrelevant. Maybe you want to settle it on people picking up trash upstate. That's what the governor wanted to do. Well, we didn't do that, and that's not the way it's going to be settled.
Well, I was...
Oops, go ahead.
Let Jamie answer. And then...
Yeah. I was talking about specific experiences, precede you, Joe, being here, where there was a contract element that I was confused by and why we were including it. And you mentioned the governor, where the answer was there was pressures to include that element. And it unnerved me, quite frankly. I don't think that that's a good reason, or at least we should know that as we sit in executive session when we have a bargaining agreement in front of us, that let's call it request is there.
Separately, since I wasn't here, separately, away from this, just whatever that, let's discuss whatever that element was so I can get a better feel for what
Yeah, that's fine.
we're talking about.
Yep.
It's getting elliptical. Susan.
This is the first I've had an opportunity to look at your resolution, but my quick read, there are a number of items that I completely agree with and some that I'd like more clarification on. With respect to your comment that you will come back to the board with some suggestions as to how to proceed, I think you should prioritize those issues that we feel argumentative about, because they really fall into a couple of categories. They're usually involving money. When it's a money issue, we need enough information to be able to make the decision. And that's true whether it's our budgets or you're asking us to spend money. And then I think we all have a lot of confusion, and we've had a number of discussions amongst ourselves about the various governance issues. I agree with the comment that this might take longer than one meeting, but my understanding from Lamond and past practice is that we can make changes to charters and guidelines throughout the year if it takes us a month or two to get where we need to be. It seems to me that many of our discussions are revolving around what our general counsel can provide, what the inspector general provides, and what we feel we need. I think, to summarize it, if it's something that can get us named in a court case, if the buck stops with us, with our vote that we took, we should have the right as a board to hire whoever we feel comfortable with, who's outside of management, outside of the organization, to give us the confidence that we are making the right decisions. So I think many of these questions do fall into that category. But I also will tell you that I'm going to have to leave because I don't have a lot of options for getting home. And they're closing off as I sit here. So I I hope to be able to continue this. Sadly, I will not be at the board meeting, so I will not be able to weigh in there, but I'm hoping this
won't come
will...
up at the board meeting,
Okay.
But I will, as I said, draft something and get it to everybody before the next meeting, and maybe it'll settle some issues, or maybe it'll continue the debate, but I agree. As Carl has said, I think the board is fractured, and we need to find a way to heal it. So let's begin this process.
I agree with Susan that there are many things in this letter that I think I would agree with, a couple that I would to discuss, but two things that I have always been concerned about is, number one, the ability of the board to put items on an agenda on its own, as opposed to having to wait for staff to do so. Now, that doesn't mean they pass. I'm not arguing they should or shouldn't pass, but I think it's always important for the board or a committee of the board or something to have some process to bring something to the board for discussion itself, as opposed to the operating committee, because we all understand the difference between Monday and Wednesday, and that's a significant difference both in the perception of the public and how things are decided. And the second issue that I've grave concerns about is, and this is I think something because of the way what we do. If I was on a separate board, I wouldn't be as concerned about it, but because what we do and the agencies are so dependent upon how we operate and the standards under which we operate and under which they operate, whether those are maintenance standards or operating standards or things like that, those should be set by the board and only changed by the board. They should not be at the discretion of the head of the operating agency or whatever. In a perfect example, I mean, we all read the New York Times article about MTA did this and MTA did that, and somebody said to me, well, when did you do that? And I said, well, the next time I do it will be the first time I do it, because I've never voted on MTA maintenance standards or MTA operating standards, other than included in a budget, which is not really the way to do that. And I think those, because they're so important to us and how our agencies operate, if we're going to decide to change, the inspection standard for a subway car from 50,000 miles to 30,000 miles, that has ramifications. We should make that decision. Or changing it from 50,000 miles to 100,000 miles. We should make that decision because it has ramifications above and beyond the car itself. It has ramifications as to how we operate. So that's of great concern to me, that I think it would be much better if we did them. I have no problem with the head of the agency recommending them, but I think there should be a discussion about them, and we should approve them.
Fair enough. One of the things that, and I fully agree that board members can ask questions, can add things to agendas. I would encourage everybody to, in the very beginning of all the committee meetings, we have a work schedule, and it goes through what's going to be presented the next month and the next month. Add to it. Add things to it, because you're asked at the very end of that, do you have any comments or questions? And in the short time I've been back, the answer is there's been nobody who's ever added anything to it. But I would add to that, but I'd also, bring it up at the floor. I guess I know why when I put at the bottom of this agenda, other business, there was questions asked. Right. What does that mean? I said, I want to have a discussion. I mean, which is, part of it. So yeah, I'm amenable to that, but I think it exists already. I have to think about the metrics, because at what point how far down do we go, and how far up?
There's a level at which the board should set it, and then there's a level at which the operating agency. I'm not sure if you differentiate.
Understand. Neil?
Couple things. I've actually been surprised since I've been on this board that none of our meeting agendas ever have new business. I've been on enough boards and other places where that's a standard of old business, new business. We actually have never had that. So and let's maybe as a matter of course, because it's sort of fascinating, there is no moment for that. One point I want to make, so I work with a lot of companies, especially media companies, and it's fascinating how growth cures all kinds of tensions. The reason why Google was such a fun place to work is it grows at 25% a year. All that revenue growth leads to a lot of people having a good time. We have the opposite problem, which is we have a shrinking situation budget-wise, and budget shrinkage causes the kind of fractured issues that Polly is talking about. That's not just ego, that's money's issue. So, and I wouldn't go as far as what Carl said about, so I have two topics I want to raise for governance. One is I wouldn't go as far as Carl says that I have mistrust related to the appointments, but it is definitely one that causes questions. And Pat, I'll invoke your appointment. I've said this to our chair a few times. We heard about your appointment 35 minutes after the press release went out. An email went out to us 35 minutes after I got an MTA alert as a general member of the public saying you've been appointed. And your title, as you know, is not an obvious title of what your role was. We have a lot of new roles and new titles, managing directors, presidents, COOs, and that sort of almost Franklin Delano Roosevelt level of alphabet soup of titles and names like this is the New Deal is confusing when we don't know the people, we don't know what their role is, and as you guys know, in the last several weeks, you know, Phil Eng's role has changed multiple times, Tim's has changed multiple times. We've had 4 heads of bridges and tunnels in within a 4-month period, I think, at one point. I couldn't keep track of who was in charge, and as a member of that committee, I didn't know until after it was decided. So I think there is a level of engagement, whether that's with the chair of the committee, and that person then is responsible for communicating. I realize there are a lot of influences on those choices. They're not just yours. I get that, and I applaud the need to move fast, but some involvement with us in that is necessary, because otherwise we don't look like we know what we're in charge of. That's point one. That's a real point. Point two is a much smaller point, which I'd ask, which I came through when I reviewed this. So if you wouldn't mind turning to page 7 of the corporate governance document. It says master page number 7, section 7, which is attendance at meetings. Any one or more members of the board or of a committee thereof may attend a meeting of such board or committee by means of a conference, telephone, or similar communications equipment allowing all to attend. However, it's not count as a vote. As a man who travels a lot and can't attend everything, I would like to figure out how we can use technology, so at least if I can't be somewhere, I can participate telephonically. We've so far only said by matter of course we can only do it with briefings, but clearly this states we can do that with committee and board meetings.
Where, I believe it's statute, and I have to find it. That
Open meetings.
The open meetings law. That prohibits. I know of one state, an entity created by the state that allows for a high level of digital communication, and that is the Lower Manhattan Development Corporation. They had numerous, that is the only one I know. And 5 years ago I wanted that to become here, and it couldn't get out of the assembly.
Okay.
Never.
So it's a statute
I'm all
issue.
with you. It is a statute issue, and I think we should have the ability to do it. And one of the things that we need to do, and I remember having the discussions up in Albany, is that the public needs to be able to become part of the conference call. They may not be able to, they can hear, they just can't, very similar to an investor call where they can listen.
Understood.
And if they have questions, they can push buttons.
And in fact, I think I'm on the Lower Manhattan Development Corporation board, and their committees can, because they don't take votes and they don't have any actions actually at the committee level, are not subject to freedom of information or open meetings.
So there are committees. What do they do if they don't take action?
They make recommendations to the board, but they have no corporate authority to actually.
We have committees that are set up by statute, so and some are, some aren't.
But the question is whether if they're actually acting on behalf of the enterprise, or whether they're just making recommendations to the full board. This goes back to the, to the Long Island Railroad and Metro North Committee that's recommending to the Finance Committee, which in turn is making a decision. So is that necessarily subject to open meetings?
Right. All good questions, and the initial one about why it has to go to 2 committees and all of that, I have to do research on to try to figure out one way or the other why that is and why it's necessary. Yes,
Can
Polly?
I just want to I want to go back to Neil's point number one, because I perhaps get that the most keenly, because I'll just tell you, I think I've never been on a board that didn't have some kind of either a permanent or ad hoc hiring committee that would be involved at some level in major hiring decisions. I mean, Joe, you've made a big point of saying New York City owns the subway system and we should step up. I read about Andy Byford in the New York Times. I never met the man. You know, I'm sure he's great. By all accounts, he sounds nifty. I called him up to say hello, but I didn't meet him. The mayor didn't meet him. No one in New York City had any input at all into that decision. We don't know who the other candidates were. I mean, I'm sure you chose the best one, but it's sort of, nor did anyone else on this board. And this is someone we all want to work with.
I need to look at the statute, because as I remember it, it gives the chair the right to make the appointments and all that stuff. What you're asking for is some input. I hear you. I find a way to do it. Right, the way I read about Larry Reuter when I was deputy mayor, and I understand. I've been on both sides. I've been on your side, and I've been on this side. I get it.
But I think you want your board to be invested in your senior leadership team, and it's hard, you know, and feel like we know what's going on. When we read about all the stuff in the paper, right, and we get the announcement after the Times is reported on it, it sends the message, we really don't care what you think.
Well, to get a call from a reporter is even worse, saying, they just announced, what do you think? And you say, oh, no.
Well, that's the I feel like an idiot moment, which
Right.
I don't want. Which is, at the end of the day, I hate that. I hate that.
all the time. What do you think about this? And I said, what?
I'll give you some advice, which I never take either, but I should take it. Don't talk to reporters. But that's all right.
Doctor, it hurts when I do this. Don't do this.
Right,
Yeah, I
right,
got it.
I got it.
I mean, I have public appearances every week. I don't have the ability not to speak to reporters.
Well, maybe speaking of reporters, this does create some of the problems here, but the legal,
trying to be humorous. Don't
the
be
legalism here with the governance thing. I mean, you put together some good proposals here, but I suggested in legal changes, when you're depending on legal changes to overcome what is essence distrust among the parties, I wouldn't say it's a waste of time, but it's not going to accomplish what, in my opinion, what you want to achieve. As long as you don't trust the other party, you make all the legal changes you want. Now, some of these legal changes, to me, would enhance the trust among the parties. You know, you can call it transparency, whatever. It would enhance the trust between the parties. And some of the other ones just make it look like, oh, they've been jamming stuff down our throat. Well, you know, it's a big agency. They got to react in a timely fashion to changes that happen on the ground. And sometimes these time limits are put in here. I thought maybe they were a little bit, you know, if you think about it, maybe it won't be. But in the end, what I'm looking for is some way to break down the distrust between the parties, and people can say that's impossible. You got the big guy in Albany, you got the big guy in Gracie Mansion, and we can't break down the distrust between the parties. But for the good of the entire system, for the good of the commuters and the employees and the real estate people, the stakeholders, we have to break down the distrust between the parties. Make all the legal changes you want. It won't overcome, and I don't mean that against the lawyers in the room, but make all the legal changes you want. It won't overcome the distrust between the parties.
We can try. Be back to everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. It's adjourned.